Clung on to the two ladies who insisted I go out for drinks as we walked into Avalon. I tried to tell Heather and Danielle this wasn't my sort of thing, but neither was breaking off a 5-year engagement. Now, before everyone judges, I have a fantastic excuse for allowing this engagement to ride out as long as it did. I was in medical school. As far as excuses go, it's a pretty good one, right? That's what I tell myself anyway. When I met Jesse, he was the man of my dreams. Sadly, that man stopped existing after he proposed, and I moved in with him. After that, and long story short, because I'm supposed to be paying attention to my friends and myself tonight and not letting this man consume my every waking thought like he's done for the past month, something changed, and I no longer felt important to him. I'd watch the man give the shirt off his back to any other person, but when it came to me, hard pass. If I needed something, I was expected to have been resourceful enough to figure it out without inconveniencing him. I'd always prided myself on being a strong woman, but I was struggling to get past this breakup. It's hard to feel like you wasted so much time with the wrong person, and even harder to put the thoughts of reconciliation out of your mind so that you can make it seem like you didn't. Enter Heather and Danielle, two wild and crazy nurses who believed they had the cure to all my breakup issues. So, here I was, doing a round of shots to get this night started at one of North Hollywood's finest clubs. "Now," Heather said, her sultry eyes narrowing as she fanned her palms over the surface of the table we sat around. "There's a hot man in here who has 'fuck me' written all over him." She looked at me, drawing her plump lips into a smile. "And you're going to find him after we replace some of the blood in your veins with more booze." I rolled my eyes and sipped the martini placed in front of me. Well, if the guy has "fuck me" written all over him, he doesn't want me searching his ass out. Danielle said, waving a perfectly manicured finger at me. "No talking about him tonight. This night is all about you, sweet cheeks." "That's what I was about to say," I chuckled, swirling the olive in my glass. "I'm not the type to hook up with a random guy at a nightclub. I'm all about getting out and watching other women do it, though," I said with a laugh, looking around the club. "Where's the fun in that?" Heather said with a huff. "You're a 6-foot-tall goddess who should be commanding all these men to do her bidding. My God, what I wouldn't do if I looked like you." I rolled my eyes. My height had made me a huge target of being teased growing up, so I always found it funny when people acted like it was a gift from the gods, as if I wasn't called Mile High Mickey since junior high school. "I'm 5'11", not 6 feet," I corrected. "Deepest apologies," Heather said. 5'11", goddess it is then. But you get the point." "Heather is right," Danielle chimed in. "Hey, we all know you're going through some shit, but you don't want to spin out into depression right before starting your residency at St. John's next week." "I'm not depressed, nor do I feel myself heading in that direction." I took a big gulp of my drink, wishing I'd eaten something substantial before coming out. I wasn't a seasoned drinker, and I had a suspicion I would feel this in the morning. "It's just been challenging for me to figure out what to do now. He says he's going to work on himself," I said, using air quotes and knowing how ridiculous the thought was. "And I don't know what to do with that, if anything." Danielle practically spit her drink back into her martini glass. "Work on himself?" I shrugged. Her reaction wasn't wrong. "Dear God," Heather responded with annoyance. "We don't have to tell you he's full of shit, right?" As if right on cue, I saw the man in question walking behind the two girls sitting across from me. My stomach tightened, and I felt my heart get stuck in my throat as I saw the beautiful, petite woman at Jesse's side. She held tightly and familiarly to his arm, wearing a short skirt and an incredibly revealing shirt. She was eye candy for any man, to be sure, her ebony hair flowing beautifully down her back. I guess there's nothing to stoke the flames of jealousy like your former lover choosing someone who looks the opposite of you. Am I right? I was a head taller than his date, even though she wore platform leather heels. As I was beginning to wonder if that was the type of woman he wanted all along, Heather interrupted my insecure thoughts. "What the fuck am I looking at?" she said, looking over her shoulder, not seeing that Jesse was here and walking with a woman at his side. I couldn't answer her. A fair amount of alcohol-induced rage replaced my fleeting insecurity, and I had the most inexplicable desire to make that little rat bastard suffer for having the nerve to act like he was going to work on himself. My friends became a blur as my eyes scanned the room and landed on a man so gorgeous it was as if God himself shone a light from heaven to direct me to him so I could enact the revenge plot that was forming in my tipsy brain. I stood, told my friends to give me a minute, and walked over to the table to interrupt the group of well-dressed men minding their business. "Gentlemen," I said in a voice I did not know I possessed. "Ma'am," a deep, smooth voice said with humor. My eyes drifted to the man sitting to my right. He was a perfect 20 on a scale of 1 to 10. He was my guy, and he would go along with this. "What's your name?" I asked with a smile that I could see he certainly liked. He sat back in his seat and crossed his arms. "John," he answered, his eyebrow arching, accentuating his clear hazel eyes. "And yours?" "Michaela," I answered, but my friends call me Mickey. "So, are we friends?" he added, his friends watching with amusement. "Oh, we're going to be," I said confidently. "I need your help. You up for a little role-playing with me?" "Shit," he said, clasping his hands on the table with a look that said he was equally confused and amused. "Role-playing already? Why don't I buy you a drink? Then we can talk about playing games later." "Honey, I don't play games," I said, my false confidence cracking as I second-guessed this stupid idea. The supreme goddess that had possessed me moments ago was no longer present. All that was left was this bumbling woman trying to be sexy and shit, who desperately needed some chicken tenders and fries to soak up the booze, or an escort home. Both, actually. "I see that," he said after I went for his glass of bourbon and downed the thing like a cowboy post-shootout in a Wild West saloon. The man rose and offered his arm. "Very well, then. Let's role-play. My place or yours?" You know the moment when you realize you're drunk? I reached that moment at light speed. I clenched the inside of his arm to stop myself from inadvertently swaying. He was delightfully tall, which didn't happen often in my experience. I'd always had to wear flats not to tower over Jesse, who was a bit shorter than me. But this guy must have been 6'3" or so, enough to make me tilt my head up when talking to him. "You're not getting laid," I said, guiding him toward where I had seen Jesse walking. "You're going to act like you're my boyfriend or date, though." "Huh?" he questioned, probably as confused as I was about why I'd devised this plan. "I don't know," I said truthfully. "I'm sorry. I know this will sound stupid, but my ex-fiancé is here with another woman." He stopped and pulled my hand out of his arm. "Listen, I'm sorry you're having trouble moving on or whatever this is, but you don't need me or anyone else to make him jealous. Have you seen yourself? You're drop-dead gorgeous." "Bold words from someone who looks like a cologne model," I said. "You probably are, too. This is Hollywood, after all." He laughed and shook his head. "I know you're right about not letting him get to me," I continued, trying to keep my eyes open wide and not give in to the heavy buzz that last guzzle of bourbon had thrust me into. "But right now, I don't care about that." I crossed my arms and stared at the beautiful stranger. "I'll pay you $500 just to stand over there with me." He laughed loudly at my disregard of his sage advice, flashing a very impressive smile as he did. "Stand there with you. And get my ass kicked when this guy does realize he's lost his beautiful woman to a chump like me?" "You're hardly a chump." I rolled my eyes. Fine. You want to play hardball? I'll pay you $1,000. He smiled in what seemed to be disbelief.
Now you're treating me like I'm some damn escort?
What?
You're paying me to offer fake relationship services.
Male escorts are used for sex, I said, not truly knowing what exactly they were used for.
It doesn't fucking matter.
He chuckled. I could tell the guy was having fun with my unfortunate situation.
I'm not going to be bought to do favors for a beautiful woman.
Then do it for free. Listen, I'm desperate here. I sized the guy up. And don't worry, Jesse won't fight you. The man is all bark and no bite.
Well, if there's one thing I can do, it's defend myself.
So you'll do it?
I think you should come home with me and give him something to really be jealous about. Not this fake shit of pretending I'm some pop-up boyfriend.
Does that insult you? I teased.
A bit, yeah. I don't think any woman has offered to pay me to be a stand-in boyfriend to make another jealous. In fact...
He gave me a silly expression, making me realize I was enjoying this playful banter much more than the idea of revenge.
I don't think I've ever allowed a woman to approach me in the manner you have.
Are you offended? I asked with a smile. He had some kind of air of superiority that I found particularly attractive.
I don't get offended, Mickey,
he answered. Good. Neither do I. I was shocked that he remembered my name after all the nonsense that had transpired up to now. His face, handsome as ever, twisted up into the most attractive expression.
Would it surprise you for me to admit that after all we've been through, I'm extremely confused?
I softly laughed. No, it wouldn't, I said.
A small price to pay for the pleasure of speaking to someone so attractive.
He winked. I should have left well enough alone and let the poor guy go back to his friends. But old man Bourbon wasn't going to let me off the hook that easy. I was too tipsy to continue this conversation, but I was also unable to prevent myself from talking. Something I would regret later. Well, I'm not just attractive, but also an incredibly smart woman. I frowned after I slurred the words incredibly and smart. If there was ever a cringe that could be felt head to toe, it was mine right now. His lips tightened, holding back from justifiably laughing in my face.
Incredibly smart, you say?
The alcohol spurred me on, and despite me cursing my existence on the inside, I foolishly continued with the confidence of a warhorse. Yes, I do say. I was top of my class at Stanford, and I start a kick-ass residency at St. John's on Monday morning. Who the hell are you, Mickey? Shut up! I scolded myself to no avail. His expression seemed unreadable but easily humored, and I completely understood why. Why was I divulging so much information to someone who couldn't care less? Historically, I wasn't much of a bragger, and I'd done some pretty impressive things in my life. So bragging about this wasn't just dumb, it was totally out of character. I would make this the last time I mixed tequila, gin, and bourbon. What a recipe for total humiliation. What are you thinking? I asked, trying to figure out how quickly I should run and hide in a cave.
I'm thinking that you are kind of adorable,
he said. That's all it took to thrust me right back into annoying drunk girl at a party action. Adorable? Did you not understand what I told you? I tried to shift into some sexy stance, but my legs were too wobbly for a smooth move, despite wearing flats. He reached out to catch my elbow before I stumbled into an innocent person trying to enjoy their time here, unlike me obnoxiously harassing this poor man who was compelled for some strange reason to humor my foolishness.
You basically said you were a nerd in school,
he jabbed back.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but graduating at the top of med school just radiates nerd vibes.
I narrowed my eyes at his cocky smile. Did you just say nerd vibes? I questioned the nerve of this guy.
Big-time nerd vibes,
he confirmed in a low voice that was insanely sexy, even when reducing my years of hard work into 2 ridiculous, kind of funny if I'm honest, words. Well, we'll see if I'm a nerd when I become the chief of St. John's Obstetrics Unit. His eyebrows shot up in humor, and he crossed his arms.
You're not one to fuck around, are you?
I shook my head, knowing that if I kept talking, I would just say more stupid things.
Dr. Mickey, then?
He reached his hand out, shook mine, and grinned.
Pleased to make your formal acquaintance.
Smith. I stumbled over my words like a baby deer because apparently I hadn't humiliated myself enough yet. Dr. Smith.
Ah, I see.
Well, before John could finish his sentence, I saw Jesse charge him from the side, shoving him so hard I thought he would fall. I'd almost forgotten Jesse was here. Now I watched as John spun around reflexively and effortlessly thrust his hand into a particular point on Jesse's abdomen that made him drop like a sack of potatoes, struggling to catch his breath. Security rushed the scene, and Heather and Danielle were at my side in a second, whisking me out of there and into an Uber before Jesse could drag me into his self-inflicted drama. I guess I made him jealous after all. At least I wouldn't have to make an excuse not to see John again. After the way I behaved, I couldn't handle the humiliation of how it ended. 3:45 a.m., Monday. I slipped out of bed, supercharged and ready to prove myself on my first day at St. John's. I got into the shower, cranked up the heat, and massaged the shampoo through my hair, trying to focus on my upcoming busy day. I'd spent the weekend purging myself of my foolish actions at Avalon and securing a permanent place to live that was closer to the hospital than the place I'd been renting in the valley. My Aunt Beverly made a small fortune as an actress, playing Vivian Winthrop on The Lighthouse, a soap opera that had been on the air forever. She finally retired after spending the past few decades portraying the glamorous heiress. She liked to joke about having been brought back from the dead 3 times more than Jesus, but the last time she died, it stuck. Aunt Beverly was much like Vivian in that she'd raked in millions from countless ex-husbands, but thankfully, she had no evil twins to speak of. Luckily for me, she asked me if I would house-sit for her for the next 12 to 18 months while she tried her hand at producing and acting in a movie that was set to film in Morocco. The thought of Aunt Bev filming in Marrakesh, the woman who wore silk nightgowns and fur stoles around the house, was almost funny enough to ask if I could come and be a witness. I only hoped there would be camels involved. She owned a stunning old Hollywood home in Los Feliz. You could feel the glitz and glamour driving through the hills to get to her house, and I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I always felt extremely fancy every time I stayed there. So, there were more perks than location to staying in this old mansion, and I was hoping to enjoy it, even though I knew my residency wouldn't leave much free time. Once I was dressed and headed to St. John's in the back of an Uber, my nerves started to take hold. When we approached the hospital and I got out, I was struck again by how beautiful the place was. It was state-of-the-art inside, and outside it looked like a grand museum. We went through the usual protocols of starting the residency program, and while I looked around and saw the other residents and interns looking like they could fall asleep, I enjoyed every second of it. Getting an offer to work at this place was like hitting the jackpot, and I wouldn't be squandering this opportunity. My competitiveness as a swimmer got me a spot on the goddamn Olympic team, so I knew what it took to dig deep. And if I hadn't gotten in that stupid accident, I might have a gold medal to show for it. I got to choose the department where I wanted to spend the following year, so the chief of obstetrics, Dr. Allen, started our tour on the 3rd floor, surrounded by windows with views of the East Gardens.
Dr. Smith, the first OB I'd like to introduce you to is Dr. Astor. We're headed to his office now," Dr. Allen said. "He is still quite young, but he is a remarkable doctor, and I think he will be a very valuable resource to you as you navigate this place."
"That sounds great," I said as we rounded a corner and landed at an office door. Dr. Allen knocked on the open door, greeting the doctor we were there to see. I walked in to stand next to Dr. Allen, ready to meet the doctor who would be my lifeline for the coming months, only to have my happy little bubble popped instantly. Fucking John! What were the odds? I'll tell you what the odds were. They were 100% in Karma's favor. Bragging to John about being a doctor was the equivalent of a high school quarterback bragging to Jalen Hurts about being a football player. What an absolute tool you are, Mickey. My bad luck would have been almost laughable if I didn't want to fade into oblivion at that moment.
"Dr. Astor,"
Dr. Allen said politely,
"I'd like to introduce you to the new OB resident."
His perfectly white teeth flashed like the Cheshire Cat when he rose and walked around his desk to shake my hand.
"Dr. Mickey, I believe?"
he questioned with a wink that was not helping the fact that he was hotter now than I remembered. "Dr. Smith," I said, shoving my hand into his and hoping I wouldn't have to explain this to Dr. Allen.
"Dr. Mickey?"
Dr. Allen turned to me with a smile, his eyes questioning how the fuck Dr. Astor knew my name.
"Ah, yes, Dr. Smith,"
Dr. Astor said, while I could only focus on not having my mouth gape open like a trout. "Mickey is short for Michaela," I said, pulling my hand back from shaking Dr. Astor's and looking at Dr. Allen for help. With what? I had no clue. It seems my mouth was full of words not 2 nights ago with this clown, but now I was speechless.
"And you know Dr. Mickey, then?"
Dr. Allen said. "It's not... No. I mean, yes, we've met. I prefer Dr. Smith," I said, stumbling over my words like a buffoon.
"We met at Avalon,"
Dr. Astor said, not ashamed to admit any prior contact with me.
"She boasted about how amazing she is."
He finally peeled his eyes from mine and looked over at Dr. Allen.
"And she reassured me that we selected the best candidate for our department." "Ah, I see,"
Dr. Allen said.
"Well, it's good to see a little confidence in our new hires, as it's not an easy gig to land."
He grinned at me, then looked back at Dr. Astor.
"Reminds me a lot of you when you started your internship here," he said with a laugh. "Fair enough,"
Dr. Astor said, looking at the chief with a mischievous grin. I had no idea what to expect from this point on, but this much I knew. As much as I desperately wanted to forget about the night I met John, Dr. Astor wouldn't let me.
Chapter 1. John. After ensuring my new resident was as excited to begin working as she was the other night, I made my exit so Dr. Smith could relax after the shock of realizing I would be her superior. She was one of 5 people starting today, 4 of whom were interns straight out of med school, but she landed the coveted special residency that St. John's offered. Because she'd done double coursework at Stanford and had already done her internship at UC Irvine, she could come here and choose the specialty she was most interested in. I was among the first people to be awarded the special residency when I was starting out, so I knew firsthand that you had to be the top candidate in the country to receive it. She certainly wasn't lying when she bragged about how smart she was. You had to be running on all cylinders and very little sleep to pull off what she did, and I know because I did it myself. When we met, I probably should have told her that I worked at St. John's, but the way she was going on, trying to be impressive, was too irresistible. I knew I'd see her this morning, and I couldn't wait to see the look on her face when she realized who I was. Typically, new hires would be directed to their lockers, given their badges, and thrown into the thick of it, but I insisted Chief Allen bring our special resident to me straight away. I'm sure it didn't take him long to realize I had something up my sleeve. Anyone who knew me knew that doing something like this was to be expected. Not to brag, but our team was comprised of the happiest fucking doctors on the planet, and everyone knew that if they weren't on guard, I would prank them when they least expected it. I loved working at this place. I loved the environment, and I loved the staff. Everyone here was filled with life and awesome energy, and they were dedicated to providing the best possible reproductive health care. One truth about our job was that the highs were very high, and the lows could be catastrophically low. So it was crucial for us all to be understanding and empathetic, no matter the situation. I took a lot of shit from my frat brothers about choosing this specialty, but I'm glad I didn't let their bullshit dissuade me. This job was about more than dealing with the female anatomy. It was helping bring new life into the world and helping women choose the right path for their reproductive health. And I can tell you that nothing is more magical than watching a mother or father lay eyes on their baby for the first time. Nothing. That one gets me every damn time. I came from a family that didn't place much value on my hobby of becoming a physician. Not to complain, because I've lived a life of luxury that most people cannot fathom, but because I come from old money, I'm looked at like a three-headed monster in my family for choosing to work. Unlike my brothers, Sebastian and Mark, who are perfectly content to live off the Astor's generational wealth, I wanted more. I'm well aware that I have no need to work, now or ever, but I couldn't imagine a life hopping from yachts to galas to weekends in the Hamptons without purpose. Nevertheless, my career path was almost tantamount to all-out familial rebellion, and I had to be grateful that my parents allowed it at all. Maybe being the youngest in the family afforded me the luxury of not following the family rules, which were laid out before my great-grandfather was even born. I came from old money, as everyone in my family liked to remind me, and that means you're automatically supposed to think you're better than everyone else. God forbid you made your fortune recently. You'd be considered an upstart. New money is earned, while old money is handed down over generations. Even amongst the 1%ers, there are classes. Ridiculous, right? The thing about old money is that it isn't flashy. My mother's plain beige handbag costs more than 20 grand, but you'd never know it, unlike people with new money who tend to wear their brands from head to toe. It's also an unwritten rule to devote much of their time and money to charities as a way to give back to society. And that is how my parents have justified my career in medicine. They allow me to give back to society through a medical career as if I don't also get a salary to do so. I don't dare correct their delusions. I'm just happy to be able to do what I want. As long as I'm not expected to settle down with the perfect wife who has been raised properly and understands what it means to be an Astor, like my brothers, I have no complaints. I'd rather die a bachelor than ever deal with my mother organizing a wedding. My God, the thought made me shudder. Luckily, I had no hopes or dreams of starting a family. My own family was headache enough, and the last thing I'd ever want is to drag anyone else into it. Besides, I couldn't imagine ever marrying any woman my mother would deem acceptable anyway. My mother came from old money herself, so she knew exactly who she was looking for in a daughter-in-law, and she knew what it meant to become worthy of the name Astor. I probably wouldn't be thinking about any of this if I weren't expected in Martha's Vineyard next weekend for my niece's christening. Knowing I must endure the typical family function was enough to even take the fun out of surprising Dr. Mickey this morning. Speaking of the devil, as soon as I walked into the cafeteria, my eyes were drawn to the table where Mickey sat with two of the new interns. I might not have followed the rules in high society, but I did follow my personal rules for not dating colleagues at this hospital. And until today, I'd never been tempted to break it. Many beautiful women worked at St. John's, but none looked like the Amazonian goddess before me. She had big green eyes and long, shiny, light brown hair that looked like it had been streaked with blonde after many days in the sun. She was gloriously tall and tanned, and even though her scrubs were hiding her physique, when I saw her at Avalon, I couldn't help but notice how fit she was. She had the body of a natural athlete, muscular and toned, and I wouldn't have been surprised if she had a six-pack. Like a big, stupid magnet, I was drawn straight to Mickey and the three others she sat with. "I hope the dining hall meets all of your expectations," I said, like a complete dipshit. I didn't note the other interns' reactions to my lame remark, but I did notice Mickey's. Her nose wrinkled in a cute way that made her eyes glitter. I smiled, but pulled my eyes away, not wanting her or the others to think I was interested. "Dr. Ling?" I addressed the doctor to her right, a young Asian woman who I could already tell was the life of any party she attended. "Dr. Fletcher?" I nodded to the next intern, a petite woman with hair so blonde it looked gray, and I saw that both women were not eating a thing. "I hope both of you enjoyed a large breakfast, because it's not uncommon in our unit to get called into delivery 2 seconds after sitting down to eat."
"I think my issue is nerves," Dr. Fletcher responded, twisting a napkin in her hand. "I shouldn't admit that to you, though, Doctor."
"I'm happy you did," I answered with a smile. "Trust me, the nerves will go away soon enough. However, I can't have you collapsing during a delivery because you haven't eaten."
"I'm just going to stuff a granola bar in my face and hope it does the trick," Dr. Ling said with a grin and a shrug as Mickey and Dr. Fletcher laughed.
"Listen, things will be fun on our ward. We all take care of each other here. Dr. Allen is a kind and patient man, and we're all very supportive of one another. I know things can get competitive, but we want the best for our people," I said, feeling them locked on to every word I said. "The hours can take their toll on you, but that's only if you allow it. We like to have fun when possible because the not-so-fun times can be overwhelming. I want all of you to be comfortable to come to me with anything, okay?" The doctors nodded, and I engaged in some small talk, but the longer I stood there, the more I could sense that Mickey seemed uncomfortable. Hopefully it was just her nerves too, but something told me we might be off to a rocky start. "I'll leave you all to enjoy the rest of your lunch. See you up on the floor," I said, then dismissed myself as soon as possible. As I exited the dining hall, on my way to eat lunch in my office, I heard a voice call out from behind me.
"Dr. Astor?"
I turned, and Mickey's green eyes stared intently into mine. "Dr. Smith," I said, my voice low and steady.
"Why didn't you tell me you worked here the other night?" she asked.
I smirked, and she frowned. Great. All I need is to piss off a newbie with no sense of humor. I swear she seemed so different the other night when she was begging my ass to be her stand-in boyfriend. "I believed you had bigger issues at hand," I said. "You know, like begging me to be your boyfriend to make that ex of yours jealous?" She crossed her arms.
"I wasn't begging you to be my boyfriend."
"Then what were you doing exactly, Doctor?" I teased, hoping she would chill the fuck out and have the personality I thought she had. Nothing made your job a fucking nightmare like working with an asshole, especially on 24-hour shifts.
"Okay, fine,"
she said in a clipped tone, and I sighed in relief when I noted her nervousness.
"That was what I was doing, but I was half drunk. And for the record, I don't do things like that. Ever."
Huh, the ball is back in my court. She wants to make a great first impression. This is going to be fun. "I'm sure you don't," I said, trying to remain serious.
"I really don't. A couple of nurses I know took me out to help me get over that bastard, and—" She covered her mouth and eyed the hallway we stood in. "I'm sorry. Is there somewhere we can go in private to speak about this?"
Oh, I would love to ease your mind, but I won't. This is too much fun, I thought. I thrived off having a good time at other people's expense, Nothing like watching someone squirm. I have some charts to go through, but don't worry. All is well, Dr. Smith. I turned to leave, and I could feel this woman's nerves blasting me with energy from behind.
Dr. Astor, you must know I'm mortified about everything. I'm going to have a difficult time working with you if you won't give me a chance to explain why I did what I did.
For the first time in my life of giving people shit, which I always did, I actually felt bad for her. I may have been an egotistical asshole, but I had a heart, and it was evident that this woman was truly tormented. Of course, if she knew me and my personality, she wouldn't be ashamed in the slightest. In fact, if she were anything like the woman I met a few nights ago, she'd probably be trading jabs with me right now. Listen, Dr. Smith, I said, facing her. I understand why you're embarrassed, but allow me to ease your mind. I found it all very cute. Now, with that said, once you get to know me a bit better, and after hearing stories about me, you'll find that our run-in the other night was nothing to worry about. All I was doing was having a little fun with it, knowing you were coming to work here.
But we started off on the wrong foot, she said, still concerned.
I think we started off on the best foot, I answered truthfully. When you get to know me, you'll agree.
No, she shook her head. You already have no respect for me.
I looked at her as if she had grown two heads. What makes you think I have no respect for you? If I've offended you, Doctor, I am sorry. I only thought—
No, she interrupted me. You think I'm adorable and cute instead of seeing me as a professional colleague.
First of all, being adorable and cute is a compliment. I held up my hand to stop her from saying anything. Secondly, I see your point.
You do?
Indeed, I said. You've worked hard to graduate at the top of your class, and getting this residency took a back-breaking amount of hard work. I can easily see why you stand proud, proclaiming you're not adorable or cute. She rolled her eyes and smeared a hand across her forehead.
You know, maybe it's best if we start over from here.
I was starting over from here, I played along. You're the one who's insistent upon putting your actions under a microscope and claiming they were shameful, actions which nearly got my ass knocked out, by the way.
Sorry about that, she cringed.
It's fine, I patronized her. Anyway, I just brought you in today in a fun way, hoping to ease any stress you may have had after learning I was your new lead doctor. Apparently that wasn't flying with you, so if you want nothing but professional from me—
Thank you.
She cut me off and practically hugged me. I wasn't finished, I played back. God, I did hope this woman could handle my ass.
Oh, great,
she said, giving me a brief glimpse again at the woman I met the other night. I smiled. Yeah, so if you want professional behavior from me during our downtime, you're in for a disappointment. I'm a consummate professional when my patients are involved, but I'm not some old stiff stalking the halls of this place. I spend too much time here not to be happy and have fun, so you'd better be ready.
You're going to make my life hell here, aren't you?
Depends on what level of hell you're talking about, I smirked. Now go enjoy the last 5 minutes of your lunch. I'm not lying when I say it's usually so busy you can't get a bite of food down if you're on call. Enjoy the rare moments when they come. With a brief nod, I pulled my eyes from her beautiful green ones and marched toward my office. Her fun, daring, and challenging expression was sexy as fuck, and I needed to remind myself to cool it. She was way too dangerously attractive for me to fuck around with and let my guard down. Something deep within me told me that our working together was not going to be Mickey's hell. It would be mine.
Chapter 2. Mickey. After the disastrous first day of my residency at St. John's, I was pleasantly surprised to have gotten through the rest of the week with no major incidents. I hated the idea of anyone thinking I wasn't dedicated to being the best at whatever I did, especially when it came to being a doctor. Maybe my competitive nature could be intense, but it was me to the core. Knowing that Dr. Astor probably thought I was some ridiculous broad, running around bars and playing stupid games with her ex-fiancé, dragging random men into a drama of her own creation, sent my blood pressure through the roof. Nothing could have been a less accurate description of who I was, regardless of if he had every right to think so. My ex, Jesse, would have been the first to announce what a dud I was. I didn't go to bars. I didn't play games. And I most certainly didn't pick up random men and brag about myself to them. I'm sure my lack of spontaneity had more than a little to do with the downfall of our relationship. But I wouldn't apologize for who I was. I didn't live in the gray area of life. I was black and white, all in or all out. Structure and discipline were how I almost made it to the Olympics and managed to get straight A's in every class I'd taken since the 7th grade. Jesse didn't exactly share my intensity, nor did he appreciate how often my pursuits took me away from him. The funny part was that he actually expected me to give up my career to stay home and be his dutiful wife. As if. I never understood how he could pretend to be so supportive of my medical career until it directly conflicted with the life he wanted. I suppose I should be grateful to have gotten out of the engagement sooner rather than later, if you consider 5 years to be sooner. But the breakdown of that relationship tripped me up more than I'd expected. I didn't want to choose between love and my career, and anyone who would ask me to do that wasn't someone I wanted to be with. It still sucks, though. Thankfully, Dr. Astor was right. The more I got to know him, the more I realized I didn't need to worry about the scene I'd caused the night we met. The guy was a funny and charismatic person. The fact that I thought he was a serious head doctor made me chuckle. I had a good deal of admiration for him. He was obviously a beautiful male specimen, tall and gorgeous, with a brilliant smile that sometimes took my breath away when it reached his hazel eyes. His looks weren't his best quality, though, which is saying a lot. It was his personality. The man was like a magnet, drawing everyone to him. He was joyful, energetic, flirty, and filled with life. The only drawback was that every woman wanted him, and he knew it. I wouldn't be shocked if he had a different woman in his bed every night. He was cocky enough to proclaim that he didn't do relationships because he didn't want to end up in my shoes, recruiting helpless, unsuspecting people at bars to be his date. I knew he would never let me live it down. But the upside was that it gave us something to bond over, no matter how stupid it made me look. Now, I just had to show him what I was really made of. And he needed to stop goofing around long enough to notice.
"This was probably the longest on-call shift I've ever worked," Dan said, the nurse who'd been practically running from room to room with me all night, delivering babies. "I've only been here a week, and I'm convinced this isn't normal." I laughed. I swear, as soon as one sweet baby popped into the world, another was behind it, ready to join the party. "How many babies did we wind up delivering?" he asked. "God, I don't even know." I sipped my coffee, leaning against the nurse's station. "There are 60 minutes in an hour, right?" 24-hour shift, Dan said with a laugh, stirring his mocha. 1,440 babies. I heard Dr. Astor's humored voice say. I glanced up at him, smiled, and shook my head. "Yeah, right. It sure felt like it," Dan said, nudging me with his elbow, and I watched Dr. Astor's eyes fill with irritation. It was entirely unlike the man to have any expression other than a cheerful, friendly look on his face. "I know it feels like you've delivered a baby a minute over the night, but rest assured that you did not. The nursery is merely filled with 31 new infants." What the fuck is his problem? I thought, knowing this man couldn't possibly be jealous of 60-year-old Dan, the RN. I was too tired to ask or care. Astor was here to relieve my on-call ass for the day, so I could go home and move boxes to my aunt's house. His out-of-character, lousy mood was not my problem as of 14 minutes ago.
Merely 31, huh? I said, rolling my eyes. Let's go over charts, and then I'm going home to crash.
Ha.
He smirked, taking the iPad from my hands and scanning through all the notes and charts of the patients I'd delivered all night and yesterday.
She's officially one of St. John's now.
She? If you're talking to me, I'm standing right here, I snapped, my exhaustion making me sound like a massive bitch. I'm sorry. That came across much harsher than it was meant. I rubbed my forehead, ready for a justifiable reprimand.
Never apologize for being yourself.
He glanced up from where he scanned the charts, winked at me, and then returned his attention to the iPad. For being myself? You think I'm a bitch? I said, wishing I could just shut my mouth around this man for once when I couldn't think straight. His eyes pulled up to meet mine as he hugged the iPad to his chest, and my tired eyes were instantly drawn to the V in his dark blue scrubs. My lips suddenly parched with the thought of pressing them into the center. Stop. Fuck. Stop, Mickey, I ordered myself, knowing that after being awake for 24 hours straight, my brain operated at the equivalent of what it would if I were drunk.
I never said you were a bitch, Dr. Smith, he said, his eyes studying mine. Though, I'll take your apology at Avalon tomorrow night.
I grinned. You've been asking me to go with you back to that place since my second day on the job. It's not going to happen.
It's not a date, he said. I don't date my colleagues.
I never said it was a date, Dr. Astor. He grinned, and damn it, this one lit his eyes with humor, making it next to impossible to resist any request he might make. His long, dark eyelashes perfectly defined his hazel irises, making it difficult to focus.
I know. I'm just being upfront with you, he replied. This way, when you do fall in love with me, you will have already been warned that I won't be returning those sentiments.
This motherfucker. It's like he knew exactly what to say to challenge the athlete in me who never lost anything. Now, I wanted to fucking prove to him that I could spend time with him, at Avalon or anywhere, and not fall in love with his arrogant ass. Who could possibly fall in love with someone who was already so deeply in love with themselves? And you should know that I won't be returning those sentiments either. I was already warned in med school never to marry a doctor. His eyebrows knit together in humor.
Interesting. I didn't realize Stanford was offering relationship advice services.
While my professor worked as an ER doctor, she married and divorced twice. 2 doctors. I guess you could say that her experience indicates that it is not a good idea for doctors to marry. He leaned back against the nurse's station, which was relatively quiet compared to the last 24 hours. Probably because every woman in 5 counties had already given birth, and there were none left to deliver.
A woman scorned gives you this advice, and you believe it should be set in stone?
I never said she was a woman scorned, or that it should be set in stone. I am saying that I am no fool, and it makes sense why the relationship would never work. His eyes grew mischievous.
I feel this could be the best challenge I've ever taken on,
he said, and I instantly was lost. What, marrying me? He laughed loudly.
Wouldn't you just love that, Dr. Smith?
I sighed. What? I never said I would love that.
Why don't we stop playing these silly games of falsely reading each other's minds and go out for a drink?
You're only begging me to do this because you know I do stupid shit when I drink, which is why I don't typically drink. Now, I will have to assume you want me drunk so you can marry my ass because I'm not sober enough to think.
Let's cut through all of this shit.
He straightened up and grinned at me.
I'm merely asking you out to get to know you a bit better as a friend. That's it. Nearly every doctor or nurse we work with has gone out with me, either in a group or alone. We're like family. I want to get to know you outside of work, and that way, you're not so uptight around me.
I'm not uptight. I watched his face light up with humor, knowing he said a word that would intentionally make me overreact. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. Listen, Dr. Astor. I flashed a sassy smile. I'm going to challenge you to get to know me here at work, or not at all. I will not put myself in a position to embarrass myself again, and part of me thinks that is exactly what you're trying to do. So, take it or leave it, but it's time to review the charts. I'm moving to Los Feliz today, so I need to go home and take a nap before then.
Los Feliz, eh?
He questioned as if he were impressed. Yup, I said, taking the iPad back from him, trying to get this shift change underway. Lovely neighborhood.
Jesus. How the hell can you afford that straight out of an internship?
That's a very rude question, Dr. Astor, I teased, arching my eyebrow.
Shit, it is. My mother would be mortified.
He laughed.
I am curious, though.
You'll forever be curious about me, John. I smiled at his handsome expression. I have many secrets that I'll never tell. Unless, of course, I'm drinking, and I give them all away. But we've already discussed how that's not going to happen between me and you.
I'll get your ass out to a bar if it's the last thing I do,
he assured me, in the typical flirty tone he used on me and every other woman he wanted attention from. Whatever you say. Now, I smacked the iPad into his chest. Let's go over these charts. I'm exhausted and have a long day ahead of me. Dr. Astor and I went through all the patients I treated and didn't speak again about going out for a drink. It was just both of us in doctor mode, which was precisely where we needed to be. I was a lot of things, but I wasn't a fool. John Astor was stupidly handsome, and every woman loved his flirtatious spirit and attention. He was extremely upfront about not wanting a relationship, but this man was persistent for attention, and for some reason, he seemed laser-focused on me.
Chapter 3. John. I sank into one of the 4 wooden rocking chairs that lined the front porch of my family home in Martha's Vineyard. If there was one thing I loved about my family's wealth, it was this, and this alone, retreating to this home where I spent my childhood summers. There was something about this place. I had no idea if it was the crisp, salty air, the beautiful scenery, or that this home was a secluded compound, making it seem like we were on our own private island. Perhaps it was the charming town of Edgartown, which was a short stroll. Whatever it was magical, with charming Cape Cod-style estates at every turn and a gentle breeze that continuously rustled through the reeds near the shore. It was strange how this place made you feel like life should be lived simply, quietly, and delicately, while the price tags on everything here required a net worth that most people didn't accumulate after working an entire lifetime. The christening for my niece, Charlotte, went well, as expected when my mother had her hands on anything family-oriented. Charlotte was the daughter of my eldest brother, Sebastian, and his wife, Melissa. Charlotte was not only the first daughter of this highly esteemed and perfectly matched couple, but also the first granddaughter of our family. She was a doll, to be sure, but her life in this heavily governed and pristine family would be unlike any child I'd ever delivered. I was curious to see if she would ease perfectly into her role as the granddaughter of Sebastian IV and Margot Astor, or if she would buck against tradition. I grinned, imagining the 4-month-old infant rebelling against all this bullshit and following in the footsteps of her brave Uncle John. It probably wasn't cool to take pleasure in something that would surely send my mother to an early grave, but I always loved a good plot twist in the lives of us rich folk. I couldn't really wave my rebel flag, though, since I didn't exactly put up a fight when my mother insisted that I leave work for 2 days to attend the christening. Walking out on the porch and joining me, my brother Mark stated with his usual sarcasm, "Sipping a beer only an hour after we watched our precious niece's baptism?" "You know me," I confirmed with a soft laugh. "I also know our mother and sister-in-law, and both would make the next 2 days miserable for you if you're caught tarnishing this event in any way." I rolled my eyes and took another sip of my beer. Well, if they didn't want me drinking, they shouldn't have had the fridge stocked with beer.
You always have a great excuse for going off course.
I'm not anywhere near off course, I assured him. I pointed my beer bottle to the iced tea he held. I may not be like you, engaged to mother's next choice for the perfect female specimen, but I'm most certainly not off course for drinking a fucking beer.
Now you're going to give me shit for asking Pollyanna to marry me?
I chuckled. Even her name is something Mom would have chosen if she'd had a daughter.
I'll kick your ass,
he said with a laugh. I sighed, becoming somewhat serious. Do you really love her, though? He sighed, chuckled, and nodded his head.
I wouldn't have asked her to marry me if I didn't.
I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees and looking over at him. I'm serious, Mark. Do you?
Yes, jackass,
he said, looking at me like I'd grown 2 heads.
Why the hell would you even ask me that?
I shrugged and sat back in my chair. Who knows? Maybe my beer is making me feel a little sentimental.
Well, I'll be sure to ask if you're really happy when the day comes for you, baby brother.
God. I took a larger drink with that statement. You can save your concerns for someone else because my ass is not settling down now or ever.
Not even your sweet little niece can warm you up to the idea of at least dating?
I looked at him and laughed. I deliver babies all day, watching couples welcome their little ones into this world, and I can safely say that life doesn't tempt me in the slightest. I'm happy to be adventurous and carefree.
Sure, Mark said mockingly. Trust me, you'll get sick of doing shit alone one day, and you'll want a woman you love to join you on your skydiving and rock climbing trips.
I raised my eyebrows, surprised that my brother believed my happiness depended on a woman joining me in one of many things I loved doing in my downtime.
You may act like this now, but before you know it, you'll be in my shoes, and our mother will never be happier than her baby is finally doing the right thing to honor our family,
Mark added, trying to be funny but managing just to sound awkward. Maybe I should have asked Polly, his fiancée, if she was happy or just marrying my brother because her parents insisted. The guy was good-looking, as my brothers and I were both blessed with my father's handsome genes, but still, being a dud was something that looks couldn't even make up for. Trust me, I don't need to marry a woman to be happy doing anything I want to do. I'm fine dating them for a short period of time and moving on to the next. That shit will catch up with you, Sebastian, my older brother, said, hearing that last part while walking out with a glass of pink champagne. Dear God, I said with mock horror, if you think I'm going to walk around with a chick drink like a bitch, talking about how much I love my wife, then you don't know me at all. He ruffled the top of my hair and leaned his shoulder against one of the porch pillars. Oh, I know exactly who you are. He slipped a hand in his pocket, mimicking my father, as he always did. I know that once you get that lifestyle you chose out of your system, you'll be back in New York, or perhaps in France at one of our estates, helping Mark and me keep things running. One day, all of you might give me some credit for donating my genius mind to the medical field and appreciate that my calling is in my profession and not in producing enough wine to keep France in business. They both laughed, and I just stood my ground with a confident smile. Say what you will, Sebastian teased. You'll come crawling back home where you belong soon enough. That'll be the day, pal, I said. Try as I might to convince them otherwise, my family viewed my career as a meaningless distraction that they were waiting for me to get bored of. All right, Sebastian said. I was sent out here to retrieve you two. The guests who flew in for the celebration are arriving, and John needs to get out of his board shorts and put on some civilized clothes. He gripped my shoulder when I stood. I swear it looks like California chewed you up, digested you, and spit you back out. I laughed. Hey, California's doing some pretty amazing things for me. Maybe if I stay in these board shorts, little Miss Socialite, Rebecca, will steer clear of my ass while she's here with her family. Yeah, but Margaret won't, Sebastian said.
God, she and her family better not be coming to this. She's your ex-girlfriend, for Christ's sake, Mark said.
Well, she didn't land you or me, and there's one eligible bachelor left. You can both go fuck yourselves for even considering that. I'm going to go change, I said. I took off through the house and up the stairs, where I considered locking myself in my room to avoid this gathering until everyone left. I loved this fucking place. The charm, the privacy, the seclusion, and the escape. But I couldn't bear the bullshit I had to endure when I came here. If it wasn't my family harassing me about slumming it as a doctor, it was being forced to mingle with pretentious house guests. I did love my family, but I despised our social lifestyle, and I wished, sometimes, we had time together without entertaining anyone. That was why this life could never be enough for me. I would die happily single before I turned into what my brothers were. I'd spent most of the evening successfully avoiding any deep conversations with my father and the gentleman who practically sat at his feet, trying to gain knowledge about what's been going on in the family. I couldn't care less about how the Astor family was making their mark on society today or how the rest were faring. These events were exhausting, but I always managed to get through them and make it to the other side, where my brothers and I could enjoy a glass of cognac with Dad, puffing on cigars to feel good about spending one evening together. It was typically business as usual the following day, when everyone was back in their corner, dealing with their own personal issues, so I planned to make the most of the night with my family. I strolled around the massive estate, appreciating the architecture and the 1800s Mariner decor. The wooden slats that covered the walls were painted white throughout the hallways and main rooms, embellished with traditional nautical-style accents. I walked down the eastern corridor, and my attention was drawn to an anchor and a sculpted bronze mermaid that adorned the walls. My mother had the mermaid crafted by a famous artist in Italy, inspired by a story she told us as children. I couldn't exactly remember the tale, but it was about a mermaid capturing a sailor's heart and drowning him when she brought him to live with her in the sea. My takeaway from that story, even as a boy, was that if you give yourself over to love, it will end up killing you. Sadly, from what I'd witnessed over my lifetime, I wasn't entirely wrong in that deduction. I had seen many relationships fail because one of the two parties either refused to bend or bent too far. Ultimately, someone had to give up something. In the sailor's case, it was his life, and I hated that thought. I turned away from the bronze mermaid and continued toward the door to the enclosed porch wrapped around this side of the house. The wooden screen door creaked in a familiar way that I loved, reminding me of the years we'd spent our summers here. Every time a storm would roll in from offshore, it would force all the wooden screen doors around the house to creak open and slam shut if they hadn't been secured. It's funny how mundane things can make such a tangible memory. I walked out, swallowing the last of the cognac in my glass, loving how my mind felt loose and relaxed even amid the people in our home that I wasn't in the mood for entertaining. Hiding from everyone? I heard a female voice question with amusement. Always, I answered, standing up from the chair I'd just relaxed into, trying to figure out why Candace Anders would be following me out here without her husband. Wow. The scandal of you joining me on this porch alone, I teased, while serving a gentle reminder that the families in attendance tonight would take issue with her brazen behavior. Especially while such a romantic sunset is unfolding before us, too, she answered, taking the seat next to mine. Without giving a shit if anyone talked about Candace joining me, I sat down again, crossed an ankle over my knee, and looked out at the horizon. The sky was painted in various golden and pink hues, displaying a gorgeous view through the scattered clouds, and it was almost as beautiful as the woman sitting next to me. "Where's Cliff?" I asked. "Or did you finally divorce that guy and make the right decision to date me?" She frowned, and I instantly regretted my words. "You haven't heard," she started. "Obviously not, or I wouldn't have said anything to upset you." "Well, he and I are here at his parents' insistence. You know, it's unacceptable to reject an invitation from the Astors." I rolled my eyes, but I knew the rules as well as she did. You didn't turn down invitations to functions like this unless you wanted to obliterate your social life. "Anyway, Clifford is trying to save the marriage, but I honestly can't do this anymore, John," she said, and I instantly felt terrible for the woman. "Let me guess. You both barely made it the first year, and it took until this second year of marriage for you to decide that this lifestyle isn't for you," I questioned, assuming I was right. "How would you know?" "Because the lifestyle doesn't suit me, and I was born into it. I still can't stomach being around this bullshit." "I get that," she said, looking at me momentarily before continuing. "I'm going to be honest with you. Since I met Cliff, I always found you to be the—" "Most handsome and smartest of them all?" I questioned with a laugh, confident that I wasn't wrong. My best buddies were richer than fuck, but they all lacked a certain charisma. "Smartest," she said with a shy smile. "But you'll never be as handsome as Cliff," she assured me with an adorable smile. Poor thing. She was in love with the guy. Everyone saw it from the moment he introduced her to us at a New Year's Eve party, and even though marrying into money was a massive perk, I could tell the beautiful young woman was smitten. She was one of the rare ones in my world who married for love and not money. "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, love, and that's the only reason I'll allow anyone to say that I'll never be as handsome as Clifford Anders," I winked, teasing her and trying to lighten her mood. "What the hell happened, anyway? Did you catch him with someone?" "It's his family," she said, her eyes drawn to the calm sea beyond the shoreline. "They want me to stop modeling and believe I'm a bad mark on the family." God, I shook my head. "I hate to remind you of what I'm sure you were already warned about, but that family will not bend for anyone they think is making a spectacle of their family name. There are many things they consider to be drawing negative attention. They told Cliff that I need to stop allowing the paparazzi to follow me around, as if that is up to me, and they don't like that I'm using the family name while I work. You know, I work for numerous designers, and they don't want that to ruin their reputation with all the others. They're concerned that it will show preferential treatment or some ridiculous nonsense. God forbid Laura Anders doesn't get dressed for the Met Gala by Christian Dior because of a job I did, right?" "I don't even know how to advise you on this," I said truthfully. "This is most certainly not my wheelhouse." "Isn't it, though?" she questioned, as if I had the secret code to an upstart fitting in with a family that has protected its generational wealth for over a century. "It's not." "Well, you've made a life for yourself and a career outside your family's money. Clifford can do the same. It's the only way our marriage can be saved. I can't be ordered to end my professional career because it's unsuitable for the family." "You have to," Mark said sternly, coming out to join us. "And hey, it's not a good look for you two to be out here alone, given what she and Cliff are going through right now." Mark shot me a warning look. I reclined against my chair. "Good look or not, this poor thing," I pointed to Candace, "is having a time from hell with old man Anders and that wife of his. She's just taking a breather." "It's not appropriate," Mark insisted. And for a second I felt sorry for this bastard, too. "I'm not fucking her on the porch, Mark," I said, having had enough of my brother treating me like I was 12 years old again. Everyone in there can shove their opinions up their asses, although they're so damn tight they probably couldn't squeeze in a mechanical pencil lead if they tried. That prompted a laugh from both Mark and Candace, and I shrugged. I honestly didn't give a fuck what the assholes in that house thought about how this looked. Jesus, if they are so fucking worried about Candace, why the hell are they putting her in a position to seek help from the black sheep of the family? I questioned. What's going on with you and Cliff? Mark questioned her. You haven't heard yet either? Unless something is official, Mark answered. We haven't heard anything. What's going on? I told you, she's having problems with his family. It's more than that. I'm filing for a divorce, she said softly. And if I were taking a drink of something, I'd have spewed it across the room at that statement. Divorce? Oh no. Big bad news. Now we shall have the greatest scandal to have hit in quite some time, I said. Is it really so bad that you're filing for divorce? I can't do all these rules. His parents control our lives, and he won't stand up to them. It's ruining everything. You see, I said, looking at Mark. This is the reason I'm not settling down. Huh? Mark questioned. It's this shit, I said. I was disturbed that this woman loved and adored her husband, but his fucking family was tearing their marriage apart, and it was taboo for him to stand up to them. Jesus, she can't even have a job without his family calling the shots. Relax, John, Mark said. You already get away with what Seb and I can't. You'll be just fine. He was right about that. I'd put boundaries on this bullshit years ago when I left and broke away from what was required of me. If I was ever guilt-tripped into believing that I still had rules to follow in any aspect of my life, I manipulated my role as the baby in the family and used it to my advantage. It sucked that Candace and Cliff were seeing their home destroyed from the inside out, but it was best to get out before she had a child. There was no way anyone on the outside would raise an heir of the Anders family. She'd probably never see that child again. I couldn't and wouldn't bring anyone into a family like mine because if, by some miracle, I fell in love with someone, they wouldn't be a high society debutante like my mother, groomed to do what was expected of them. They'd be an average person like Candace. Just another outsider for the rich and powerful to bend to their will. That wasn't a fate I wished on anyone.
Chapter 4. Mickey. After my 4th trip from my apartment, I walked into my aunt's apartment with my final box. I loved this place, and I was so thankful that she was letting me stay here while she was in Morocco. Here you come with the last of your things. And now, this dreamy home is yours for the next year or two, Aunt Beverly said with her sassy smile. I smiled as she greeted me in the oversized foyer of her home. It was decorated with 1940s fashionable charm, the peak of the golden age of Hollywood. Aunt Bev looked every bit like I imagined Rita Hayworth or Ava Gardner would have, roaming the house wearing satin and heels, with perfectly coiffed hair. 2 years, eh? I said, setting the box down. It was filled with my medical books, waiting to take their place on an empty shelf in her immaculate library. I might just take you up on that offer. If you know what's best for you, you will. You and I could become roomies and live here wild and carefree with no men around to ruin anything. Aunt Beverly was all class with a ton of sass. She was my dad's sister, but she wasn't cut from the same cloth. They grew up in a small town in Tennessee, where playing sports was life. My dad was an all-star football player, which led to him coaching for numerous colleges before deciding to wind down his career by coaching the local high school. Aunt Bev's superstar looks made it easy for her to pursue her passion of performing in the theater, so she took off for New York 3 weeks before her 18th birthday and never looked back. Everyone who's ever met Aunt Bev said she was a born entertainer, so it didn't take long for her career to blossom. Within a year, her agent got her an audition to star on The Lighthouse, and the woman had Hollywood eating out of her hand since. I'd loved visiting this home since I was a child, and being with Aunt Bev was icing on the cake. She was vibrant and witty and didn't seem bothered by the usual weight of the world like all the other adults I knew, including my parents. I admired how nothing seemed to bother her, but I could never quite get myself to be so carefree. When I was younger, she would bring me with her on set, or we'd attend the opera in San Francisco, no doubt trying to broaden my horizons and show me that there was more to life than getting good grades and being the captain of the swim team, pushing myself to exhaustion to be the best and brightest. Nothing worked to change my resolve, however. I'd always been a girl on a mission, which was ingrained. I could only hope being in her home would allow me to relax more often. I was aware that being more flexible would only benefit me in my new career, and I needed to access that side of myself desperately, because if I weren't careful, I'd scare off John Astor with my bitchy personality and the rest of the hospital, too. "So," Aunt Beverly said, her gold and pearl necklaces clanging together as they hung lavishly around her neck and over her silk dress. "Tell me all about your new job." I smiled and sipped the dirty martini she'd made for me. "It's great. The other day, I delivered over 30 babies within 24 hours. I finished with a laugh, seeing her eyes widen. "God in heaven," she said, covering her heart. "You had to stare at that many vaginas, child? I lived through the 70s, and that's still more than I've managed to see in a day." I shook my head with a laugh. "There were C-sections, too. Even if there weren't, Aunt Bev, it's wonderful to assist a mother in bringing a baby into the world. The whole process is beautiful." She smiled at me. "Well, I remember when I gave birth to your cousin, Anthony, and they asked if I wanted a mirror to see everything. Now," she held up one finger while sipping her martini, then returned to her conversation. "Don't get me wrong. My vagina is groomed and well cared for, and I'm sure most women would get plastic surgery for theirs to look half as good." "Of course," I nodded in humor as she took another drink. "But can you imagine? There was no way in hell I would watch a child burst forth from it." "That's just you," I said. "Some women treasure the moment." "How in God's name can you treasure your greatest asset being stretched from stem to stern?" "I can assure you that years in medical school and my internship have taught me that it is normal for the woman's vagina to stretch that much. It all goes back to normal." I laughed while she humored me, trying to be serious. "If it didn't return to normal size, then I would have demanded a C-section, as you well know." "Indeed. Now, let's move on to a different subject," I said. "Fair enough." She sat back on her rich velvet sofa, kicked off her heels, and curled her petite feet beneath her. "I heard you are officially done with that jackass Jessie." "A topic I don't wish to discuss even more than your vagina." "Well, you need to." She eyed me. "I can see the stress dragging down your beautiful face, dear, and I want you to get all this off your chest before I leave tomorrow morning." It's easy enough to say that he and I grew apart. I buried myself in medical school, and he traveled a lot for work. I'm just thankful I didn't have to go through the gut-wrenching process of a divorce, and we ended things sooner than later. "Agreed," she said. "Your mother told me he was with some woman at Avalon?" "God, you and Mom talk too much." "Your mother and I gossip, honey. We don't talk," she assured me. "I love your mom to death, of course, but you get all your uptight nonsense from her," she said, dramatically waving her hand in my direction. "Mom was always extremely strict, and I guess I'm pretty hard on myself, but I don't think it was all her," I answered with a smile. "Extremely strict is putting it mildly." She rolled her eyes. "That woman runs your father's show, and sometimes thinks she can run mine." "Her and Dad work, though. You know that," I said, not wanting to get into the fact that my mother was the world's biggest bitch when she wanted to be. I loved her to death, but there was a reason I was closer to my dad. She was a high school principal, one who would put Mr. Rooney from Ferris Bueller's Day Off to shame, and she didn't take shit from a single soul. Dad was softer and more forgiving. They were the supreme definition of opposites attracting. "Tell me about Jessie," she said, continuing to probe for more info. "Your mother may love to gossip and dig into drama to tell me how she would have handled things, but she never gets into the good details." I grinned and gave Aunt Bev all the dirty details about Jessie, but we spent more time talking about how I ended up embarrassing myself with Dr. Astor, only to find out he would be my superior. "Sounds to me like you have a keeper on your hands, and I don't say that lightly," she said. "While I appreciate your honesty, Aunt Bev, I will pass on that relationship advice. How many divorces have you had now?" "Touché. However, go with me on this." "Okay," I humored her, wanting to know her perspective. "Well, first of all, he's quite humorous, and I know that without even having met him. The guy loves a good joke, and lately it seems I've made myself out to be the butt of all of them. I love that he was willing to rescue you while you played damsel in distress," she added. I guess she was going somewhere with all of this. "I wasn't playing the damsel in distress. I was half drunk and acting like an idiot." "That's beside the point. He played along to keep you around at the bar, and then kept your little moment going after Jessie tried to knock him out." She looked at me as if she had some ancient wisdom. "This boy will fall for you. Mark my words on that." "He's a complete player, Aunt Bev. He's dangerous, and I'm not bringing my heart anywhere near a man like him." "The players are the best ones, darling," she smiled, and I could see her eyes grow distant. "My first and only true love was a player." She laughed to herself. "He tried to bend, break, and shatter my heart, but I knew the game." Her eyes reconnected with mine. "And what's the game?" I asked. "Understanding how insecure these players are, of course." She smiled. "Michael was breathlessly handsome, a tall drink of water on a scorching hot day. His body was carved like a god, and he was only 22 years old." She flashed a shy smile at me. "All the women worshipped the ground he walked on as if he were Adonis himself. He adored the attention, and yet I was the one who saw through him." "How could someone like that be so insecure?" "Who knows, sweetheart? They're the only ones who can't see it," she continued. "Regardless, these people just want their egos stroked, and once their victim serves that purpose, they move on to another." "So how did you manage to play this little game?" "I didn't fuel his ego," she chuckled. "But oh, did he ever try to flatter me with words. It took a lot of me being unimpressed with him to make our relationship eventually work." She grew solemn as she looked down at her hands, absently twisting one of her rings. "So what happened to you two?" I questioned. She paused, lost in reflection with a look of sadness I'd never seen her wear. "He passed away in a tragic car accident," she finally said, before she stood. "I'm sorry, honey. Daytime martinis have a way of making me dredge up old heartaches." "Maybe one day you'll tell me more about him," I said, rising to meet her and hugging her. "He was my soulmate, sweetheart. My one true love. Every time we were together, the stars sparkled in the sky, and the sun shone brighter in a way I could never explain. My heart felt lighter, and we would get hopelessly lost in each other. We were connected on a level that was practically supernatural." "I've never heard you talk like this before," I said. Her tone genuinely touched me. The look of love that filled her eyes and the happiness that seemed to radiate off her while she talked about the man she loved was so sweet. "And you never will again," she sniffed, swiping a tear from her eye. Trying to replace my love for him with many different husbands should be enough for you to understand that there will never be a man who calls to my soul the way he did. I find it interesting that you met a man in much the same way I met my Michael.
On a lie and embarrassment?
Precisely. The fact that you believe you can guard yourself against him says it all. She laughed. And being afraid of the man hurting you while talking about him with dreamy eyes? Well, that's how it all begins. Just be careful, because he can hurt you if you're not. I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't see any comparison between Michael and John Astor, and I was beginning to wonder how many martinis Aunt Bev had before I got here. "I think it's time I go to bed," she said, picking her heels off the floor and kissing my cheek. "It's always a good idea to get ahead of jet lag, you know?"
"Okay, Aunt Bev," I said. "Sleep well."
"Sleep well, sweet girl. Don't forget to lock up before you turn in."
I watched her walk away, wondering if I should put any stock into what she said. I couldn't imagine any scenario where I'd allow John Astor to play me, and I was determined now, more than ever, not to give him the chance.
Chapter 5. John. It was morning on the day of my flight home, and after spending all day yesterday with my dad and brothers, I decided to wake before sunrise to have an hour or so with my mom. She was an early riser, and since I hadn't said more than 3 words to her since I'd gotten here 2 days ago, this was my only chance to touch base before returning home. "Wow." I was standing at the stove when I heard my mother's voice behind me when she entered the kitchen. "French toast? And bacon, eggs, and avocado, just in case you're following one of those fad diets and want to eat healthy," I said, acknowledging my mom's pristine appearance at 6 in the morning. She reached for a piece of bacon and delicately crunched it between her teeth. "When have you ever known me to follow anyone or any fad?" she questioned with a chuckle. "Oh, I don't know. Let me see." I paused, trying to think of a time. I came up blank. "Precisely," she answered, with an arch of her perfectly shaped brow. "Though there are several people and trends that follow me, if they're smart, of course." I eyed my mother and shook my head. "Careful with that ego, Mom," I teased, plating the French toast and nodding toward the porch off the kitchen, lending perfect ocean views. "It'll get bruised if you're not careful." "Indeed. Well, this is all very lovely," she said, taking a seat at the table I'd had the staff set up for this quaint little breakfast. "So what are we celebrating? My precious grandchild's christening, or have all my prayers been answered and my prodigal son is returning home where he belongs?" "Neither of those," I said, sitting across from her and placing a napkin on my lap. "So it looks like you'll have to keep your prayer life going." I chuckled and sipped my espresso as she gave me a coy smile. "I don't mean to insult you, sweetheart," she started, while carefully slicing through a powdered sugar-covered strawberry, taking the tiniest bite a human could manage. "I'm not insulted," I said. "I'm proud of myself, and after being around a house filled with wealthy socialites for an entire day, I'm confident that my opinions are the wisest of all. That's all that matters." "Now I'm the one who feels insulted," she playfully bantered. "Nah," I said, before chewing and swallowing a bite of my delicious French toast. "You don't get insulted, you get even." "It's as if they created that saying just for me," she laughed. "Tell me something," she said, picking up her teacup and reclining in her chair, inhaling the aroma of her beloved lavender oolong tea before taking a sip. Evidently, the 5 bites she'd taken were enough to fill her up. "Stop." I stabbed my fork into the 2 triangle slices of French toast she abandoned on her plate. "How are you not devouring this delicious breakfast? I outdid myself this morning." "It is quite delicious," she confirmed what I already knew. "Perhaps you could open a little bakery on Park Avenue next to our home in Manhattan. You could make your billions there and be closer to home." "You act like you just miss me," I said, knowing what my mother was trying to do, as if she would ever agree with me working and not filling my rightful role in this family. "I do," she said earnestly. "I miss our family being whole as it once was." "Our family is whole, Mother," I said, picking up a glazed strawberry and popping it into my mouth. "In fact, it's grown quite a bit since I've lived at home." "You know I love my granddaughter, and Melissa and Pollyanna, of course." She said their names like she was reading a script, making sure not to leave anyone out. Margot Astor was all etiquette all the time, and no one was going to catch her slipping on that. Not even her son at 6 a.m. "However, I miss having you at home. Obviously, I've grown used to it, but—" She paused, and I was thankful for the crisp breeze coming in off the ocean, keeping me cool while I felt my internal temperature heat up with some frustration. "But—" I urged her to spit it out so I could get this part over. I hated to be reminded why I only returned for holidays and special events that were required of me. I wasn't a fan of having heart-to-hearts with my family when none of them saw life the way I did. "But it's difficult to see you on the wrong path. Your father and I worked diligently to raise you boys. You went to the most respectable schools and were given all the tools you needed to keep this family together, as every generation before you has done." "Mom," I leaned back in my seat and folded my arms, "I need you to understand that my happiness doesn't revolve around keeping this very successful family afloat. I have 2 older brothers for that, and everyone knows they will do a fantastic job of keeping the legacy alive." "But they aren't you, son," she said. Here comes the guilt trip. I had to end this before I lost my temper and regretted my decision to spend some time with my mom. She hadn't been up my ass about this in a long time, so I knew the christening and all the chatter from the guests must have sparked up something inside her. She felt compelled to share her feelings about my life choices, and I wouldn't listen to it. No one is me. I decided to play the "I'm your baby boy" card and leave well enough alone. You and I both know that as a fact. She looked off into the distance, something reeling in her mind that I wish I could read. "What is it?" I finally said, going for it. My mom and I had a good relationship, one where she could say her piece, and I usually didn't get too upset about it. Dad and I, on the other hand, didn't have that. My father spoke his mind, and nothing he said was up for debate. All I could do with him was listen, shut up, and end up doing shit my way anyway. "Your father and I were speaking about you boys last evening," she said. Her hazel eyes darkened to match her dark hair, cut fashionably short and shaped to define her soft features. "He and I want you to start focusing on your future." "The fuck?" I said, the F word accidentally slipping out. "Sorry, but have you not paid attention to anything I've been doing for the last 15 or more years?" "Of course we have," she said, shocked that I'd question her in this manner. "We were there when you graduated with distinction and when you were chosen by that prestigious hospital. Their decision to invest in your extraordinary talents is why we donated such a large sum to them. They've proved themselves wise and worthy of our contribution, and I respect that immensely." "That all said," I said slowly, "you do understand that this profession is my future, correct?" "You will retire from this profession, and then what?" "And then I will live like any other retired physician, Except I'll most likely do it while living on a yacht, I informed her.
Do not play games with me, young man, she scolded.
She didn't like my flippancy, and I didn't like her condescension. I should say the same of you, Mom, I said, irritated that for once my life and my choices just couldn't be taken seriously. This is my dream, and you and Dad supported it until I made you an amazing breakfast this morning, I guess. Now you're telling me I need to think about my future. Do you realize how that sounds?
It was not meant to be taken unsupportively, dear, she said,
her eyes not once wavering from mine.
You've chosen the career of an ordinary man, but you are no ordinary man, and you do not come from an ordinary family.
Ordinary man? Her words might have rendered me speechless if they came as a surprise. Do you realize how preposterous that sounds, Mother? Do you think of what I do as ordinary, as if only the unremarkable can do it? Well, I can assure you that you are very wrong in your assumption.
You were meant for more, she said unflinchingly. You were here this weekend. You saw the families and their esteem of your brothers, but they question your choices.
Funny, I forgot to give a fuck about their opinions, I said.
Please do not lower your intelligence by using such language in my presence.
Nothing was more undignified to Margot Astor than the unnecessary usage of foul language. I had to get this conversation under control because it was going nowhere fast. I apologize, I said. I just don't understand where any of this is coming from. I decided to take a couple of extra hours this morning to catch up with you because I hadn't seen you this entire trip, but I did not do so to get lectured or treated like I was living some wild and crazy life in California. I'm a well-respected doctor at one of the top hospitals in the country, and just because I'm not living off my generational wealth does not mean I'm not focused on my future. I'm living my future, and how no one can accept that and how you so effortlessly ridicule it truly offends me. I hated using that word, but fuck this. I was fucking offended.
Do not take offense to those who love you and have the deepest desire to see you truly happy.
I am happy, Mom, I said. I'm my own person. Sadly, you gave birth to a son who chose to exercise his free will. I hope one day you will be proud that I'm driven in who I am, much like you are. Unexpectedly, she cracked a smile.
Listen, I know you think your journey is in California. I just wish you shared the same vision as the rest of your family.
Unfortunately, I don't, and I don't want it to drive a wedge between us either, I said.
Nor do we, she responded.
Good. Now, can we move on to the nonsense plaguing the Anders family?
Perhaps the misfortunes of Clifford and his new wife prompted your father and I to think about you and your future, she said.
Jesus Christ. Did I just open another can of worms? Well, it's why you won't have to worry about me.
One day your heart will get the best of your mind, and then we shall see if you and Clifford Anders are in the same boat.
I grinned. You worry too much about nonsense. However, I do feel bad for Candace.
She agreed to everything she is rejecting now.
She agreed because she was young and in love. Now that family is running her life.
Is that how you see it?
I guess I do, I answered truthfully.
Nonsense. That family loves and adores her, but there is much at stake if she doesn't uphold everything she agreed to before they married.
Tell me that you and Dad wouldn't do this to my brothers or their wives, I said, wanting to see my mom's reaction.
My sons are extremely wise about who they let into their lives, even you, she teased.
What if I married an actress? I went for broke on that one, knowing that if it happened, it would probably go over as well as it has for the British royal family. She chuckled.
That I should like to see. Maybe a Sandra Bullock type?
So it's all about physical appearances. She grinned.
Right now, for you, it is. However, when you allow your heart and mind to agree on a partner, I trust we shall have nothing to worry about. You will use your sharp mind and loving heart to bring a beautiful soul into our family, and we will love her." My mom was being a tad too nice about this, but it was probably her way of smoothing things over before I left. She didn't want us to leave on bad terms. So she was playing nice, even though I knew she was entirely full of shit. If I brought home an actress, she'd have a stroke. I'm 1000% confident we've just wasted these past minutes talking about something we won't need to worry about, but I appreciate you trusting me to decide relationships for myself. "I never said I didn't," she said, rising. "Come on. Let's take a quick walk on the beach and enjoy the last of our time together in peace." I took my mom's hand and gladly walked with her down to the shoreline. This conversation could have gone so many different ways. For my brothers, she wouldn't have bent at all. But because I was always able to get my way in this madness we called family, I was able to dodge the inevitable bullets. I was no fool, though. If I did fall for a woman one day, I would have to face my family's harsh judgment of her. Luckily, my years of convincing my parents to let me do what I wanted gave me the confidence to know that if the time came to bring someone home, I'd know exactly how to handle my family.
Chapter 6. Mickey. It was official. I'd survived my first month at St. John's as a new resident. I loved everything about working at this hospital, including how John and I had settled into a fun friendship. The man certainly pranked all our asses every time we turned around, but when we worked the on-call shifts, it made for a lively night, especially when things were slow and our minds started to get tired. I was happier than I'd been in years. I'd finally settled down into exactly where I needed to be in life, and it was the most comfortable feeling in the world. Ring, ring. I picked up the phone while I stashed the last of my strawberries in a plastic baggie, adding them to the lunch I was taking to work. "Hey, Mom," I said, pinning my cell phone between my cheek and shoulder so I could finish packing the food into my lunch case. "Good morning, sweetheart," she chimed. No doubt cheerful because the first day of fall had finally arrived in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. My mother loved this time of year more than anyone I'd ever met, and my old hometown was never as beautiful as it was when the leaves changed color. "I haven't talked to you on the phone since the night you and Jesse—" "Mom," I interrupted her. "That was a month ago, and I don't want to talk about it. I'm sure you can think of better things to talk to Aunt Bev about behind my back. I only discussed things with Beverly because she asked about your status when you were thinking about moving into her place." She defended her tendency to meddle. "But that's beside the point. I'm calling to make sure you're doing well and see how you like the new job. We haven't even talked about that yet." "Okay, I'm sorry. I've been super busy and I apologize that I haven't called you or Dad," I said. "I love the new job, but I can't talk now. My Uber just showed up, so I'm ready to head out." "Michaela?" My mom said my name as if I were 10 years old and forgot to clean my room. "I understand you're busy, but your father and I want to fly out to see you and spend some time together." "Why now? Why?" I questioned. The last thing I wanted to do was entertain my parents while juggling work, settling in, and trying to sleep whenever possible. "Lydia is flying into Los Angeles for work, and we wanted to make the most of it and get everyone together." "I had no idea Lydia was coming here," I said, curious why my younger sister hadn't mentioned it. But knowing her, she felt the same way I did. She was a fashion designer, constantly running all over the world, keeping up with her clients, so she knew what it meant to enjoy peace and quiet, something you didn't get with our parents. It would be wonderful to see her. "And what about me and Dad?" She laughed. "That too," I said. It would be hectic, but having time with my family would be nice, assuming I wasn't on call or sleeping the whole time. "Well, I'm booking a hotel for the first weekend of October, 2 weeks away. I hope we can all enjoy a nice dinner and maybe see how you're enjoying Aunt Beverly's home. Sounds great. I shuffled out the door, nearly forgetting my name badge and almost dropping my phone. I'll add it to my reminders so I don't forget, I said, hearing my mom laugh in response on the other end of the line. Honey, listen to you, she started. Adding a visit from your parents to your reminders? Mom, I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on these days, I said, setting the alarm to the house and acknowledging the driver waiting for me on the cobblestone driveway. I understand, and just so you know, your dad and I are extremely proud of you. Tell him I love and miss him. Can't wait to see you both, I finished, and then we said our goodbyes as I sat in the car. Ding. I looked to see a text come in from John. John.
I'll be in a meeting with a patient and her husband this morning. Rough news for them. I'm having Allison reschedule most of my morning patients for the afternoon. Are you cool with taking anyone who can't reschedule?
It wasn't like John to send more than 3 words in a text, so I was surprised he did instead of calling me. I remembered something about one of his patients possibly needing a total hysterectomy, removal of the uterus, both tubes and ovaries. It was a life-altering surgery, and he was troubled not only because the patient was so young, only in her 20s, but she was also the wife of a friend. These were the hard parts of the job, but our responsibility was to keep our patients healthy and safe. Mickey. Allison and I will handle it. I hope all is well with your friends. John.
T.Y.
I was more than happy to help out, even if it meant my day just got a whole lot busier. Are you still alive? Allison, the administration specialist, asked while typing away on her computer, sending the last of the prescriptions I'd handed her from my most recent patient. Allison was one of the people I liked most at the hospital. She was a boisterous Latina, descended from Aztec warriors, she liked to tell people, with big curly hair and a beautiful, bright smile. I appreciated her joyful energy, especially on days when I was barely holding it together. I'm doing great. You look like you're toast, though, I chuckled, signing one last order for a patient I'd sent to the main hospital to be watched due to early contractions. Tonight might be her lucky night, but I had a feeling the contractions wouldn't take off like she wanted them to. To ease her mind, I set her up to stay in the hospital overnight. She lived over an hour away, and if her water didn't break, I would induce her in the morning after making my rounds. Pretty routine, really. She was 10 days overdue and beyond ready to have her baby. She also tested positive for Group B streptococcus, something that would harm the baby while traveling through the birth canal. So getting her on IV antibiotics to prevent that was proactive in ensuring the child's safety. Besides that, it was a routine and hectic day for me, and even though I felt a bit tired, I did feel good. I'd even taken on 4 of John's patients and still managed to keep ahead of the curve all day.
Ah, at least one of us is feeling great,
John said, coming up from behind me and handing off charts to Allison.
I'm ready for a beer.
That bad, eh? I said, smiling over at him. I hated when our eyes locked for brief moments like these. It stressed me out because I would get a surge of energy that jolted straight from my heart to my groin. It wasn't because I was drooling over how gorgeous this man was, either. It was the strangest damn thing, because I honestly had no feelings for the man. He was just a cool guy and friend. So why this happened, I would never know.
No,
he winked at me.
Just using any excuse to get you out for a beer with me.
She's still turning you down, huh, Doc? Allison said, her long, pointed acrylic nails tapping erratically on the keyboard of her iMac.
The only one foolish enough to do so.
He arched an eyebrow at me in a challenging way.
I think she's just too afraid. Or shy.
I'm not afraid of anything, Dr. Astor, I reminded him. It was the second time he'd used that line this week after I turned him down for an after-work beer. Allison stopped tapping away on the keypad and folded her arms, swiveling in her chair to stare at both of us. You both are cute, she said.
Cute? There's nothing cute about Dr. Smith and me,
John teased. The way you both banter like nothing is happening behind your icy hearts. She eyed us both like we were children who got busted for doing something we were unaware of. What? I questioned in confusion. She grinned, stood, and shouldered her purse draped over the back of her chair. Acting like nothing is happening, and you're both just friends?
Well, if that's the case,
John spoke confidently as if Allison hadn't been watching us flirting all month.
And something is going on behind my icy heart. I need to know now, or my date tomorrow night will feel cheated.
Not my problem, Allison said. You two enjoy another great evening of rejecting the other's advances because you're both afraid of love. Both of us stood with half-amused smiles on our faces, watching her walk out the door before we looked at each other, trying to figure out what had happened.
What the hell was that all about?
John asked, giving me eyes to signal that our sweet friend was half out of her mind. You tell me, I said, gathering the last of the papers I'd laid on the counter. You're the one who insists on getting me to go out for a beer, and now the staff thinks something is going on between us.
I'm persistent with anyone who turns down my invitations, he responded. I won't let up on you or anyone else rejecting me.
And when they finally stop rejecting you? I grinned at his perplexed expression, then walked toward my corner office at the end of the hall.
Then I finally leave them be, he said, obviously right on my heels. So, if you want me to leave you alone, just go for a beer with me.
What if I don't want you to leave me alone? I thought I'd throw a curveball into his game. His eyes grew calculating, and I wished I could read the man's mind.
Are you catching feelings for me, Dr. Smith?
He questioned as he casually reclined against the doorframe of my office. What if I am? That would get him off my ass and calm down the office chatter. He gave me a challenging grin.
Then you'd go out for a beer with me.
No, I said, sitting at my desk and swiveling to open the file cabinets behind my desk. I'd be too nervous. I heard him sigh and chuckle in the same breath.
If there's one thing I've picked up about your personality, it's that you do not get nervous.
When I'm face to face with the most handsome man I've ever known, I said, standing and drinking in the gorgeous man with my eyes in a seductive yet playful way. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous to go out for drinks with him. His lips tightened and twisted up as he studied me.
You're so damn charming when you give me that look. Perhaps I'm the one that should be nervous.
I'm going home, Big Shot, I said.
Mick,
he said, shortening my nickname in a way I liked, especially coming from him.
Follow me to Steve's. At least allow me to buy you dinner to thank you for taking my patients today.
I stood there and contemplated how his expression changed for a flash of a second. If this backfires on me, I'll never forgive myself. I'll take you up on that offer, I said, smiling, but only because I'm starving. However, I took an Uber to work, so you'll have to drive me there and home. I challenged him with a smile.
Done deal, gorgeous. Let's go on our first date.
He offered me his arm, and I nudged him in the side. Don't push it, Dr. Astor, I teased.
I would never think of it,
he replied.
Chapter 7. John. I knew I'd get my way and finally get Mickey to agree to come out with me. She was stubborn, but she was a challenge, and turned out to be a fun colleague to work with. Things took a definite turn for the better since her first day, when she was uptight as fuck. And though she could be a little too serious at times, Mickey was a great woman, and I was grateful to have a few hours alone with her outside of work.
You know, I never would have pinned you as a guy who would drive a chick car,
Mickey said, prompting me to practically spit my wine back into my glass. What the hell? I answered in a lowered voice, since I took her to a 5-star restaurant to show her she had made the right decision by saying yes tonight. That Ferrari is hardly a chick car. Chick magnet, yes, but a car that only chicks drive. No way. She grinned, her eyes drawn back to the menu.
Cherry red screams chick car,
she said, her eyes glancing up to mine, then back down again. Ferrari red is not cherry red, I said. And now that we're done insulting my car, I'll say that you won't like anything on the right-hand side of that menu. Oh? She chuckled. How would you know? Something tells me you're not the type that digs seafood or shellfish. You're smarter than I gave you credit for. She folded her menu closed and crossed her arms over it. I already know what I'm having. A steak, I guessed. Pretty sure I was right. Her eyebrows went up, highlighting the beauty of her green irises. What makes you think so? There are plenty of delicious pastas on that menu. You're a steak gal, I said, eyeing her. She covered her laugh and reached for a slice of warm bread the waiter placed between us moments ago. She shook her head and laughed. What makes me a steak gal? Because I'm from Tennessee? No, I said, genuinely believing that after a month of working together, I'd pretty much figured out Dr. Michaela Smith. Because you're driven, competitive, and love sports. A total carnivore. That's why I'd pick the steak for my dinner. Absolutely. You're nothing like these much softer ladies I've known. You're filled with determination, and you take no bullshit from anyone. Not even me. Her eyes narrowed. Lamb Wellington, she answered, with an arch of her brow. Bullshit, I mouthed, knowing I was right. Something tells me you've never had lamb a day in your life. Her head cocked to the side, and her eyes diverted past me while she chewed on her bottom lip. Fine, she conceded. You're too much sometimes. I nodded, knowing I hadn't lost my touch. I was good at shit like this. I had to be. I mean, look at my family. I'd be eaten alive if I didn't learn how to read a room or be able to size up a person at the drop of a hat. What I liked about being right with Mickey was that I found out that we had a lot in common, like our choice of profession, competitive nature, and sense of humor. She was just cool, and I liked being around her. We ordered our food, and after the waiter left, it got awkwardly silent at the table because I was suddenly taken by her appearance. She wore a creamy cashmere sweater that made her sun-kissed skin look like it glowed. Her collarbones tempted me, as I imagined my lips caressing and kissing them gently, working my way to the base of her neck, where her silky auburn hair would... What the hell are you doing? You're not fucking anyone you work with. Ever. I internally scolded myself, knowing this would have to be the last time I risked taking Mickey out if I couldn't keep my hormones under control. Do you want to know what I hate about dating? She said. Her eyes finished roaming the room and landed on mine. I sure hope it has nothing to do with something I'm not doing right now, because I'll remind you, we're not on a date, Dr. Smith, I teased, reminding myself of that very fact. That's why I'm not saying that, she said, sipping her wine, then nodding toward a table to our right. When you can discreetly look, there's a couple over there, and they look so uncomfortable. I immediately looked, only because I was asked to look discreetly, and the temptation was too strong. They look adorable. I looked back at her, but her dress is quite revealing, and he's too damn stiff. I'll bet you he ain't getting laid tonight, she chuckled. No bet needed. I glanced over to the candle-lit table again. She's forcing it, sipping on her wine uncomfortably but trying to be sexy. He's laughing too much at something that doesn't seem funny, while she keeps glancing down to make sure her boobs haven't sprung loose from her top. I chuckled and looked back at Mickey. So you're a people watcher too, eh? Well, when the guy in front of me guesses my order correctly, then gets quiet, and his expression suddenly looks like he's trying to hold in a fart, yeah. I guess I've got to entertain myself, she said. Holding in a fart? I laughed abruptly, shocked at her deduction of my internal struggle of wanting to fuck her and walk away the following day. That's what I looked like I was doing? I have no idea, but I can imagine that's how you would look if you were straining to take a shit or something. I damn near choked on my wine while hearing her out. If only you knew what I was thinking about, I offered.
I'm just saying it seemed quite painful, is all, she answered.
Well, perhaps it was painful, I said, realizing that I would love to enjoy this woman's body in my home tonight, and it sucked that I couldn't.
Speaking of painful, she said, how did things go with your friends today, the ones facing the hysterectomy?
My humor faded at that moment. I never took work home with me, but this was a hard one, especially since they were friends of mine. I didn't have the chance to introduce you to them, but Dr. Mitchell is the chief cardiovascular surgeon at St. John's. He referred his wife, Ashley, to me after she'd been dealing with quite a bit of abdominal pain. Long story short, she has stage 1 ovarian cancer. I studied Mickey's expression and saw a look of surprise and sadness. Ovarian cancer was a silent killer, a disease that was one of the greatest enemies of our patients and us physicians. The patient could see a 70 to 90% survival rate for 5 years when caught in the early stages. However, I'd seen patients outlive even that survival rate when being aggressive with our treatment. It was devastating news to get, though, and one of the hardest to deliver. And it stung more having to pass it along to my friends, whom I'd grown to care about since I joined the St. John's team.
Oh my God, Mickey answered. I'm so sorry to hear that news. How are they doing? How are you doing?
I liked talking about my feelings as much as the next emotionally suppressed wasp from Martha's Vineyard, but her empathy was comforting in a way that disarmed me. They're doing as well as can be expected. Jake and Ash have this otherworldly love story, which will help them through this unfortunate prognosis together. They'll go through with the surgery and chemo treatments, and then Ashley will be another cancer survivor we will all praise. I believe that.
I know you deal with this all the time, since your subspecialty is gynecological oncology, and you pretty much deliver babies for fun.
She softened up a little, which I appreciated.
But how do you deal with it when it affects people you care about?
The same as I would any other patient, of course, I advised her.
You know, I admire that in you, she offered. Continuing your education to specialize in oncology is a decision that will save many lives.
I smiled as our plates were placed in front of us. So now you know why it's taken me so long to get where I am.
I considered going further myself, she said, mirroring me as we cut into our steaks.
Let me guess. Stanford Med's best student was itching so badly to get the next chief position at St. John's that she bypassed the future of saving women's lives by fighting the battle of reproductive cancers?
No.
After swallowing her first bite, she blotted the corners of her mouth with her napkin.
Well, maybe,
she said cutely.
I thought about it, though, since there aren't many OBGYN oncologists, and so many women end up being treated by a regular oncologist who doesn't specialize in female reproduction.
Why didn't you go for it, then? I'd say you ran out of money because of student loans, but you live in a house in Los Feliz, so I know money wasn't the problem, I said, mainly because I was being nosy and wanted to know how she could afford to move there as a resident. I know it was something. You're too driven not to chase another goal in this profession.
I guess I'm a big chicken,
she finally offered, making me laugh in return. A chicken? You? Nope, I'm not buying that. Cough it up, Mick, I said, cutting off another hunk of steak to savor as the sexy vixen across from me tried to remain proper, serious, and not challenged in the slightest.
Seriously? She said thoughtfully. I know as a physician my job is to save lives, and in our specialty we get to help families to bring their children into the world.
But, I said, digging for more and finding her highly attractive as she tried to piece together her thoughts carefully.
But,
she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
I know there are sad moments, and I prefer to gravitate toward the more beautiful ones. I don't know if I have what it takes to work with cancer daily. I couldn't bear it. I noticed a shift in her demeanor when she mentioned the word cancer, as if she were frightened of it. Cancer is a bastard, I started. That's why I went on to pursue the specialty. I want to beat it, not just diagnose it. She shook her head. That's where you have me beat, Dr. Astor. She smiled at me, but I didn't fail to see her grieved expression. I don't think that's why you appear so upset now. I decided to dig a little deeper. Who did you lose to the disease? I was taking a risk by asking such a personal question, and for the first time, I felt nervous trying to get something out of someone. A good friend of mine, she answered, her eyes glossy, and I instantly felt like shit for prying. We were on the swim team together. She was diagnosed with a tumor after headaches. It turns out it was cancer. She passed away within the year. It was a late diagnosis, and no time to fight it. I sat back in my chair, seeing the look of defeat on the woman's face. From what I know about your personality, I'm surprised you didn't pursue the field just to beat it because it took someone from you. No, she said. I don't feel any drive to do that. Instead, I hate hearing about it or being around it. It's just not my thing. She shrugged, and I could tell the subject needed to change. I should have known that no good could come from asking such a question, and it would be rude of me to press for more information. I'm sorry for the loss of your friend, I said, killing the conversation as quickly as I tried to drag it on. She smiled while abandoning her dinner and opting for her wine instead. I'm truly sorry about your friend's diagnosis. Ash is a great girl, I said, wanting to bring light into this dark conversation. Well, after seeing you work your charm, I couldn't imagine her being in better hands. I found this softer side of her so appealing, and it made me even more curious about the mystery hidden behind her green eyes. There was much more behind her solid exterior, and I had an enormous desire to know more. Something was so different about her compared to other women I'd dated or even befriended, and I really couldn't judge what it was. Maybe it was just really fucking nice to be out with a beautiful woman and have a conversation where she wasn't flirting with me or acting like she'd be the one to fix me and turn me into the marrying type. I just loved that she was classy, casual, and capable of engaging in an interesting conversation. She wasn't flashing those bashful, "fuck me, Dr. Astor" eyes like all the other women did, and even though I ate that up, I wasn't attracted to it, as one would think. Funny. I never thought I could take a woman out and not grow bored of her if she wasn't totally into me. And yet here I was, enjoying every second of a normal conversation with a woman who couldn't care less about me. And I was damn near mesmerized.
Chapter 8. Mickey. I had no idea how dinner with John would pan out, but it was better than I imagined. Our conversation was pretty casual once we got off the topic of why I didn't pursue an oncology specialty. What I was learning about this guy was that he was super fun to be around, and it seemed like we had a lot in common. In all my years of having guy friends, I never hit it off with someone so well and enjoyed their company as much as I did with him. It was all very comfortable, and after he pulled up to my aunt's house to drop me off, I couldn't resist inviting him to come in for a drink.
You realize that if I join you in that incredible home, things can go sideways. And I'm not looking forward to you slapping me across the face because I grabbed your ass when I was half drunk.
I smiled at him. I've been feeling you out all night, and the temptation won't even cross your mind.
You think so, eh?
I know so, I answered. Now, I opened my car door. Are you coming in for a quick drink or not?
Probably shouldn't drink and drive,
he said, eyeing me as I stepped out of the car. Fair enough, I grinned. It's your loss. Oh, I bent over, my eyes meeting his. Thanks for dinner. Tonight was lovely. I meant that, too. It was nice getting out and relaxing over a nice dinner with someone who made me feel comfortable. It didn't hurt that he was easy on the eyes, either. It just sort of sucked that we had to concern ourselves with things going too far, because I think he and I could have been pretty good friends. I entered the house and punched in the code to shut off the security alarm, and then I practically jumped into the wall next to the door when a loud clanging echoed through the house. Jesus Christ, I said, startled by the knock at the door I wasn't expecting.
Hey, gorgeous,
John said, his eyes glistening under the porch light in a way that was so sexy that I had to wonder if inviting him in was a good idea.
I changed my mind. Is that invitation to have a drink still open?
Probably not a good idea, I answered truthfully with a chuckle. You look way too handsome right now. His lips pulled up in the corner.
Let's not pretend I didn't look just as handsome when you extended the invitation as I do now.
Nah, I crossed my arms and leaned into the doorframe. You didn't have that light shining down on you in a way that enhances your eyes. All angelic-like, I teased.
Bullshit,
he bantered back.
That flickering candlelight was lighting up these little hazel bad boys all romantically at that restaurant. Almost as much as this goddamn spotlight, blasting me like I just tried to break out of prison.
I laughed, seeing him squint with the brightness of the front porch security light. Get in here, I said.
Hot damn,
he said with a whistle, following me through the foyer.
This place is very nice.
Thanks, I teased, wondering if I should let him keep thinking I owned the damn thing.
I'm guessing your parents were loaded,
he said, as we rounded the corner and walked into the sitting area where my aunt kept her top-shelf booze.
They moved out of town and gave the only child the keys to their fancy estate in Los Feliz.
I poured us both a glass of red wine from a bottle my aunt had opened and corked, not wanting to mix liquor with what we drank at dinner. God knows I didn't handle the hard liquor well around this guy, and I wasn't trying to act like I could, either. Here, I handed him his glass. Have a seat and quit prying into my personal life. As John sipped the wine, I saw his eyes do a double-take on the contents of his glass while he sat in the Victorian-style chair across from where I tucked my legs up and under me on the sofa. I didn't roofie it if you're looking for drug residue, I laughed.
So, you live in a multi-million-dollar home in Los Feliz, work as a resident at the hospital, have no student loans to speak of.
I never said I didn't have student loan debt, I said, smiling at him as he tried to figure out my financial situation.
And you poured me a glass of wine from a bottle that costs over $1,000,
he said, reclining as if he'd hit the gold mine. So, I answered, I think the more pressing question is why money, or rather the appearance of me having money, matters to you. He grinned and took another sip of wine.
It's not the appearance, he responded. I'm drinking a glass of Giacomo Conterno Monfortino Barolo Riserva. You seem to know your wines.
I honestly had no idea it wasn't a $15 bottle of wine from the grocery store, and I couldn't have used that Italian accent he used to pronounce that name if I tried. You seem to know your wines extremely well, I offered, curious if he was the kind of guy who was materialistic and superficial. Let me guess. You only date wealthy women? He smiled.
Why would you come to that conclusion?
Well, you can get any woman you want by your looks alone, so I'd venture to guess that you only date wealthy women and use them for their money. I teased, seeing the playfulness in his eyes as I tried to profile him. And that's most likely how you know about fine wines, Dr. Astor. You're a sugar baby. I watched as he struggled to swallow the small sip of wine he'd taken instead of spewing it all over my aunt's white carpet.
You're hilarious,
he answered, clearing his throat.
And I won't lie, I've been known to date wealthy women, but it would be inaccurate to say I used them for their money.
Well, I'm sure you used them for plenty of other things, but their having money was certainly a perk.
Are you trying to say I'm a sugar baby and a gold digger, gorgeous?
Hey, someone's got to pay for that expensive-ass car parked in front of this house. He chuckled.
This is hardly a house, he said. It's a goddamn estate.
It is pretty great, right? I said, looking around.
Old Hollywood. Man, it's, I don't know, glamorous, you know? There's nothing else like it.
I know. I love it, I said, admiring the charm of this room, my favorite room in the house.
Seriously,
he answered, his expression more charming than mischievous.
Who the hell are you to have all this shit? I mean, not financially speaking, but here you are with a love for obstetrics, and you live in this home. It doesn't really add up, but I find it all quite intriguing.
I'm glad you find it all—
Let's cut the bullshit, Mick,
he said, setting his glass to the side and leaning both elbows on his knees as if he were about to interrogate me.
Who the hell are you? And don't tell me some cheerleader from Tennessee, either.
Far from that. But I am from Tennessee.
I know that, he said. On the rare occasion you've spoken of your personal life, you mentioned that one.
You want to know who I am? Okay. I sat up a little straighter before continuing. I love swimming, but that was cut short after I got into a car accident.
Jesus,
he said.
What happened?
Me and my friends were hit by a drunk driver on our way home from a swim meet.
Fuck,
he said.
Were you all okay?
No one was critically injured, thankfully, but the car hit my side of the vehicle, and it was so jarring that my shoulder was dislocated, and I pulled a ligament. I was pinned in for a while before they got me out, but my left leg and shoulder suffered the consequences.
Holy shit,
he said.
God, I'm glad you were all okay.
It sucked. My friend Lizzie and I went through physical therapy together. She was the one I told you about tonight who died of cancer, I said, realizing it was still hard to talk about Lizzie even after all these years. We encouraged each other, and she helped me a lot when I realized I couldn't compete anymore. She managed to recover fully, but I stopped, shockingly getting choked up. Sorry, I said, smiling through the unwanted tears I abruptly wiped away. She was able to return to the swim team and was offered my place on the Olympic team because I was toast.
The Olympic swim team?
He asked with surprise. Yeah, I smiled. She turned it down because she said it wouldn't be fair for her to go instead of me. Although I appreciated Lizzie considering my feelings, I was upset that she turned down the opportunity of a lifetime to make me feel like I wasn't being left out.
It sounds like she was an amazing person and friend,
John said softly, probably wondering if I would break down into a puddle of tears. She was. She had a beautiful soul, and I always felt like a crappy person because I'm not sure I would have turned down the opportunity if I were her.
You can't say that,
he said.
Seriously, you weren't in her shoes, so you don't know how you would have reacted.
No, I know myself, and I'm much too competitive to turn down such an offer, I said. It was a thoughtful, considerate thing for her to do, but I always felt guilty that she didn't do it because of me.
Not to jump off the subject of your friend, but
he sat back and eyed me.
I can't believe you got a spot on the Olympic swim team. The mystery just keeps going deeper in your little world. Quite impressive, Dr. Smith.
It's not impressive anymore, I shrugged. I guess it all just left a bad taste in my mouth. He studied me briefly, then swallowed a sip of wine.
I can see it still bothers you. Are you still struggling with her passing?
I don't grieve well at all, I answered with an embarrassed smile. So, when it comes to losing a best friend so tragically, I don't like to talk about it. It's hard enough thinking about the beautiful things she did for me, going beyond what a friend or teammate would do. He pinched his lips together, and his expression was so handsome it stole the breath from my lungs for a second. His sharp jawline and the dark hair growth framing his lips were already too much for one woman to handle. And these little expressions I'd seen all night were making him easier to stare at.
"Well, what do you think?"
John said, interrupting my dreamy thoughts of him.
"From the look on your face, it looks like you want to kiss me for coming up with the idea."
"Let's not get ahead of ourselves," I said, trying to cover for the fact that I hadn't heard a word he'd just said. "You come up with some silly ideas sometimes." He eyed me as if a third eye appeared on my forehead.
"How is it a silly idea for you to continue your education and specialize in oncology in Lizzie's memory?"
"Oh shit, what?" I said. "I'm sorry. I didn't hear you correctly."
"Seriously, though, since I've gotten to know you, you seem like the type to challenge yourself. You have a beautiful way to honor your friend's memory, and most doctors pursue certain specialties because of a conviction to honor a dear friend or family member."
I thought about that for a moment, and though it was a fantastic reason to pursue that field, I didn't know if I had the fortitude for a career in oncology. Meh, I played it down. I couldn't imagine going back to school while being a resident.
"You're scared,"
he said. I narrowed my eyes at his insult. "I'm not scared of anything," I lied.
"I'm calling bullshit," he said. "You're frightened of that damn disease, and because of that, one of the most driven and intelligent doctors I've met is going to sit out the fight against cancer."
"That's a shitty way to put it," I said, irritated by his challenge. "Why don't we turn these personal life questions on you?"
"There's not much to tell,"
he said. "Now it's my turn to call bullshit on you."
"Okay," he said. "I'll start getting personal with you if you promise me that you'll consider oncology. You would be fucking amazing at it, and there aren't many in our field who have done it."
"Honestly, I'm buried in student debt, and I don't need to add that on top of it."
"Why the hell would you buy a house like this in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Los Angeles if you're buried in debt?"
I finally sighed, realizing it was time to come clean about Aunt Bev's house. "Fine, you win. I can't keep up the charade that this is my house when someone in my situation clearly could never swing this," I said. "This is my Aunt Beverly's home. She's an actress. She played on that soap opera, The Lighthouse, and was very successful. I'm house-sitting for her while she's in Morocco producing a film."
"Hold up,"
he chuckled, and for some strange reason, I saw relief cross over his features.
"The Lighthouse?"
"Yes. Let me guess. It's your favorite soap?"
"No,"
he laughed.
"It was my mom's secret indulgence, though. And if you knew my mother, you would understand why no one knows that little secret of hers but my immediate family. She loved that one lady."
"Vivian Winthrop?" He snapped his fingers in the air.
"Yes,"
he chuckled.
"That was your aunt?"
"That is my aunt, and yes, I could see why everyone would love her character."
"I guess my mother could relate,"
he chuckled. "To a character with an evil twin and 100 ex-husbands? Shit, I am curious to know more about your personal life now."
"Wouldn't you love that?"
His humored demeanor subsided, and he stood.
"Hey, tonight was fun, and I'm glad we finally got to know a little more about each other."
You're the one pulling information out of me all night. I've got nothing on you." He stepped toward me as his eyes darkened.
"I guess you and I will have to do this again. Get to know each other more."
He paused and eyed me like he was about to kiss me, and I didn't know what to do about how this was making me feel. Strangely, I liked it.
"And if I feel I can trust you with my secret life," he said playfully, "then I might start opening up a little more."
"Oh, great," I said. "Secret life?"
"You have no idea."
He smiled, then turned and set his wineglass on the counter.
"I have a 7 a.m. C-section, so I need to get out of here. But thanks for inviting me in and going to dinner tonight. All of this was very nice."
I had a great time too. I said that in the same confused voice that I was suddenly feeling. John was a lot of fun, but I sometimes found him a bit odd. He never liked to talk about himself and always seemed to pull information from me. It was like I was interviewing to be the man's friend or something. All the mystery just drew me in even more.
Chapter 9. John. I loved my life and every little fun surprise that came along with it. Who would have thought in a million years that Mickey was the niece of my mother's favorite soap opera actress? It wasn't only cool, it was also secretly hilarious. My mother would be amused that the new resident I worked with was the niece of Vivian Winthrop, or whatever her real name was. Regardless, if I ever introduced Mickey to my mother, that would score her immediate points. It was also secretly hilarious that I considered introducing Mickey to my mother, even for half a second. Sure, my mind had wandered a few times at dinner, imagining taking Mickey home with me, but in all fairness, that happened almost every time I went out with a woman, so it wasn't an exception. The part I hadn't expected was how drawn I felt to her. It was a nagging sensation that kept her on my mind almost all the time, and that was something that never happened to me. The following day, I brushed it off as I made my breakfast and rationalized my sudden interest as a reaction to an intelligent, like-minded woman who wasn't throwing herself at me for once. I had to remind myself I didn't want a relationship with anyone, so it was pointless to let this take up headspace this morning. Mickey was going to perform a C-section shortly, which I was going to assist and observe, so I needed to get my act together. This promised to be interesting. When I walked in, the operating room was buzzing with anticipation as Mickey prepared to perform the C-section. I watched the sides of her eyes wrinkle in humor as I approached, scrubbed in and ready to go. "How's our patient?" I asked Mickey, while eyeing the expectant mother. The woman was seemingly anxious, and her husband sat calmly beside her behind the curtain pulled to shield her belly from view, wearing his protective, sterile covering. "Lisa is feeling quite nervous." Mickey walked over to make eye contact with our patient. "But you're about to hold 2 beautiful babies in your arms." "2 for the price of 1 is how I see it," I said. "Right, Dad?" "We're ready to do this, Doc," he said. "Dr. Smith, it's go time," I said, pulling on my surgical gloves about the same time Mickey did. I stepped over and stood across the patient where Mickey was about to make the incision. "All right, Dr. Smith, let me see you work your magic." With tools in hand, Mickey's eyes zeroed in on the woman's belly. She went to work with a steady hand, using the metal scalpel to make a horizontal incision near the lower abdomen. As the surgery progressed, I watched quietly as Mickey focused on each step, her hands steady and smooth, carefully following where her mind was leading her to cut, as if she'd been doing this for years. Mickey was constant and patient, informing me of each operating move clearly and concisely. I expected some apprehension on her part, maybe some nervous laughter, but I was very wrong to have done so. Her dedication and professionalism were impressive. She was much more confident than I was during my first few months. I couldn't help but admire her. I marveled at her skill, how she effortlessly navigated the delicate procedure, and her genuine care for the patient's well-being. Maybe she would be the next chief of staff in the OB unit. The excitement was palpable as the surgery reached its pivotal moment, the delivery of the twins. The entire room seemed to hold its breath as Mickey made the final incision and eased the first baby into the world. I instinctively moved closer to assist, my eyes locking with Mickey's briefly. The moment threatened to distract me completely, but thankfully, because I knew we had another baby waiting for us, I was able to keep charisma and lust out of the delivery room. I turned to the nurse who waited to take the little girl in my hands, and Mickey announced the birth of their daughter as she worked to ease out baby number 2 successfully. I watched in amusement as she locked eyes with the baby in her hands. "Welcome, little man," she said, and then offered me the baby to hand to the second nurse waiting on us. All hormones aside, I was blown away by Mickey's steadiness and beauty while she delivered the 2 infants without fault. I never imagined this could be a hugely attractive quality, but there was always a first time for everything. While I assisted Mickey in closing the woman's abdomen, my mind drifted to a peaceful place where a silent understanding passed between us. It was a shared love for the work we did, the patients we cared for, and the trust we were building. I'd never really been magnetically drawn to any other doctor like this before, and I'd assisted in many surgeries. Somehow this one knocked me off my feet, and I found it rather nice. I couldn't help but smile at Mickey, seeing a mixture of accomplishment and awe washing over her expression. When she looked at me, I saw the glimmer of excitement in her dazzling green eyes, and for a second my breath was stolen. I silently nodded, knowing my admiration for this woman grew stronger with each interaction. I didn't want to hide from the feeling. It was nice. It felt fucking real. And if I were completely honest, I'd never felt anything like it. I had no idea why I was drawn to every little detail about her, but I was, and I enjoyed it. We walked out of the room, and the iridescent hallway lighting that led us away from the OR highlighted the soft curls of her hair after she pulled her surgical cap off and freed her long auburn locks from its ponytail. "Well," she questioned, "did I pass?" "Dr. Allen was correct when he said this specialty was your calling," I said, removing my surgical cap as I walked beside her. "I'm happy he was impressed with my first C-section. I'm just glad I pulled this one off as well as the first." I stopped, prompting her to stop with me. A driving force within me demanded we learn more about each other. I wasn't satisfied with basic hospital interaction. "I want to take you out again," I blurted out. Her forehead wrinkled in humor, but the humor didn't necessarily reach her beautiful eyes. "I don't think that's a great idea," she said. "Listen, I won't pressure you into anything. I just really want to get to know you a bit better." "That's why it wouldn't be a good idea," she said with an amused grin. "Why?" "I think you're a remarkable woman." My eyes roamed over her full breasts that complemented her surgical scrubs, her tall, svelte figure, and her thick auburn hair, shimmering under the lights. "I've never encountered a woman like you. You're a mystery to me, and that's only because I know there is more beneath the surface of this mask you wear around me." "Encountered a woman like me? I'm not a Pokemon, for crying out loud," she laughed, looking at me like I was the weirdest person alive. "Did the antiseptic smell in the OR get you high?" "Damn it," I said with a laugh. "I want to take you out, as friends only." I feel like a bitch for saying no, but honestly, I don't get it. What you see is what you get with me. I'm not that mysterious of a woman. I'm pretty boring, actually. My ex would happily vouch for that. "Nah," I shook my head. "There's more to you, or I wouldn't give a shit about knowing you on a more personal level. If it helps, I have many friend relationships with beautiful ladies that go no further than drinking beer and telling jokes." She sat there contemplating, and I hoped the endorphins from her successful delivery were still pumping her up, pushing her to do something impulsive with me. "Well, you did promise me that you would open up about yourself," she teased with her eyes. "Maybe the next time we're both off, we can go roller skating or something." "Roller skating? What is this, 1985? I laughed. "How about we go hiking? I can arrange for us to have a couple of days off together, and we could bring some tents and get lost in the wilderness." "Have you lost your goddamn mind?" she questioned. It wasn't an off-the-wall reaction either. I was shocked myself when the words came out. "I think I have," I chuckled. "But what the hell? I love hiking and camping the right way, and I think we'd have a lot of fun." "Why don't we consider camping trips after I've worked here for a few years? That way we'll have a solid friendship, and I'll know you won't be sneaking into my tent for any funny business." "Right," I conceded. "Well, seeing you in hiking boots, braids, shorts, and a tank top would most certainly have me sneaking into your tent at night. So that's out." "Braids and shorts, huh? I didn't realize you had an Austrian milkmaid fantasy, but yeah, that's out," she said, looking at me with the cutest expression. She seemed equally amused and perplexed by my behavior and this conversation, and I couldn't blame her in the slightest. She probably thought I had a Sound of Music fetish now or something. "Why don't I join you for a beer or something simple? I've learned I can handle my liquor around you, so long as I stay away from the hard stuff. So let's just have a beer. You pick the place." "Avalon," I grinned. "The place is too loud and not my scene." "You mean people being out and enjoying themselves?" I teased. "Pretty much. I'm a low-key person," she answered, and I instantly liked that about her. "Believe it or not, I am too." "Sure," she said, walking toward the locker area where we could change and start our rounds with patients who had delivered or were in labor. "You took me to some high-dollar restaurant last night, and I met you casually drinking with friends at Avalon. Your butt likes that nightlife and expensive atmosphere." "Well, here's the first thing I'll reveal about my personal life, then," I said, opening and holding the door to the locker room for her. "I only frequent places like that because that's what I'm accustomed to. I sort of grew up that way." "Ah," she smiled. "A trust fund baby, eh?" "You're not far off," I answered. She stopped, and before turning to enter the ladies' locker area, she folded her arms and stared at me. "I don't believe that," she said. "I don't see you as someone wealthy. I see you as someone who looks the other way regarding stuff like that." "You know me so well," I confirmed. "In fact, that would be the truth of my personality. I don't feel money is the key to happiness." "So why take me to super fancy places?" "Because I was keeping up a fake exterior for you. I allow women to see that side only because it hides the truth of who I am." "That makes no sense," she answered. "Sure it does. I was born into wealth and don't want it to define me, though I enjoy the perks and benefits of using it to charm women. I've never opted out of anything other than the best when I'm trying to get laid," she said with a smile and an arch of her brow. "Pretty much," I laughed. "But us going to some place low-key should show you I'm not trying to get laid. I just want to enjoy some time with you. I like you as a person, and I wouldn't suggest it if I thought you'd irritate the fuck out of me the entire time." "That's why you invited me hiking?" "I honestly don't know why I invited you hiking. It seemed like it would be a good time, and I'd love to watch you try your hand at cooking a steak in a skillet over a campfire." She laughed, and her expression brightened. "You know what? If we could get some time off and maybe take a couple of friends, I think I would enjoy a trip to the woods. I haven't done anything since before I started med school, and it seems like it would be refreshing." "There's the fucking spirit. I'll work with scheduling, but do we have to bring friends?" "Yes," she quickly responded. "I think the more the merrier." Jesus, I rolled my eyes. I don't think I have any friends who are the camping type. "All the rich friends, eh? You guys all stick together?" "Pretty much. I'll see who I can dig up on my side. You figure out your friend's situation too, since apparently we need supervision. We'll be a bunch of crazy city slickers camping in the fucking woods." "See, it already sounds like a great time," she said. "It's always fun camping with a group." "How the hell am I supposed to learn more about you with the distraction of people around us?" She rolled her eyes. "You'll figure it out, Dr. Astor." she said, disappearing into the locker room. This woman was not just a mystery to me. She was a challenge. I always loved a good challenge, though, and Mickey, with her bold personality, was equal to the task. And now it looked like I would have to round up some poor asshole and force him to go to the woods with me, buy camping gear from God knows where, and hope that Mickey didn't have any annoying friends. I had no idea what in the hell I was doing, or why I was doing it, but I loved the spark of energy I felt growing when I was around Mickey. Somehow, she made me feel lighter and ignited a different kind of energy within me, and I wasn't ready to let go of it.
Chapter 10. Mickey. After 2 soft knocks on the door, I slowly entered exam room 4, where my patient, Abigail Flores, waited for me to perform her routine preventative health exam. I was so happy to see younger teens considering their reproductive health care and ensuring all was well. Abigail was 16 and was not sexually active, and since this was her first exam with me, I could feel her nerves radiating throughout the entire room. "How are we doing, Abigail?" I questioned. Based on what she'd communicated through our initial introduction, I knew she wasn't looking forward to this next part. "A bit nervous?" she chuckled. "That's perfectly normal," I answered, taking the swivel stool from next to my assisting nurse and sitting on it. "Trust me." I smiled at Nurse Paula while retrieving my devices needed for the pelvic exam. "None of us ladies are big fans of this part. You're not the only one who doesn't look forward to it," I said as Paula guided Abigail to lie back so I could begin the exam. "But we must do these things to keep healthy and happy." "Happy is one way to put it," she nervously said as her feet entered each stirrup. This wasn't my favorite part of my job, but it was rewarding because of its importance. There was a certain amount of shame or embarrassment that sometimes came along with reproductive organs, and my utmost desire was to remove any stigma from ensuring everyone had the best health care. As I began the exam, the nurse assisted me, and everything went promptly and professionally. Using the smaller speculum and a warm lubricant, I was as gentle as possible, doing my best to avoid discomfort. "I need you to communicate with me if anything feels uncomfortable," I reminded her when I saw her legs begin to tremble. It was probably her nerves, but I wanted to be sure I wasn't hurting her in any way. Some patients tended to be silent, and for good reason. This certainly wasn't the time and place to talk about the weather. But if I had a nervous patient on my exam table, their muscles tended to clench in ways that made an exam more painful. "I'm good," she said while I continued with the pap smear. Once the pap was finished, I stood, turned, pulled off my gloves, and turned to the sink to wash my hands. "Okay, all is well. After I do a breast exam and check your abdomen for abnormalities, we'll wrap this up and you'll be ready to roll." I could hear Abigail sigh in relief from here, and I smiled at the memory of my first OB/GYN exam. It was so uncomfortable and not rewarding at all. "Thank you, Abigail," I said, finishing up before turning to leave. "We'll have your lab results in a few days, and you can set up your next appointment with the receptionist on your way out." "Thanks, Dr. Smith," she answered, and then I left the room. I was behind the 8 ball today, to say the least. I had 3 new patients, which always made for a long day. I had to give them my undivided attention to answer their questions and concerns for the different reasons they were here. I hated being behind, mostly because I personally hated doctors' waiting rooms. I'd been known to avoid annual visits to my doctor just because I didn't feel like wasting half a day waiting for them to call me back. I knew how annoying it was to wait, so I did my best to move through patients quickly while giving them top-notch care. I walked out of my last scheduled appointment and sighed in relief that the day had finally come to an end. The office was quiet, except for Allison, finishing the last paperwork she was behind on and following up with the final patients.
2 hours after close,
I heard John say from behind where I stood, signing off on 2 prescriptions and offering them to Allison with a smile and a nod. Neither Allison nor I were talking since we both should have been out of here 2 hours ago, and both of us were in a scramble to go home. "Not a word, Dr. Astor," Allison said.
"Oh, ladies,"
he teased in a sexy voice that I only fell victim to when I wasn't on guard. "Better leave Allison alone, Doctor," I teased. Instead of turning to address him and getting held up even longer, I went the opposite direction and made a beeline for my office to pack it up and get out of here before I was late to meet my sister and parents for dinner.
"I'll leave her alone. However, I'll hardly do that with you,"
he said. John used a humorous tone, one that I'd noticed gave me butterflies in my stomach lately, and I couldn't resist stopping before entering my office to talk to him. It wasn't really fair for me. I didn't want a relationship. I wanted a friendship, but that tug-of-war was practically impossible with this man. He stood in scrubs, looking like he could model them and just about anything else. There was something about John. His personality was carefree and fun, yet his appearance commanded attention and admiration. Every time my eyes drank in his tall presence, I noticed his effortless handsomeness, a symphony of artistry and genetics. He wasn't even trying to be perfect, yet he was. I didn't drool over the man like this all the time, though. I'd been working with his handsome ass for 2 months now, and it was only when I wasn't guarded that he got to me like this. I could see it in his damn eyes and his award-winning fucking smile that he knew it too.
"Why is your ass in such a rush?"
he questioned, walking toward me. I decided it was best to break my love spell and walk into my office to gather my shit and leave. My ass had 3 new patients today.
"Well, I had 2 new patients and a delivery today, so I've got you beat."
"You win," I smiled as I turned to grab my leather briefcase and place my laptop in it.
"I always win, Mick,"
he said. Of course he has to use that nickname in that deep, sexy voice when I'm trying to focus and not get all mushy at the sight of him. "Yep," I said, shouldering my purse and briefcase bag. "Healthy delivery?"
"Always,"
he said cockily. "Do you mind?" I said after he put his arm up to stop me from exiting my office.
"Where are you off to in such a rush?"
His rich cologne was another problem. I had to resist it so it didn't fill my senses, complementing all the sexual thoughts I was trying to keep at bay. "I have a dinner date," I said.
He said, his hazel eyes peering into my soul. "I don't recall having asked you to dinner tonight."
"You didn't," I smiled. "And I really have to get out of here."
"Well, I am now," he said. "You know I'll be better company than any idiot trying to work their moves on you at dinner tonight."
"Does it always have to turn into this between me and you?"
"No,"
he simply said, his arms still up, creating a barrier between me and the exit of this office.
"You're the one who is trying to date other men because you think it's unwise to date me."
"I think we both decided it's unwise if I date you, Doc," I teased, folding my arms together and only allowing him to block my exit because, if I was honest, these interactions with John were the highlight of my day.
"I don't think we ever had that discussion."
I eyed him. "Well, we're having it now. And if I remember correctly, it was you who said that you don't date colleagues?"
"That's correct,"
he answered. "So, we did have that conversation then, because it's clear on my end that I'm not going to date your handsome ass."
"We've just talked simply about all that,"
he said. "As if it gets more complicated than that?" He shrugged.
"Historically, I don't date colleagues, but I've recently made an exception to that rule."
Dear God, I covered my heart, feigning shock. Imagine all the people running around this place who have dreamt of the day you finally make this exception.
"They'll never know about it, gorgeous,"
he said. "Listen," I glanced down at my watch, seeing how late I was. "I honestly have to go."
"Date me,"
he said, as if it were any other day. My eyes widened in response. No, I said with a smile. This was dangerous to fall for, and I had no time for heartbreak while working my residency.
Why not?
For the first time since meeting the guy, he seemed deadly serious. Shit, he actually wanted more. I mustered my sweetest voice and said, I think you should just be happy that I still trust going on this hiking gig with you next week. Let's leave it at friends, okay? His lips twisted in a way that showed me I had made myself a challenge for him to conquer. He was the easiest man to reject because he didn't get his feelings hurt or upset. He just became more fun and exciting to be around, which was half the reason we were here, and he was making exceptions to his dating rules.
Fine.
His eyebrow arched.
We'll keep it as friends. Probably best that way anyway.
Something tells me I shouldn't believe you. He smiled.
And while you're staring into that man's eyes tonight, you won't be able to stop thinking about how you wished you didn't reject me again.
The man's eyes I'll be staring into would likely kick your ass if he knew you were trying to steal me away from him, I teased, knowing the only man's eyes I'd be seeing tonight would be my dad's.
He wouldn't be the first dumbass to try to kick my ass because of you,
he said. Well, that's a solid fact. I laughed, recalling the first night we met. Well, this guy is extremely athletic and definitely would not approve of your advances. He rolled his eyes.
Extremely athletic,
he scoffed.
Sounds to me like you're attracted to the douchebag types.
If that were the case, I'd be dating you tonight instead of him.
Touché, dollface,
he said. Wow, you really are jealous, aren't you? Now you're just pulling pet names out of your ass to charm me.
Nothing wrong with that,
he chuckled. All right. Congratulations on your delivery. I'm out of here.
Tell the idiot who's buying your dinner tonight that he has no idea what he's in for with me.
I turned back and grinned. I'll be sure to let my dad know, I teased, laughing at his change of expression as I turned toward the exit. I was excited to meet my parents for dinner tonight, and having this silly interaction with John right before I left lifted my spirits even more. It was always nice to receive flattery from men. And if they looked like John Astor, well, that was even better.
Chapter 11. John. I didn't know why I was so persistent with Mickey. Was it because she couldn't seem to care less about me? Or because I really wanted to get to know her better but couldn't seem to make it happen? It had to be because she wasn't responding to me how most women did, and that was driving me goddamn crazy. I didn't think jealousy was in my emotional ballpark until it reared its ugly face at me, yet here I was, distracted as fuck, thinking about who she was having dinner with tonight. You ever feel like you've scared off a chick before? I asked the group of men I was sitting with at Chianti's, where most of us doctors met up after a long week at work. Colin, the chief neurosurgeon from St. John's, eyed me while slowly sipping his gin. I know you're not asking that question for yourself. I shrugged. Even the sexiest men can get taken down if we're not careful. Well, I don't feel sorry for you, Colin chuckled, his cocky smile hidden behind the next sip of gin he was about to take. I think it's about time your handsome ass got rejected. I didn't get rejected, Dick, I bantered back. She's just not responding to me like I expected. It's starting to drive me up the goddamn wall. That's called rejection, Sam said, one of the doctors who worked in the ER. And from the looks of it, you fucking suck at it. Well, it's sure as hell not something I want to be good at, I told Sam. For some strange reason, I wasn't in the mood for booze. I didn't even want to eat the steak I ordered a few seconds ago. Well, Colin said, after my eyes wandered away from the two men sitting across from me. Are you going to tell us about what's going on in your world, Johnny boy? Or are we going to have to guess? It's nothing. I don't want a relationship, that much I'm sure of, so it doesn't matter. Famous last words, the hotshot ER doc said. You're in a relationship? I said, eyeballing the man. He was who all the nurses called the true definition of tall, dark, and handsome. God, no. He practically batted off the word like a mosquito was buzzing him. I'm just saying, once you start saying things like that, the next thing you know, you're either in one or wanting to be in one. Looks like he's wanting to be in one, Colin added. That's why you're sitting here tonight, ruining our dinner with some philosophical question about scaring off chicks. True. I acknowledge that fact. It just irritates the fuck out of me. Well, let me offer some wise words for your sorry ass. Get the fuck over yourself, Sam teased, prompting Colin to raise his glass. Actually, Colin said, I want to know who she is. Get in line, I said. I'd like to know who she is too, but she won't give me more than a medical conversation, and now she's trying to dig into my personal life. Medical conversation, Colin said, before Sam could. Oh, you're so fucked. You already know I won't go there with anyone that I work with, I said, hoping I could cover my slip-up. Seems you already have, Sam said. No, I answered, desperate to escape this conversation. I met her at a medical conference. When? Colin interrogated. 2 months ago, I lied. The one in Vegas? Sam asked. I watched both men's eyes shift to the other, then back to me. It doesn't matter when I met her. It's just irritating me that she's... I paused. I was heading down a rabbit hole of lies, which wasn't my style. I was confused enough that I felt this way about Mickey and her constant rejection of my advances, and I knew if I didn't shut my mouth, I would spin a web of bullshit that wouldn't make sense to even me. Yeah, if both of us were stupid fucks, we'd believe you met some doctor at a medical conference, Sam said. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? I said, trying to blow it off. The worst part is that I said anything because you two are the last fuckers on the planet I would go to for relationship advice. I'm wildly offended by that, Colin said. In fact, I'm more than offended. Why, because you're living your fairy tale romance? I teased. Yeah, he said, eyes wide, as if I'd finally gotten a point he was trying to make. I busted my ass to learn the whole soulmate love can suck but is worth it in the end shit. When your relationship repeatedly kicks you in the balls and you don't know which way is up or down, I'm the guy to come to for advice. Before Colin married his wife, they went down a very bumpy road, so I knew he was being earnest. Elena was also a doctor, and they fell head over heels for each other, but she was in a terrible accident that took it all away in a blink, and it took a long time for them to come back together. If anyone knew how to overcome the trials and tribulations of relationships, it was Colin. Okay, you're right, I said, holding my hands up in surrender. I looked up and saw Jake Mitchell, chief of cardiology and my patient Ashley's husband, approaching our table. Jesus Christ, Colin said to his friend, as Jake sat beside him. I don't think I've ever seen you go out in public in your scrubs. You promised me that if you started falling off the edge with what's going on with Ash, I'd be the first person you'd come to, and we'd get you back on track. Jake subtly smiled, and I could tell he probably hadn't been making that gesture a lot lately. Fuck, he said, looking down at his clothes. I didn't even think to change after leaving the hospital. It was a long fucking day, and I was ready to leave. How is Ash? Colin asked Jake before he eyed me, knowing she was under my care and scheduled for surgery in 2 days. Scared, Jake said as he looked at me. Thank God for you, though, man. My brain switched gears after seeing the expression in his eyes. We're going to take care of her, and she'll be yet another success story. What am I missing? Sam asked, looking at us like we'd started speaking another language. Life in the ER doesn't allow you to stand around and gossip like it does for us on the fancy upper floors, eh? Jake teased. It was nice to see him lighten up a bit, although I was confident that downing the glass of scotch that was waiting for him helped in that area. "Is your wife okay?" Sam said, his seriousness not wavering. "She was diagnosed with stage 1 ovarian cancer," Jake offered. "Thank God that John was a magician with his words, though, and she's chosen the path of surgery and chemo as opposed to her natural health care method." "I don't think it was all me," I said truthfully. "No," Colin said, as his lobster was placed before him. "I know it was all you, and I wasn't even there. Ash is not the type to put chemicals in her body, even if it is to save her life." "That's true," Jake agreed, spinning the plate Colin had ordered for him to get to his vegetables before the lamb. He looked at me. "Thank you for reminding her that she was going through this for me and the kids," he said, his eyes pooling with tears. "Man," Sam said in a hushed voice. "I'm so sorry, Jake." "Thank you," Jake said, as we quietly focused on our dinner. This sucked so fucking bad for Jake and his family. I knew there were reasons we all went through hardships in life, but I never understood why people, good people, had to go through this. They were so young. It just fucking sucked, and I understood why Mickey wanted to shy away from this field. I knew she'd be excellent in it, and we could use more in this specialty in our field of work, but it certainly wasn't for the faint of heart. Ash's mom had died of the same affliction, but her mother's cancer was caught too late. The event was traumatic for Ash and her father, and they barely survived the loss, but they did survive it. Knowing that, I wanted Ash to focus on how she and her dad felt after her mother's passing. We had better odds than her mother did because Ash's cancer was in the early stages, so there was a much bigger chance of sparing Jake and their 2 small children the same grief Ash had experienced. As soon as that was in her mind in my office that day, Ash's entire demeanor changed, and she was ready to hit the battlefield and wage war against this cancer. "You guys hear about the new human resources approach they're going to implement to onboard new staff?" Sam asked. "A memo came through last week, but I've been so damn busy that I haven't looked at it," I said. "Yeah, I guess we all have to sign waivers for our cars in the parking structure now," Sam said with a laugh. "What?" I said, pushing my finished plate to the side and taking a sip of wine. I looked at Jake. "Let me guess. Your brother came up with that one?" Jake grinned. "Jim probably doesn't even know the board passed that. The small stuff stays off the top floors of Mitchell & Associates," he said, while Colin rolled his eyes. "Jim prides himself on knowing every little bullshit detail people try to slide under his nose. Only when Monroe sniffs it out," Jake added. "Other than that, Jim's gotten softer these days. He's a family man now." I grinned. Hard to imagine James Mitchell as a family man, but the role suits him. "Truth," Colin added. "And we can all let Jimmy slide on this shenanigan from the HR department. I mean, that asshole Schmidt is the reason they had to do this. He sued the hospital and fucking won because a freak hailstorm ruined the paint on his Lamborghini. He was in the uncovered portion of the parking structure, so I don't know how that's anyone's fault but his own. Idiot." "I have no idea how he won that case," I said. "Only an idiot drives their Lambo to work," Colin said. "You used to drive yours to work, dickhead," Jake said, prompting Colin to look at him in fake horror. "Never," Colin protested. "You are the one who couldn't wait to bring yours out. You drove it everywhere, every day. Everyone knows a Lambo isn't a daily driver. Come on, man." Jake laughed loudly for the first time, making all of us join in. Jake and Colin were always the funniest guys to be around, so it was nice to hear a little of their usual goofy banter. As the conversation went on, my eyes roamed around the room, and I couldn't believe what the fuck, or who the fuck, they landed on. Mickey sat in a lively conversation with an older gentleman and 2 women at a table in the corner. Her eyes glittered from where I sat, watching her talk to the man. She was obviously telling the truth when she said she was meeting up with her dad, and the other two ladies must have been her mother and maybe a sister. He gave off major coach vibes, even from across the room. He wore a white polo shirt with a college team logo on his left breast, which was a dead giveaway that this man was into that shit. Her mom was strikingly beautiful, with pin-straight hair parted down the middle that barely reached the top of her shoulders. She sat perfectly straight, and from what I could read, the woman had to be a lawyer or something. She had sharp facial features and delicately sipped her wine while looking at the blonde woman beside Mickey. I could only see the back of the blonde's head, so I couldn't tell if it was a sister or a friend, but it was apparent she was around Mickey's age. As I discreetly spied on Mickey's table from across the room, I found myself both amused and intrigued to see this personal side of her, which I was sure she'd probably never share with me. I watched her mannerisms, noticing that she seemed a bit of a daddy's girl, because every time he said something, her face lit up like a little girl at Christmas. When the table erupted into laughter, I smiled, seeing Mickey's contagious and positively beautiful smile. I was intrigued by the scene because my family dynamic was nothing like Mickey's. They seemed informal, casual, animated, and fun, whereas mine was the polar opposite. I had to admit that it would be nice if my family could ever loosen up a little and actually enjoy each other's company. My eyes roamed back to Mickey, and I couldn't handle it anymore. It was time I introduced myself to her family. You know, the handsome doctor she worked with that she was most likely telling them all about. Without considering the scene I would create by ditching my friends without explanation and showing up unannounced at Mickey's table, I got up and walked across the restaurant on a mission.
Chapter 12. Mickey. It was always nice when my family got together, and even though I thought I'd be too tired to enjoy catching up with everyone because of how much I was working, I felt more awake than I had in weeks. Lydia looked terrific, as usual. My baby sister was the opposite of me in personality and looks. While I inherited the brunette hair from my mother, Lydia snatched the blonde hair genes from Dad, though he had nothing to show off anymore with it being cut short and all gray now. Lydia also grabbed Dad's striking blue eyes and beaming smile. She was also about 4 inches shorter than me, which was something I'd always envied. I wasn't insecure about my height, but it would have been nice to wear heels and not tower over everyone like Shaquille O'Neal. "So, your dad passed up an offer from Texas A&M last week," Mom said, as if turning down a coaching job from a major university was no big deal. "Why?" Lydia and I asked in unison. Mom smiled and looked at my dad adoringly. Even after all these years, she was still hot for the old man. It was pretty cute.
"You girls know exactly why,"
Dad answered. "Because you're retiring altogether?" Lydia teased. "Daddy will retire the day his soul leaves his body. We all know that," Mom teased. It drove me up the wall when my mom referred to our dad as Daddy, as if we were still 3 years old. But old habits die hard, and that Southern belle wasn't about to change her ways.
"You know Collierville will always be our home. Your mother and I aren't chasing fairy tales with big coaching possibilities when we're already perfectly content in the fairy tale life we're living now."
"You guys both do the empty nest thing very well," I said, pushing the last of the dessert I couldn't finish toward my sister. She could eat that and everyone else's and not gain a pound doing so either. "Well, I can't say we do it that well," Mom said. "We miss you girls terribly."
"Sometimes your mom goes into your rooms and sings to the walls, praying that one day her girls will—"
"Oh, please," Lydia interrupted. "Dad, you honestly need to come up with something new. That old chime ain't working on us anymore."
"No?"
My dad chuckled.
"Well, at least get yourselves some boyfriends or get married so your mom has some grandchildren to visit."
Both Lydia and I laughed that one off. Dad was trying to make a joke, But he must have forgotten that I was trying to get married a few months ago before my plans fell apart. "Tim," my mother scolded Dad, her eyes darting between him and me. "Easy on the jokes, honey. They could seem insensitive if you're not careful." Dad's eyes went straight to me, wide and showing some pity, and then his expression changed.
"You know what, Peaches?"
he said, using the nickname he gave me when I was a little girl.
"I'm glad it didn't work out between you and Jesse."
"Oh, yeah?" I said, my humored expression showing I was happy to hear him say that. "How so?"
"I didn't like how he treated you. It always seemed to be about him."
"It was," I answered. "I think that's why it fell apart. Once I stopped focusing on him and started putting a lot of effort into my career, the fights started happening and we both became miserable." "Relationships should be work, but not a chore," my mother responded.
"Aren't those two the same thing?"
Dad said. My mom always came in with these one-liners that made us all pause and wonder what she was talking about. "No," she looked at me and Lydia. "Work is something you get paid to do." She looked at my dad. "Chores are things you do because you have to, and the only benefit you receive is that things are maintained."
"Sounds like the same thing, Alice,"
Dad said. "Well, they aren't," she answered. "I know you think our relationship has survived 49 years because you do your chores, but honey, you're greatly rewarded for them, and you know it." She teased him.
"Easy, sunshine,"
he played back, then looked at me.
"You're gonna give the girls ideas about what's happening in that fancy hotel room tonight."
"Good Lord, Dad," I said with a shocked laugh. "No one wants any of those ideas." "Sweet Jesus," Lydia said, shaking her head. "I think that's enough analogies, Mom." "No kidding," I said as my parents eyed each other playfully and laughed. "Let's change the subject, shall we? Dad getting lucky tonight is a road I'm not staying on." "Okay, then," my mother said, smiling. "Who wants to go first and brag a little bit about their lives these days, since you both don't want to hear Daddy and me bragging about our happiness?" she said with a sly smile. "Mickey goes first," Lydia said. "I've been wanting to know how it's going at St. John's. Word in my world is that some of those doctors are wealthy. I'm talking 1%er type of money, and they look good enough to light your lady bits on fire."
"Jesus God,"
Dad said to Lydia.
"If a man gives you a burning sensation in your lady bits, you might want to get on antibiotics."
I couldn't stop laughing that Lydia had just said that in front of my parents, or that our wholesome family dinner had taken such a weird turn.
"Dr. Smith?"
I heard John's voice say. I couldn't believe my eyes as I watched the tall figure approaching from behind my sister. Did the guy follow me here to see who I'd gone on a date with? It couldn't be. But why else was he here at Chianti's? "Dr. Astor?" I said, shocked. "What the hell are you doing here?" He glanced around the darkened, candlelit room.
"What most people are doing, I suppose."
"Eating," Lydia said. I spied her cheeks as they flushed pink from the intimidation of the man's ridiculously handsome looks. He smiled at her.
"Well, yes, I was eating. In fact, I was enjoying a fine meal until I saw my favorite new resident sitting across the restaurant from me."
"Did you—" I stopped myself. I wasn't going to be a bitch to him. There was no way he stalked me. He wasn't that desperate, right? "How? Why are you—" I stopped myself again. He couldn't have followed me here. He's not that weird.
"Speechless, eh?"
he teased with his usual cheeky grin whenever I fumbled around with my words. He looked at my dad and casually extended his hand.
"I'm John Astor. You must be Mickey's father?" "I am,"
Dad answered as he stood to shake my senior doctor's hand.
"Call me Tim."
He turned to my mom.
"And this is my wife, Alice."
John kindly acknowledged my mom as she reached up to shake John's hand with a smile. "Lovely to meet one of the doctors that our daughter has failed to mention anything about," she teased, and I covered my mouth when I watched John's face fall.
"You've told your family nothing about me?"
John teased, winking at my mom and making my heart skip a beat. He looked gorgeous in his black button-down shirt and dark gray slacks. "Well, I'll admit," Lydia said while I sat there paralyzed, trying and failing miserably to assess what the fuck was happening. "I feel cheated that she hasn't said anything about you. I'm Lydia, Nikki's sister. Unfortunately for us both, I'm seeing someone, so I'm unavailable." My sister held nothing back when it came to saying what was on her mind. She didn't give a shit about what people thought of her, and I always admired that quality. Until now.
"A shame," John teased her in his usual flirty way that had women coming undone around him.
"Truly," Lydia said. "Any other time, I'd offer you a chance to take me out after I'm finished with dinner." For the first time since I'd met him, John seemed caught off guard and struggled to respond. "She's quite forward," I said, "and she's had a couple of drinks." My parents and I laughed, knowing that Lydia's lack of filter would sometimes render them speechless.
"Ah,"
John said, his eyes glistening under the lighting above our table.
"So it appears that liquor fuels your delightful personality, and your sister's as well."
"Pretty much," I answered, not wanting the truth of how John and I first met ever to reach my parents' ears or minds. I looked at my mom and played it off with an eye roll. "I had too many drinks one night and decided to fill in poor John on my breakup," I said, my eyes returning to John and pleading with him to let the subject die. John's eyes locked with mine, making it hard to concentrate.
"I was glad she did,"
John said, focusing on my parents.
"The last thing we need at the hospital is a depressed OB-GYN.
"And how do you like working with Mickey?" Mom asked, keeping him here longer. I wasn't quite sure what she was doing. It was very unlike my mother to act this way. I guess my dad and she had been getting their money's worth from that fancy hotel room after all.
"She's a refreshing delight,"
John answered, then casually slid his hands into his pockets.
"I'm sure she'll fill all of you in. I won't take up any more of your time together. It was lovely to meet all of you. Mickey, it's always a pleasure to run into you when I least expect it."
With that final nail in my coffin, knowing there would be a million questions to follow, John casually left our table as easily as he approached it. I watched as he walked directly to a group of men seated at a table and eased himself into his chair. All three men at his table had Cheshire cat smiles, almost bigger than the ones smeared across my family's faces. I had no idea who the other men were, but if Lydia's hormones were flaring up from John's good looks, she might go into cardiac arrest at the sight of the other male models at his table. What is it with all these gorgeous men? Why don't these types of guys ever have ugly friends? Is it all just Prince Charmings and no Shreks? Do they just plant gorgeous seeds and grow these California men? My God, Lydia said, her eyes only pulling away from that table to ask us that question. One would think, Mom said, as I watched John raise his glass of wine toward me. He grinned, and then, as if nothing ever happened, returned his attention to the table of men he sat with. Why the hell are you crying over Jesse when you could have that guy? He's clearly interested in you, Lydia said. First of all, I'm not crying over Jesse anymore. And secondly, that guy is not interested in me, I answered. He's interested in himself and all the women who appreciate him as much as he does. He seems like the playing type, Lydia smirked at me. And those boys are a lot of fun if you know how to play them. Now you sound like Aunt Bev. I chuckled, my nerves slowly unwinding. Really? Mom said, as Dad turned his attention to his cell phone. He was most likely checking scores on preseason football. This type of talk was something Dad avoided at all costs. So Aunt Beverly gets to hear all about... Mom, stop, I said. Seriously, there's nothing to hear. John loves attention from the ladies, but I will give him more credit than that. He's a damn good doctor, and I am fortunate to work with him. Now, Mom smiled, I can appreciate that statement, but he doesn't seem the type to warrant such a compliment. That's a bit rude, I said, irritated that she could sometimes be judgmental. Well, I'm being honest, sweetheart, she said. He just doesn't seem like he would have the type of class or character to be an excellent and well-composed doctor. She's kind of making a great point, Lydia said, and my sister was definitely one to judge harshly. Well, I'm glad that the man's great humor and rude manners barging in on our dinner has brought you both to this conclusion. But I can tell you that he's not only exciting to work with, making everyone's job more enjoyable, but he's also brilliant, and I appreciate his seriousness when the job calls for it. Quite defensive, Lydia said, beating my mother to the punch. Seems like you might like this man. I tossed my napkin on the table. I'm not doing this with all of you, I said. The guy is a good time. He's a great doctor, and that's the end of it. I have no desire to be in a relationship, especially with another doctor. It would be doomed before it started. My mother's playfulness left her face. I'm sorry I insulted him. She eyed Lydia and me. Perhaps my judgment is premature. However, I will say that I don't like seeing your heart so closed off. Mom, I can assure you that my heart is not closed off. I'm just being smart about who I date going forward. I know Jesse had a lot of red flags at the beginning of your relationship, flags that even I failed to see. There were a million red flags that we all missed, Mom, I said. Jesse was all about himself. Everything was his way or no way, and I'm glad it ended when it did. And now, it's over. He's out of my life and moved on with another woman. I'm happy and focused on my career, and I honestly don't want to ever think about him again. And that's healthy. We're wrong to keep bringing up Jesse, and I'm sorry for that. But I have to say, Lydia said after I smiled in gratitude for her words, you need to give that doctor a chance. You deserve a little fun in your life. I'm not getting hurt again. You don't have to date the guy, Lydia said, her eyes shifting toward my mom's approving smile. But go out and have fun with him. He seems like your type, you know? I looked at my sister as if she were crazy. He's the exact opposite of me. I'm more uptight, and that guy is running around half the time cracking jokes and... No, my mother said, correcting me with her tone. You weren't always this serious and uptight, you know. You became that way because that was expected of you with just... She stopped herself. With your previous relationship. Mom's right. You were the goofy one in the family. You were always playing pranks on all of us, stuff like that, Lydia said with a cute expression that made me laugh. You need to live life to the fullest. And that guy, she pointed her thumb over her shoulder, is the perfect man to help you do it. I eyed John again, imagining how disastrous it could be if it went wrong. You're not dating him, Lydia said. I can see your wheels turning. You're not ready to date, and from what I've just picked up from that guy, you certainly don't want to date him. He'll get bored and move on to the next best thing. Yeah, so how about I don't? I said. No, Lydia pressed. Get your ass out and start moving on and having fun. Don't bury yourself in work and then one day surface only to find you're 83 and still all alone. That's the road you're on, and I suggest you get off it ASAP. You've sat with me for almost 2 hours and concluded all that from a casual conversation about how I'm dealing with life? No, she smiled. It's the fact that you don't even want to have fun with a man who took it upon himself to boldly approach the table where you're eating with your family. Where's the adventurous Mickey we remember from back in the day? Paying off student loans? I teased. Fine, I conceded, knowing my sister was half right about this. I had no friends to speak of, and I wasn't even trying to have a life right now. I'll enjoy things a bit more and not be quick to turn everyone down. I had to hold to that because I knew I was guarded and would bury myself in work because it was safe there. The last I saw of Jesse, he wasn't stopping and looking back. He wasn't willing to try to fight for the relationship, and neither was I. That chapter in my life was over, and it was time to turn the page and start a new chapter.
Chapter 13. John. It had been 2 days since I'd rudely interrupted Mickey and her family at dinner. 48 long-ass hours of me beating myself up for my impulsiveness. Who the hell had I turned into to do something so obnoxious? I had no answers, only remorse and embarrassment. Only after I decided to impress them with my douchebaggery did I realize that Mickey had never said anything about her family, any of them, including her hot sister, living here. So they must have been here visiting from God knows where after not seeing each other for who knows how long. But I just had to stroll over and interrupt what limited family time they probably had together, not to mention the hours Mickey had been pulling at the hospital. It was hard enough to find any personal time with that workload, and then I had to go and act like the clown of the century by busting in on her. The icing on the cake was that I was too full of myself to realize Mickey probably thought I followed her to the restaurant to see who she was with, making me appear to be a full-blown stalker. I couldn't have made myself look more foolish if I tried. Colin, Jake, and Sam all gave me hell about it, and even if I wanted to hide that the woman I was struggling with rejection from was Mickey, those bastards knew she was who I was whining about at dinner. The worst part was that I hadn't had the balls or time to apologize to her. I could have called or texted, but I was too chicken shit. I'd quickly realized that Mickey was my Everest, and I might have been in over my head. As expected, I did what I always did when situations overwhelmed me or stressed me out. I shut it down, looked in the other direction, and acted like nothing happened. If Mickey were pissed, she'd bring it up, right? That's what women did. They voiced their opinions when things didn't go their way, and that's why most husbands hated their marriages. Can we all see why John Astor doesn't do relationships now? God, I was so inside my head about this. Thankfully, I had Ashley Mitchell's total hysterectomy set up for today, and that would make me focus and think about things I could actually do correctly. I arrived at the hospital at 6 a.m, changed into my scrubs, and was scrubbed in and ready to operate within the hour. The sterile operating room was prepared down to every detail, ensuring patient safety throughout the procedure. It would be the first time I saw Mickey since that night at the restaurant, as I'd asked her to attend me in this surgery the week prior, hoping it would ignite her interest in gynecology-oncology. I was not trying to pressure her, but I knew she could be a considerable asset, and was wasting her genius by not pursuing it. I had a knack for sniffing out talent, and Mickey had it all. She wouldn't know what I knew unless she got her feet wet and experienced that this was not a specialty to fear, but one to excel in and save lives beyond preventative health care. With my mind fully engaged in surgeon mode, I nodded at Mickey, who stood beside the surgical table, scrubbed and gloved, while I prepared for the procedure. The monitors were our only sounds, as Dr. Mitchell's wife, Ashley, lay under the soft glow of overhead lights with the anesthetic-induced slumber masking her features. I watched as Mickey glanced at the monitors displaying Mrs. Mitchell's vitals, and then her eyes met mine. She nodded, signaling our readiness to begin the surgery. I was in my element now, where I excelled at everything. I pushed away the last of my internal chatter, entering an almost meditative state as my medical skill took over. The room seemed to hum with a mixture of anticipation and focused determination from all the medical staff who were ready to help this brave woman. "Scalpel," I requested, holding out my hand. As the shiny instrument was placed into my palm, I made a small incision just below the navel, carefully navigating the layers of tissue. I remained supremely focused on where my scalpel was placed, while my gloved hands moved deftly, assisting with each precise cut. With the incision made, Mickey and I moved on to the next step, gently retracting the abdominal muscles and exposing the reproductive organs. Next, I guided a laparoscope into the incision, allowing us to view the internal structures on a nearby screen. "All right, let's begin by carefully isolating the ovaries," I directed, my voice calm and focused. Mickey and I worked together to separate the ovaries from surrounding tissues using delicate instruments, ensuring minimal disruption. As we progressed, I felt Mickey's eyes on my hands as they moved with precision. She was instant in assisting with each movement I made. As odd as it may seem, our synergy was a seamless partnership that one might think had been built on years of training and experience. It was only our third surgery together, and being able to work so flawlessly, as if we could read each other's minds, was extraordinarily convenient and totally unheard of. "Left ovary successfully isolated," I announced, my eyes fixed on the monitor to confirm. Mickey and I continued the process on the other side, meticulously working to remove the cancerous growths while preserving the integrity of the surrounding structures. Once the ovaries were removed, we moved on to the next stage of the procedure. I worked to manipulate the uterus gently, exposing the cervix and upper vaginal area. The room was filled with the steady hum of equipment as we worked in sync, methodically progressing toward the final phase of this surgery. "Clamp, please," I requested. And as if I didn't even need to ask for it, Mickey gently placed the clamp in my hand. I carefully secured the blood vessels and ligaments, ensuring controlled blood flow and preventing unnecessary complications. Finally, we reached the point of removal. With precision and a final shared glance, Mickey was the one who made the necessary incisions to release the uterus, while I continued to manage the blood supply. "Uterus removed successfully," Mickey confirmed, her voice carrying a note of steadiness and relief. The malignant presence that had threatened Ashley's health was now eradicated. Bastard is out of her, I thought. Nothing was as sweet as the victory of conquering a disease that threatened to destroy a beautiful life. A sense of accomplishment settled over the room as Mickey and I closed the incisions, meticulously stitching and suturing with practiced hands. We had navigated the complexities of this procedure together, and the result was a successful total hysterectomy that held the promise of a healthier future for Ashley Mitchell. After we had finished, Ashley was left to the staff, who would follow her to the recovery room. I nodded at Mickey while pulling off my surgical cap, knowing that we still had the family waiting in the waiting room to hear how the surgery went. "Great work in there, Doctor," I acknowledged. "I'm beginning to wonder if you're lying to us when you say this is your first year of residency." Her eyes twinkled in humor. "I assure you that I'm not lying. It's a natural talent," she chuckled as she discarded her gloves and mask in the trash before walking out of the room with me. I grinned. "That's a damn fact. I'm highly impressed. We've yet to perform a surgery where we come into complications when you might be forced into a high-pressure situation, but something tells me you'd do just fine when that time comes." "Well, I do perform well under pressure," she said, with an arch of her eyebrow. "I'd expect nothing less of an Olympian," I teased. "That's about as high pressure as it gets." I couldn't get enough of these interactions and wanted more so badly I could almost taste it. "Except for the pressure we're about to face," she said, as we walked down the corridor toward the private waiting room where Ashley's family and friends were gathered. "Is it true that Dr. Mitchell's brother pretty much owns St. John's?" I chuckled at her sudden nervousness. "Kind of. Jim is the CEO of the company that bankrolls this place and is chairman of the hospital board. It's all fun and games until James Mitchell stops by for a visit." "Or you're doing surgery on his sister-in-law," she added. "Precisely," I said, as we reached the waiting room. "Now, let's share the good news." I opened the door to the waiting room, and we stepped inside. There must have been 10 to 12 people in the room, and all of them looked up at us expectantly, collectively holding their breath as they waited for me to speak. Jake stood from his seat, holding his and Ashley's little girl in his arms, while his son and clone, John, stared darkly and somberly at me from where he sat across the room on a beautiful black-haired woman's lap. I can't tell whose expression is more frightening, John's or Jim's. I chuckled and walked toward Jake, who reached out to shake my extended hand. Everything went perfectly. She did very well. All her vitals are excellent, and we were able to remove all cancerous cells. She's in recovery, and you know the drill on that. When she wakes up, your beautiful wife will be well on her way to recovery, Dr. Mitchell." Jake let out a sound that was a mixture of a sob and a sigh of relief as his posture instantly changed. It looked like someone had lifted a 50-pound weight from his shoulders. The feeling of relief from Ashley's family and friends was palpable. The tension was instantly dissipated, and everyone could breathe again. Ashley's father, I presumed, wrapped his arms around Jake as the man began to sob, and an older Latina woman took his daughter from Jake's arms as he returned the man's joyful embrace. The only thing sweeter than saving a life was watching these moments of pure love and joy from their family. "Thank you, Carmen," Jake said to the woman who held his daughter as he wiped his eyes. "And thank you, John." He pulled me into a bear hug for nearly 10 seconds before pulling away. His tears of happiness and relief glistened on his cheeks as his brother, Jim, approached and wrapped his arm around Jake's shoulders. "Thanks, Doc," Jim added, looking happier than I'd ever seen. "I can't tell you how happy I am for you all," I said. "Now we'll leave you to prepare for visitation. You can all rest easy now." Mickey and I walked out, leaving the family to celebrate their answered prayers together. I glanced over at Mickey and grinned when I noticed her glassy eyes. "I'm telling you, girl, we could use another gifted doctor on our oncology team." She looked at me and offered me an adorable smile that damn near took my breath away. "Do you see the wreck I am right now?" she chuckled. "I can barely give the family good news without tearing up. Can you imagine me giving them the unthinkable news?" "You were trained in how to deal with emotions, I'm sure," I said, not backing down. "You must remove yourself from all emotions in situations like those, or you won't survive in any part of the medical field." "How do you do it?" she questioned. "You just witnessed that," I answered. "Jake's a great friend, but I have another surgery to focus on in a couple of hours. I can't be in there crying with the family right now." A doctor I worked with while interning said he always thought of the entire family holding in a fart or something silly like that to remove himself from emotions when delivering bad news. I looked at her as if she'd grown 2 heads. "Where the hell did you intern? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." "UCI," she answered, challenging me to insult one of the best hospitals in Orange County. "UC Irvine, eh?" "Mm-hmm." "Well, thank God you've come to St. John's." "Why, so I could learn from a doctor who's so full of himself that he interrupts my family dinner?" I stopped walking, knowing I needed to deal with the consequences of my actions. "I've been meaning to apologize for that," I said. "I wasn't thinking when I decided to jump up and barge into what was probably a nice family dinner." She eyed me, crossed her arms, and smiled, enjoying her upper hand a little too much. "Our dinner was over. That's not the part you should apologize for." I was instantly confused. "Well, if your dinner was over, then I wasn't interrupting anything but conversation." She smiled again, while I tried to snake my way out of this embarrassing situation. "My family thinks you're a complete clown," she teased, and my eyes widened at the fact that I really did embarrass myself in front of her family. No matter how much I might want to fool myself, it wasn't a figment of my imagination. "Holy shit," I said. "I really am sorry, Mickey. I think it was the booze," she said. I smiled. It's almost as if the booze was fucking with me the way it was with you that night at Avalon. "Don't bring my embarrassing mistakes into this," she said, more attractive than ever. "Own your shit, and then I'll forgive you." I did own my shit. I apologized. "Fair enough," she said. "I suppose I just like seeing you all weak and vulnerable like this." It's the last time you'll see me like this, too, I said, knowing we were even in the game of doing stupid, embarrassing shit in front of each other.
Oh, I guess you'll be fine while we're camping then?
Fucking camping. Right, I said. When was that planned again?
Tuesday and Wednesday, she said with raised eyebrows. My only days off this month, and you forgot about that?
Well, I don't even know what fucking day of the week it is these days. I answered that part truthfully.
Fine, she said. I've honestly got no one to bring camping with me anyway. Med school, a long-ass engagement, and all the bullshit that pulls one away from having a social life has me quite isolated these days.
Well, we're perfect for each other. My only friends these days are the doctors I work with here.
That commonality doesn't mean you and I need to date, she said,
and I smiled. Glad to know that word was on her mind. The ball was back in my court and exactly where it needed to be for this to be exciting. How about we still take Tuesday and Wednesday and go camping together? We'll play it by ear.
That could be a disaster, she answered.
Yeah, well, something tells me that dancing around each other like this and not seeing where it goes would be the disaster.
I'm not dating you, she confirmed again.
I know, I answered with a smile. I'll be at your house on Tuesday morning, and we'll hit the road and drive until something comes up.
You're such a nut. Thank God you don't plan surgeries like this, she teased.
But I could tell she was nervous. Strangely, I wasn't. My drive to spend more time with this woman was too strong to let me be nervous. I was excited and intrigued, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a spark of renewed energy ignite in me. I didn't know where it could all lead, but I wasn't afraid to find out.
Chapter 14. Mickey. It was the first day of October, and though I loved the intensity of the season changes while transitioning from summer to the crisp mornings of fall, that never really happened in Southern California, where the weather seemed to range between the 70s and 90s for most of the year. I had no idea why I was feeling so sentimental that October was here, but I was, and it made me miss my home for the first time in a long time. In Tennessee, after the first cold snap hit, the leaves would start to change in various colors, and the air felt lighter and more exhilarating. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. I yanked the door open before John's SWAT team greeting disturbed the entire hillside and saw Mr. All Smiles standing before me wearing a tight white t-shirt and jeans. I turned away so as not to let the temperature heat up my insides and ruin our outing. Were you trying to make me think the house was being raided, or do you always announce your presence that way? I teased.
And here I thought that pumping up your adrenaline in anticipation of our outing would score me some points.
I smirked at him after he took my duffel bag and pillow into his arm. Don't worry about scoring points with me. We're hiking and enjoying camping in the woods for the night. I watched his bicep muscle pop and flex after he tucked my pillow under his arm and restrained myself from allowing my jaw to hit the floor after seeing how fit he was. Knowing how cocky he was, I wouldn't have been surprised if he worked out this morning to get his pump on to work me up into a frenzy tonight.
So, speaking of not scoring points,
he started after I turned to secure the lock on the front door, hearing the alarm beeping its countdown before it set.
I see you have no friends joining us on our chaperoned mountain trip today.
I wasn't lying when I said the last few years had been isolating, I said. I mean, I have acquaintances, like the girls I was out with the night we met, but that's about it. These days, if I wasn't working, I was sleeping. My lifestyle didn't leave much time for fostering friendships. Luckily, I was introverted enough not to care.
Well, good,
John answered, setting my bag in the back seat of his lifted and incredibly badass red Toyota 4Runner.
because I hardly have any friends here on the West Coast that would do shit like this for or with me. The doctors I usually spend my downtime with after hours would be the only ones I could ask along.
So why didn't you? I questioned. I was a bit shocked that this gorgeous specimen of a man was in the same boat as I was, with no real friends to count. He grinned at me, eyes peering over the gold rims of the aviator sunglasses he'd just slid on.
If I had invited any of my doctor buddies along, they would have laughed and treated me like a little bitch for needing a wingman. All we ever do together is grab drinks or dinner, and inviting them on a camping trip is a bit of a leap from that.
I stepped up into the 4Runner, and the fragrance of the newness of this car smacked me in all my senses. God, I loved the smell of a new car. The only time I'd ever experienced this for myself was when Dad bought me a Honda Civic for my high school graduation. He chose it because it would last me forever, and he was right. The goddamn thing wouldn't die. Wow, this is really nice, I said, turning back and seeing the back was filled with camping gear and duffels.
Thanks. I just bought it yesterday,
he chirped, looking as proud as I must have when my dad handed me the keys to the Civic. Yesterday? I was confused. What happened to the Ferrari?
The Ferrari doesn't go into the woods, gorgeous, he said. She's covered and tucked nicely away in my garage at home.
Do not tell me you bought this just to go camping, I said, wondering if this guy was for real.
Okay, I won't,
he answered, glancing over his shoulder as he backed up, turning from my aunt's driveway and heading down the long, winding road. No, I said. Seriously, did you borrow this from a friend? Because that would be more reasonable and something that happens in real life, I thought, when we made it to the bottom of the hill, and he was focused on getting over to the left lane of the street to make a U-turn toward the freeway.
So, here's the situation,
he said, looking over at me while we waited at a red light.
I've been in the market to get another vehicle anyway, so before you judge, hear that part first.
I'm not judging. I'm just curious.
Rightfully so,
he said as the light turned green, and he looked back at the road.
Anyway, while I was buying shit for our camping trip so that your cute little ass could sleep comfortably in your own personal tent.
He paused and glanced over, feigning reproach with his arched eyebrow. I would have bought my own, I answered truthfully.
Right, little miss student loan debt. And I would have been such a gentleman for insisting we overnight camp so long as you bought and brought your own tent.
Thank you for the tent, I said with a laugh as he sped up to merge with traffic on the freeway.
My pleasure,
he teased. So, back to why you bought a brand new 4Runner?
Ah,
he said, settling into his leather seat and kicking on the cruise control.
Well, I had to have something to haul all this gear, and my buddies insisted that the new 4Runner TRD Premium Edition was the way to go.
He glanced at me for a reaction, and I don't think I had an expression to offer him after that.
So I bought all this shit at REI and dropped the Ferrari off at home. Then I took an Uber to the dealership, plucked their showroom model, signed papers, picked up this camping shit, and now here we are. I'm the happiest motherfucker I know since getting this gal, he said, rubbing the dash.
Okay, I answered, unsure if I should crack a joke or jump ship now because I had no idea what this guy was all about.
Don't fry your beautiful brain cells over it,
he said with a bright smile and a laugh.
I'm just the type to handle my business and get what I want.
The guy was obviously loaded with money. Who in God's name bought a new SUV just to haul around camping equipment that didn't fit in their Ferrari? Who the hell are you? A long-lost Kardashian?
Hardly.
He grinned at me.
Those ladies order their vehicles customized. I just ran down to the dealership, snatched up the most badass-looking 4Runner I could, and...
How much was this thing? I questioned, wondering how wealthy this man could be.
$83,000,
he said, as if he'd just told me how much he'd paid for a pair of jeans. You're insane.
I said how I truly felt. "But it is pretty cute to see you looking like a high school kid who just got handed the keys to his dad's new truck." "Ha," he said, flipping on his blinker and darting across 4 lanes to get to the connecting freeway that would bring us out of the city. "I love it. I finally feel like a normal person for doing this. You know?"
Did he just say he felt like a normal person for doing the most abnormal thing I could imagine?
You can't be serious.
Normal? I'm sure you mean something else.
"No, I meant what I said,"
he corrected me.
"I've never been able to enjoy the fruits of my labor. You remember I told you I grew up in a wealthy family, correct?"
"Yes," I answered, wondering where this could be going in his happy little mind.
"Well, in my family, there are rules for how we spend our money."
He glanced at me to see if I was still with him.
"The first and most important rule is that we use it wisely."
"And the second?" I said, because I still didn't see where there was any wisdom in the way he went about purchasing this SUV.
"Second, we don't make a big deal over our purchases."
"You mean you don't brag?" I said with a soft laugh.
"Precisely," he answered. "And for the first time in my life, I made a completely foolish purchase and bought the one vehicle that makes me stand out."
"Wow," I said, somehow finding this all too funny. "It looks like you've rebelled from your spoiled rich boy ways in the most flamboyant way possible."
"My mother would lose her shit, and my father wouldn't speak to me for at least a month for this stupid move."
"Jesus, really?" I said. "Is it that bad in the family of wealth?"
"Oh, you have no idea, sweetheart," he continued. "My home life is not one I speak of lightly. I love my parents and brothers, but it's nice to do things off the leash sometimes. I forgot how liberating it is just to do shit for myself without a care for what is required of me, and having to prove myself in everything that I do."
Suddenly, I felt bad for him. I couldn't imagine having a family like that, and it made me grateful for mine. It also made me happy that he did something that brought him absolute joy, even though it initially seemed ridiculous. "Surely your family is proud that you're one of the top doctors at St. John's," I said with a smile, knowing how proud my parents were of me working there.
"Not even close," he said with a smile. "My mother basically said she'd rather see me open a bakery in New York so I could waste my time closer to the family."
"No," I said, denying that could even be true. "You're not serious."
"It was merely a joke she made, but my family believes I'm just fucking around out here. They're waiting for me to get bored of this life and rush back home to fulfill my obligation to the family legacy. Everyone must play his part."
"Who the hell is your family?" I questioned. "Are you a member of the royal family or something?"
"Who is my family?"
he said, almost to himself, before looking at me.
"My family is just my family, and I'm nothing like any of them."
"You're the black sheep, huh?" I teased him.
"Aren't all babies of the family?"
He chuckled.
"Listen, let's get off that subject. I don't want to get all stressed out while driving and leave behind bad vibes in this baby."
"Sounds like a good idea," I said. I was more curious than ever about who John Astor was outside of work. I could see that he came from money, but the idea that he'd seemingly betrayed his family or had any issues with them that he was working out by buying random vehicles was something I didn't see coming. I was happy we were taking this camping trip together because I wanted to know more about this beautiful man who, for some strange reason, didn't have the support of his family to do the job he did so well, and with such natural talent.
Chapter 15. John. I know how stupid it must have sounded, feeling so triumphant for buying a new car, but I didn't care. This Forerunner was the kick in the ass I needed to stay on my course, not the one my parents had chosen for me. For once in my life, I was making decisions without the input of my family, and while it might have been something that every other adult in the world freely did, it was new to me and felt incredible. No one would understand it, not even this beauty next to me, who'd nodded off in the passenger seat an hour ago. She had to think I was insane to act like a spoiled little rich boy, which was exactly how I acted when purchasing all the necessities to go on this trip and enjoy some time in a higher elevation with crisp, clean mountain air. "Wake up, darling," I said, as I gently rubbed her shoulder to rouse her as we pulled into the campground at June Lake. "Oh, shit," Mickey said, in a sleepy and very sexy voice. "Where are we?" "Inyo National Forest," I said, as if I were Clark Griswold, announcing our destination to Ellen and the kids. "Wow," she said, her eyes drawn to the tall pines that lined the single-lane road we were on. "I can't believe I fell asleep on you." "Yeah, remind me not to take any long road trips where I might get tired and need you to take over driving. I now know you're not one to depend on." I glanced over at the general store of the Pine Cliff Resort area I'd seen online while scouring the coolest places to hike and camp. I'd probably pushed it by driving 300 miles away from the city to score on some mountain, but the beauty of the eastern Sierras called to me. I wanted something unique and neat, and all the lakes here looked like they belonged in another country with their crystal-clear waters, still surrounded by snow, and all the things that one leaves the big city in hopes of finding. I read online that they have flushing toilets and bear containers here. It seemed to be the best of the camping spots, so I thought it would work well, I stated, putting the truck in park and smiling over at her. "Care to come in with me to figure out where we'll be, and then grab some grub for you to cook over the campfire?" She was still trying to get her bearings. From the looks of it, she'd fallen asleep pretty hard, and was disoriented that we were pulling into an old Western-like frontier general store. "It's like we're in the Old West," she chuckled. "Sadly, we're not," I teased. "So, let's get some fishing licenses and get this party start." "Hold up." She reached for my arm before I could get out of the truck. "Fishing licenses?" "Why not?" "Have you ever fished before?" "No, but I read online that people catch their limit in 30 minutes or less around here." "That's what people who know how to fish say." She looked at me as if I'd turned into an alien. "So? Are you afraid you won't catch anything?" "I'm afraid that I'm here with a man who bought an $80,000 SUV who's throwing caution to the wind on this trip." "No better man to be doing shit like this with, I think," I said with a flirty smile. "No," she corrected me. "You can't just fly by the seat of your pants when you're camping. If you do, your spoiled pretty boy self will get hurt." I rolled my eyes, sighed deeply, and looked out my door window, searching for answers as to why I had to encounter any resistance whatsoever. That caused a stifled laugh to come from where Mickey sat. "Are you pissed off at me?" she said in a humorous voice, rubbing my arm. The gesture felt amazing. "Yes," I said. I wasn't really pissed. I was more annoyed than anything. "Well, you're going to have to get over it, because I'm not going to pull a hook out of your ass when you try to cast your fishing line the way you saw someone do it on YouTube." I slowly looked over at her. "How would you know that I watched any fishing videos to try and—" "That's the thing, I'm not sure," she said. "But everything on this trip so far seems like the work of some rich boy who ran away from home and is trying to be normal and do things he's never done before." "So?" I said, currently acting like the exact idiot she described. She laughed again. "Well, I'm just trying to figure all this out." She looked at me with a cute, sympathetic gaze and an adorable smile. "Nothing to figure out, Mick. We're going camping." I reached over and softly pointed my index finger into her chest. "Just you and me," I finished, and turned to step out of the vehicle. I handled the campsite check-ins and everything that went along with finding our tent site, while I left Mickey quick to deal with the food shopping, and anything extra we may need for the night. When I walked over to the general store, a little saloon-like building that was the only gig in this one-horse town, I was turned on the moment I saw her again, even though she was laughing and joking with the young man behind the counter. Luckily, I was confident enough to brush away the little green jealousy monster trying to plant seeds of doubt. It was far too perfect of a day for silly insecurities, and as long as she didn't have a fantasy about being with a ginger who looked like he belonged in Duck Dynasty, I didn't need to worry. "What's the deal?" I asked, approaching Mickey from the side. "A couple of things," the dude behind the counter said from behind his chest-length beard. "First, if you want to fish, you're going to need to purchase some licenses, and second, I'm fresh out of bait." "Fresh out of bait?" I mocked the guy playfully. As I did, Mickey's eyes widened, and she stared at me as if I were embarrassing myself. I looked at Mickey, frustrated and confused, wondering if she was trying to give me shit because she was digging this guy, and I sounded like a dick. "What?" I tried not to snap, but I was pretty sure I failed. She folded her arms and turned to the guy behind the counter. "You know what, Matthew," she said. "It seems we won't be fishing this trip. It turns out my partner is in too shitty of a mood to work up the patience for it, much less wait for a couple of fishing licenses." "He's out of bait," I said, looking at him. "You said that, right?" "Fresh out," he repeated the ridiculous line that had gotten me busted with Mickey for reacting and mocking it. "Fresh out, honey," I said, feigning a fight. "Bummer," she eyed me. "I specifically told you that if I didn't get to fish on this trip, you weren't getting laid." My eyes matched Matthew's from the other side of the register, as wide as fuck. "Your sweet ass never said that to me," I said. "Better go scrounge up some worms out by the lake, pal," Matthew said. "Scrounge?" I responded. I swear this kid was throwing me curveballs with his lingo. "Hey," he held his hands up. "I'm just trying to help." "Well, he's way past help now," Mickey answered. "Let's get whatever food we need for the campsite." She turned to Matthew. "Where do you keep the steaks?" "Steaks? Yeah, no, we're not a full-service grocery store like that," Matthew said. "We got some wieners in the cold case." Yeah, and wieners working behind the cash register, too, I thought. Honestly, the dude was only annoying me because this interaction had spun quickly out of control, and he was managing to dash every expectation I had, one by one. "This isn't going to work," I told him, as if he could call up a truck from hundreds of miles away to deliver raw steaks. "It'll be fine, John," Mickey said. "No, sweetheart." I smiled at her, chilling out a bit before looking back at Mountain Man Matthew. "If I'm not getting laid because your ass can't keep bait stocked and the lady can't fish, I sure as hell am not shoving a goddamn wiener down my gullet for my trouble." If this doofus makes a "that's what she said" joke, I don't know if I'll laugh or punch his throat. "That sounds like your problem," Matthew said, smiling as he spat that truth back at me. "That is what's pissing me off about you right now, Matt," I said. "I'm having a shit-ton more problems than you are suddenly." "I don't think you have more problems than me," Matthew said. "The brand-new 4Runner and your preppy little shirt and jeans tell me you probably don't have any problems at all." "The 4Runner and these preppy clothes were working to get me laid tonight, and your ass and this damn store ensured it was all done in vain." "Oh, no," Mickey finally cut in. She gently touched her finger into my chest, arched an eyebrow, and smiled. "You are the reason you're not getting laid, not poor Matthew." She stopped and looked at the guy on the other side of the register and grinned. "Where are the hot dogs?" "In the back next to the White Claws. I'll get them." "Thank you." She smiled at Matthew, then looked at me. "You need to relax. Hot dogs will be just fine. It's more of a staple food for camping anyway." "I am relaxed," I answered her, acting innocent. I just don't want to eat a goddamn hot dog. I hate that chopped-up shit. It tastes like ass, I said, honestly. She covered her smile. That's a good thing, then? How is eating ass a good thing? I said it before I thought about how it would sound, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling and laughing with Mickey. Don't say it, I begged her. I don't need to. You already did. Well, I should clarify that it's not the preferred kind of ass I want to eat. I said that just as Huckleberry Finn's grandpa entered the store. From the looks of the old man, he was the one who'd bought all the bait. He wore overalls that had to have been older than him, a long-sleeve flannel shirt, and a straw hat, carrying a fishing rod and looking like a cartoon character. "Excuse me, son," he said to me. I half expected him to reprimand me for speaking like a disgusting pig in front of a lady, but he was merely trying to get by with his fishing pole. "Hey, Mr. Solomon," Matthew said, walking back with 2 packs of hot dogs. "Did you catch it all?" "All that I could," he chuckled. "You know that lake likes to play stubborn with me sometimes." "Let me take care of these folks, then I'll get your refund on the bait you didn't use," he said. "We don't need 2 packs of hot dogs," I said, obviously not letting go of my issues with Matthew. "From the sounds of it, 2 packs of wieners might not even be enough for the 2 of you tonight," he said. "Right. Mickey," I said as I turned to her, "we should probably get whatever food goes with hot dogs and check out our campsite. Building the tents should be as exciting as dealing with this place." "You'll be surprised at finding shit you don't need in this store, as opposed to what you think you need," the old man said. Somehow, I think he was trying to throw in some wisdom. "I'm sorry," I said nicely, wanting to understand what he was trying to say. He turned and smiled at me, his snowy white beard igniting his powdery blue irises. "I see you're a frustrated young man. You're up from the city, yes?" "Correct," I said, as Mickey took off down the aisle to avoid what I believe would be scolding from this man for being a dick. "It's usually how it always is with new folk up in these parts." He smiled at me. "Listen, all I'm trying to say is you seem frustrated that you're not finding what you want here." "Yes," I answered. "Well, don't be. Life isn't always about getting what we want. Instead, it's about getting what we need." "Huh?" "I think you know what I mean. True happiness only comes from having what you need, not what you think you want." "I just wanted some steak on a fire tonight," I chuckled. "But did you need that?" "No," I laughed again. "I guess not." "Then just be happy with what you have. The rest always works itself out." The man might have been a bit senile, but he sprinkled in some sound wisdom. He was right. I needed to stop expecting everything to go my way. I had everything I needed right in front of me. Matthew and his wieners, Huckleberry Joe and his wisdom, and a beautiful woman who just watched me make a fool out of myself in front of both.
Chapter 16. Mickey. I'd love to say that John and I looked like a couple of dumbasses while putting up the tents, but it was quite the opposite. I mean, what did I expect? The guy had a method to his madness with everything he acquired for this overnight camping trip. So, naturally, I should have expected it when he whipped out a tent that could be thrown out like a damn frisbee, and the thing just set itself up. I couldn't believe all the other neat odds and ends I was fortunate to have the luxury of camping with on this trip. He'd bought a solar-powered generator with an inverter that helped us blow up the mattresses, and that's where we plugged in the small refrigerator unit that was nestled in between the station where John had his propane camping grill and coffee maker. "I thought we would cook the hot dogs over the campfire," I questioned. Ever since we started on this trip, I was getting more tiny glimpses of John's personality and mannerisms, which made giving him a hard time even more fun than before. John glanced over his shoulder at me from where he stood in front of the grill, ass looking tight and right in his jeans.
Nah,
He waved his hand in the air.
you just relax in your comfy camping chair and let me take care of you.
What's the point of the fire, then? I decided to tease just so I could hear what he had to say.
To keep warm, of course,
he said. So what happened to me cooking steaks on a skillet?
Ask Wiener Boy Matt from the store,
he said with a laugh. Well, I laughed. I've never had a pan-fried hot dog before, so this should be promising.
It will be promising, gorgeous. It will be great because I'm cooking it,
he teased. God in heaven, I said, having about enough of this glamorous, spoiled rich boy side of John. I walked over to the makeshift table he'd cleverly made from 2 large round logs and the canvas seat of someone's broken lounge chair that he'd found abandoned beside the trash cans. Give me these poor hot dogs, I said, plucking them off the table and turning to look for 2 long, skinny branches.
What are you doing?
Save the propane, sweetheart, I taunted, turning back to him. Turn that damn stovetop off and follow me. He grinned at me, sending a jolt of excitement through me.
All right, dollface.
He turned the stove off and walked toward me, his hazel eyes like liquid in their smothering gaze.
Where are we going?
To salvage our camping trip by turning it into a semi-real one and getting sticks for roasting these doggies over a fire.
Well, I'm getting a semi just watching your cute ass get all worked up like this,
he said. Easy now, city slicker. I tried, but failed to tease. I was more focused on finding the perfect branches than being funny, and I knew I'd spotted some in the wooded area between campsites when we came in.
So, what the hell are we looking for?
John said. When I looked back at him, it was apparent that he was entirely out of his element. He'd shown that his idea of camping was what most people do in their backyards on the weekend, and it was nothing like what people actually did on a trip to the woods. Sticks? Long, skinny branches? I said, scanning the area for where I knew I had seen some. I saw a pile of the damn things when I was trying to get shit to start the campfire.
But I'd already started it with the fire starters.
I grinned at him. And now that you've had fun being cute as a little happy camper, I'm going to show you an even more exciting way to camp.
You seem like you've camped before.
I used to go all the time in the Smoky Mountains with my parents and their friends, I said, hearing the pine needles crunching beneath my feet and remembering how much I loved this sound.
Well, shit. You should have said something.
He chuckled.
I've never camped before.
You don't say, I teased as I spotted the sticks. I picked up a handful, knowing they'd be perfect to roast the hot dogs now and the marshmallows later. From everything I heard falling out of John's mouth, I'd be shocked if he knew what a s'more was. Well, if you would have told me you'd never camped before, I could have helped you get stuff for the trip. I'd at least have saved you a small fortune in camping vehicles and essentials, I said, arching an eyebrow at him.
Is this all sort of boring to you then?
He questioned, and for an instant, I felt like I'd see some sad little boy version of him. Are his feelings hurt? No way, I smiled. It's extremely entertaining to watch you. Although, I smacked the hot dogs into his chest. I want you to have a little fun. And it's never any fun without a few challenges.
I agree,
he answered. So, we're going to sit in our badass camping chairs, lean over, and roast these hot dogs on that fire. Let the flames do the work while I pick your brain to uncover how your mother let you get away with being this goddamn spoiled.
Sounds like a plan. However, it's probably not all my mother's fault.
He glanced down at me with a smile. If your mother let you play outside as a kid and get your clothes dirty without constant supervision, then I'll agree. He smirked at me.
My mother would have lost her shit if Nanny Isabella took her eyes off me and my brothers for a second. I don't even want to think what she'd do if we got our clothes dirty.
Yup, I chuckled. Definitely your mom's fault.
In her defense, she does love me,
he bantered. Oh, I have no doubt that your mother loves you. She just spoiled your handsome ass, yes?
Sort of.
There is no sort of about it. That $80,000 new car purchase for one night in the woods tells me she spoiled you, and so did your father. You're nearly a hopeless case. I poked my hot dog through my stick. But nothing that can't be saved with my help.
You need to watch how you're spearing that fucking hot dog while stating that with that crazy look in your eyes.
He teased. I'm gonna spear your ass next if you don't get to work, Prince Charming.
Easy now. I might like that.
He chuckled. Just stake the damn dog, wise guy. I focused on the flames of the fire as they danced in orange, yellow, and red hues around the hot dog I held over them. It was funny how such an insignificant act could bring about such a flood of happy childhood memories, camping with my family.
Penny for your thoughts, beautiful.
I glanced up, grinning at John through the smoke from the fire. I'm damn proud of you, Aster, I teased, using his last name as I would if we were at work and he'd accomplished something there.
Don't give me that Aster shit. What are you thinking about over there? Your mind is elsewhere, and I'm just hoping it's not with another man.
I subtly rolled my eyes at his constant fake jealousy these days. What if it is? I taunted, not really wanting to get too personal about family life with this guy.
Then I'd be forced to abandon this hot wiener I'm roasting and get your mind back on me,
he said, spinning his stick like a rotisserie on high speed. I think you're barely managing that wiener. I nodded toward his hot dog. I don't think I should say anything to make you hurt yourself.
Funny,
he said as his hot dog caught fire, laughing while he shook the damn thing to put it out. Jesus, I said, popping up to help him. You know, I always wondered how these mega fires started out here. I never thought it had anything to do with dipshits like you trying to get a day in for camping.
That's not fair, he said, and I blame your cute ass for all of this. I was just fine grilling on my new stove over there.
I should have let you, I teased, walking with him to where the buns awaited us. But sadly, I gave you too much credit, believing you could roast a hot dog as easily as you deliver a baby, Doc.
Easy,
he said, arching an eyebrow at me.
So, speaking of delivering babies, what pushed you into this direction of medicine?
Meh, I answered, while we put condiments on our hot dogs and grabbed handfuls of chips to complement them on our paper plates. It just seemed rewarding, I guess. I loved the idea of working with women and reproductive health. He nodded.
There really wasn't any great eye-opening moment that led me down this path, and I have no great stories to tell that would lead me here either,
he said. Knowing what I knew and remembered hearing in med school, many doctors and surgeons did have pivotal moments in their lives that led them toward their different professions. So it was always interesting to see how each of us chose our field. Same here, I smiled, grabbed a Coca-Cola can, and returned to my seat. Do you have any regrets for choosing this profession? I watched him sit down across from me and shrug while taking a massive bite of the hot dog that he was so annoyed about having to eat earlier, thanks to good old Matthew.
No regrets,
he said after swallowing the bite of almost half his hot dog.
Though, I guess if I were forced to say something I didn't like about this profession, it would be that sometimes I don't find it challenging enough.
That's interesting, given you are working in oncology, too. He nodded while munching on chips.
I'm not saying that it isn't challenging. I just like to be kept on my toes, guessing, and firing on all cylinders in my brain.
I chuckled. From the looks of the camping gear, I would never guess in a million years that you liked a good challenge.
Ah,
he laughed, taking another bite of his hot dog.
She burns my ass again.
You set yourself up for all the shit I'm giving you, and I hope you know that, I acknowledged.
You know that good old boy, Farmer Fred back there?
Who the fuck? Farmer who?
You know, Huckleberry Joe. No, I didn't name anyone, nor did I hear you doing so. I laughed, wondering who he had given those names to. The old man in the store with the leftover bait, he said, running a new hot dog through with his stick. Oh, that guy? I thought he looked more like a sweet and skinny Santa Claus. I laughed, thinking it was humorous how John's mind worked at labeling people. He looked like a moonshiner who'd been on the job since the 1920s, he said with a goofy grin. It was a good thing I'd already swallowed my hot dog because I almost choked with laughter when he said that. As someone who grew up in Appalachia, I know a moonshiner when I see one, I said, clearing my throat. And you're absolutely right about Huckleberry Joe. I knew it, he laughed. Anyway, he said something that sort of stuck with me. What did he say? I think that's when I took off down the aisle to pick out the marshmallows and chocolate for the s'mores you'll love later on. John was solemn as he stared at the fire, cooking his second hot dog. He talked about needs versus wants. I'm still trying to put it together and how it should apply to me. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. This guy was among the smartest guys I knew, but it made me think about my dad discussing the difference between street smart and book smart. I think I was seeing what my dad was talking about firsthand. You're serious? I had to check if he was joking because John was notorious for allowing you to believe something that seemed genuine, like this, and then turning it on you and laughing at your expense because you were too fucking gullible. Deadly, he said, half teasing with a cute little wink as he devoured this next poor hot dog. Well, what do you think he meant? It was always good to turn the question back onto John when you weren't sure if he was fucking with you. I have no fucking idea, he said, acting like he was stumped, trying to solve the world's hardest math equation. What would a statement like that mean to you? I still wasn't sure where he was going with this. Well, if a man who looked like a skinny Santa made a statement to me about anything concerning needs versus wants, I would assume I might need to prioritize those things. Simple as that? He smiled but seemed confused. It's that simple because it's not that hard to figure out. I think it is for me, he said, seemingly in turmoil over this shit. How? All my life, I was raised that the world was at my mercy. I was raised to have manners and to treat everyone with respect, regardless of my status, of course. But my family's wealth made it so that if I ever wanted anything, I got it. You didn't seem like that was the case earlier, acting like a kid in the candy store after buying that new 4Runner, I said truthfully. Well, I didn't ask Mommy and Daddy for that. I used my own money for it. I earned that, and I'm confident they wouldn't approve of any method I'd used to purchase it. But they approved of the Ferrari? Ivy League graduation gift. He chuckled. I don't know. It was just interesting to hear that guy say that, knowing I've never been in a position to need anything. And you always got what you wanted, I said. I felt sorry for him because it seemed like he was lost, never feeling the joy of appreciating the things you have because they could quickly be gone tomorrow. Precisely, he answered. Well, I softly chuckled. Why don't I send your handsome butt off in that direction with nothing but the clothes on your back? I pointed toward the trail that led through the woods and toward the lake. And I guarantee you that you'll get yourself a crash course in wants versus needs that only the mountains can give. I might be acting stupid, but I'm not that dumb, he laughed. Who knows? It just stuck with me, and trust me, I'm not really in the mood to figure it all out. I guess I just wonder where it applies to me in my life. Start by taking time to figure things out that make you happy in life. I'm happy with everything in my life. I'm sure there's something that, if you lost it abruptly and without warning, you would be distraught or upset for a while. Nope. He shook his head. I learned a long time ago to save myself the heartache of allowing my happiness to depend on things I can lose.
Seems to me that you've got it all figured out, and perhaps Huckleberry Joe didn't need to offer any wise words to you today."
"That's just the thing," he said. "Something tells me he did. And the fact that I can't figure out why this is sitting with me is what scares me the most."
"I think you're reading too much into it," I said honestly.
"Perhaps I am. But after bouncing out on my family to be a doctor like I did, well, you'd have to know my family to understand why I feel his words may be haunting me down the road."
"About your family," I said. "You act like you're some secret prince over here in America, and the royals are coming to snatch up their future king soon enough."
"Not so far off on that truth,"
he answered, staring into the relaxing flames of the fire. The look on his face made me think it might be wise not to push too far, trying to find out more about his family. But I wasn't the type to walk away from a challenge, and I was more curious than ever about who the Astor family was.
Chapter 17. John. I had no idea what had prompted me to mention my internal conflict over the world's most basic expression, needs versus wants. The last thing I wanted on this trip was to get deeper into my family, my upbringing, and the values instilled in me as a child raised in a home of upper elites, yet here we were. No matter what I could do to get out of this, there was no way Mickey would let me off the hook. And by the sounds of the crickets, literally, I was fucked if I didn't divulge a little bit about who I was and where I'd come from. I just had no idea where to start. If I scared her off, she'd be sleeping with the bears out in those damn woods, so I don't think that would be an issue. However, the opposite could happen. Perhaps she became attracted to me because of the money I came from. I knew deep down the latter would never be true. Mickey had never implied that money was important to her, especially after all the shit she gave me about my Forerunner, the camping gear, and Skinny Santa's wise words of wisdom. Who gave a shit, really? If she drew interest in me due to status, she wouldn't be the first, and she most certainly wouldn't be the first I turned down and moved on from without a care in the world. But I still wasn't sure. It felt safer to hold my cards close to my chest. I truly liked the dynamic Mickey and I had. She was cute and fun, and I didn't want to risk losing that by going deep into my personal life. "Probably best we stay off the subject of my family," I finally said, looking up while the fire cracked, seeing millions of stars glittering in the black night sky above where we sat. "You're a chicken shit, you know that?" I smiled at her, calling me out. "Trust me, I'm not a chicken shit." "Unless your family has secrets like the mob would carry, spill the beans, bud," she taunted. I pulled my eyes from instantly getting drawn into the magnificent universe above our heads and allowed my mind to find more comfort in this feisty woman sitting across the campfire from me. "Well, Dollface," I used the name I'd adopted for her, which was growing on me. "If you want to get deep with me, we not only have to be eating s'mores, but we also need to start cracking open the beer." "Liquor and I don't—" "We're discussing me this time," I said, standing up and walking over to the camping fridge I purchased to keep my beer cold. "Besides, beer isn't liquor. It's beer, and you don't have to worry about divulging anything." She chuckled. "What if it forces me to give away more than some stupid comments?" "Well, if you're implying sex, I won't hold anything against you. Those hot dogs turned my ass on, and I couldn't be happier than to have a little friends with benefits relationship with you," I teased, but sort of hoped it would happen. "Good Lord," she said, while I bent to take a few beers from the fridge. "Could you please get sex out of your goddamn mind?" I turned and grinned at her. If I didn't eat a fucking wiener for dinner, then I probably wouldn't have it on my mind. "This begs the unanswered question," she started after I twisted the cap of the bottle of beer and handed it to her. "Why must men, or anyone really, compare anything sexual to a hot dog? I blame Freud, I shrugged. Ultimately, that's a question that you won't get a straight answer from me, so you probably shouldn't ask that.
Indeed. Perhaps we can stick to the cold, hard truth about who John Astor is and where he comes from, she taunted, while I pulled my chair closer to hers.
There's no solid mystery or creepy campfire story to be told regarding my family or upbringing, I started. However, my family is obscenely wealthy, and my parents have very interesting standards for their sons.
That's not so bad, she answered. I think every family does, although I'm sure your parents are different from others. I don't know. You just seem to be hung up on what the gentleman at the store told you.
I like calling him Huckleberry Joe, I said, knowing I would probably never forget the old man.
You're too much, she chuckled, taking a healthy sip of beer and proving that she was unwinding and enjoying herself like I'd hoped she would. Tell your creepy family story, and I'll tell you if I'll be scared or not to sleep alone in my tent tonight.
Don't tempt me, because I'll head down the road of family issues that have been known to send therapists into therapy just to ensure I can sleep in your tent tonight.
After watching you make that queen-sized air mattress bed, topped with a memory foam mattress pad, brand new Egyptian cotton sheets, and 2 delightful goose-down comforters, inviting anyone into my dreamy little abode will take some Amityville Horror House-type Astor family stories. I felt more at ease to see Mickey so relaxed and chill, her sweet smile lighting up her face, and her eyes glittering with the reflection of the fire flicking in them. Perhaps I would unpack a little Astor family drama and see how it set the stage for a little romance session in Mickey's tent later. I eyed her. I didn't think this entire trip through, I said before starting in on my personal life. I swear I could not stop second-guessing whether this was a smart thing to do. I'd never told anyone about my family life like this, especially a woman, and definitely not a colleague. Oh, no, she chuckled. I assure you, you thought everything through when it came to packing and planning for this trip.
No, I smirked. If I were fucking smart, I would have forgotten the linens for your bed, so you'd be forced to sleep in my arms.
Can we actually talk about something more than having a night together that I'm quite confident we'd both regret in the morning?
I don't know, I said honestly. My family is a hard case to crack open, even for me. I don't even allow myself to stay in my head about it much, or I'd go crazy. It's hard to expect someone else to comprehend it all.
Try me?
As you wish, I said, gulping beer before diving in. My father comes from an extremely wealthy family who settled in a lovely city near the coast of Normandy in France. Her eyes widened.
That's highly impressive.
It is, I answered, taking pride in this part of my family heritage. We still own many vineyards there and have recently updated the winery estate, which is famous for its red wines native to the area.
Shit, I really am impressed. It also explains how you knew about the wine I offered you at my aunt's house and how you managed to pronounce it without sounding like an idiot.
I'm sort of bred to know that shit, but it's not something I practice daily. In fact, I just knew of the wine because my mother secretly loves it, something we never dare tell my father, I chuckled.
Yet another little secret your mother holds, she said, relaxing further into her chair. You seem to know all her little hidden secrets. Is that where this story turns frightening?
Very funny, and no, I eyed her. I'm not a mama's boy, if that's what you're insinuating.
I wasn't thinking that, but now that I see you're defensive about it, I'm going to assume you are.
Not in a way that I think most mama's boys can be, I conceded slightly to her remark. I'm the baby, and I've come to learn how to get what I want from the world's most strict mother.
You've not met my mother.
Oh, I have, remember? When I rudely introduced myself to your family?
No, you met the sweet Southern Belle version of her. You have no idea how strict my mother can be, and brutal if the situation calls for it.
So you haven't learned to manipulate your mother as I have mine, then? I joked.
You mentioned you're the baby of your family. Well, I'm the oldest, and I think everyone knows that the oldest will forever try to prove their worth while the baby is born with it. They can commit murder and still find favor with the harshest of all parents. I grinned. You sound like my oldest brother, Sebastian. Like I said, she sipped her beer. Oldest sibling problems. Either way, I smiled, loving that it seemed we could talk about anything, and it always went in a fun direction. So, my mother is extremely strict. I stopped myself. Wait, what the fuck was I talking about? I didn't start this conversation by talking about my mother. I never had difficulty staying on track talking about anything, but I was tonight. Your family's vineyard and estate in Normandy, she said. At least one of us was paying attention. Right, so the estate. Antoinette Vineyards. Many centuries ago, my ancestor, Jean-Luc Astor, named his vineyards there after his lovely bride, a stamp on the Astor's net worth that would trickle down through time, growing and multiplying for generations, branching out into more investments and successful business ventures than I can recount, continuing to this day. A story of hard work, wealth, and love, she said cutely. I arched an eyebrow. While there was hard work, wealth, and love between Antoinette and Jean-Luc, it was the foundation my family built on. Their hard work was a catalyst for familial greatness, one which every family member was and is expected to revere and contribute to, never sullying the reputation or impeding growth. Shit, she said, gulping this last drink of beer she took a sip from. That's quite a family history lesson. That's not even bullet points, and it's only on my father's side, I chuckled, opening another beer for her and me. I could go on. I'm intrigued, she answered, taking the beer I offered her. I've never heard of anything like this before, much less met someone part of such a legacy. A far cry from having a dad as a coach in Tennessee, right? Fuck. I didn't realize how that would sound until after that arrogant insult came out. Jesus, I outwardly reprimanded myself. I did not mean it like that. She laughed in response. Definitely not the average Smith family legacy, where two girls were raised in a small Tennessee town that proudly offered us all 4 seasons, a mother as the high school principal, and their dad an amazing coach. Fuck, I said again. You see? I lowered my voice to match how stupid I felt. This is why I despise discussing my personal shit with anyone. Why? She seemed perplexed by my embarrassment. Because it makes me sound like a pretentious, spoiled rich boy, which I can assure you I am not. Oh, you're a spoiled rich boy for sure, John Astor, but that doesn't define who I believe you are, she playfully yet masterfully said. And who do you believe I am? Here we go again, with me chasing rabbits while in conversation. I haven't quite figured that out yet, she answered, but I'm working on it. Time to talk about Mom, I thought. Well, giving you the family history on my mom will help you conclude that. We shall see, she chuckled, most likely seeing my sudden discomfort. So if your dad's family built the Astor fortune from France, I'm going to guess your mother comes from the American family that owned... She paused. I could tell she was enjoying this little game of family charades. A cattle ranching business in Montana? Huh? I laughed at that wild guess, knowing that my maternal and paternal family did not come from America, and most definitely not from the cattle industry. Where the hell did you come up with that one? Wild guess, she chuckled. My ex was hooked on that Yellowstone show. He forced me to watch some episodes with him, and I liked it. That's a great show, I said. My dad is much like John Dalton, if we're comparing. And your mom is like his daughter, Beth? She chuckled. Well, I guess my mother can be vicious like her when it comes to keeping to the family legacy, but she's certainly not as blunt as her. Meaning? Beth makes it very clear she's going to cut your throat if you try and fuck with her family.
My mother, much to the contrary, would never let you know she was cutting your throat while doing it.
Ah, sharp knife and you won't feel a thing, Mickey said.
Exactly, I laughed.
Remind me never to meet your mother, she laughed. She sounds terrifying.
Not terrifying enough for me to sleep in that tent with you, though?
No.
She arched an eyebrow at me.
So, give me the scoop on your mom's side?
We were both on our third beer, and the conversation was flowing so much easier than I expected to because of it. Mom's family comes from Neuilly-sur-Seine, before it was annexed by Paris, of course. My mother's family money is so old no one even knows where it came from anymore. It's just always been, for many, many centuries, I said. Luckily, she didn't seem confused, so I continued. The Pascal family fortune and name were strong enough to make her an acceptable choice of wife for my father, Sebastian Astor IV. It was a marriage that mutually benefited both families, doubling their esteem, so to speak.
Well, shit. Your family is pretty much comparable to a royal family, then.
Pretty much, I rolled my eyes. Not even the booze could help keep that irritating fact away from me. Both of my brothers are doing well by following my parents' orders. Sebastian is married to a proper socialite, and Mark is engaged to one.
And you seem upset right now because I'm guessing they won't be proud of you until you are too.
I have no plans to ever be married, and it's most likely because of that shit.
Well, it seems like you're the one who scared yourself with your family story tonight.
I half smiled at her. Oh, I'm not scared. It just sucks to bring it up, realizing that this is what my family believes is a true legacy. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, but they believe it is our duty.
And how do they feel about you being a doctor? They must at least be impressed with that.
Guess again.
No?
She said, with justified shock. Nope. They see it all as a joke, if I'm being frank and a little bitch about it.
You're most definitely not being a bitch about that. That makes me sad for you if that's true.
Well, it's very true, I said, a bit sterner than I'd hoped that would come out. At least they don't hate me, right?
Right, but it seems like they don't support you, and that's very fucked up, she said.
It's not so much fucked up as it just is. That's who my family is. It's how I was raised and all that I know.
Bullshit, she said, challenging me. I don't buy that for a second, Mr. Wants versus Needs.
Oh yeah, smartass? I taunted. Then what exactly do you buy?
I think you're just confused. You want to make your family proud of you, but you must focus on being proud of yourself.
How does that make any sense?
Easy.
She shrugged and stood up.
Put yourself, your needs, and your wants first, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So now you're going to play fucking riddle games with me like Skinny Santa? I said, looking up at her, knowing she was packing it in for the night.
No, it's only as confusing as you allow it to be. You come first, and that's all that matters. What do you want? You've sort of made it clear about what your parents require of you, but this isn't their life. It's yours. You deserve to be fully happy, either by marrying whoever you want or being single for the rest of your life. The most important part is deciding what you want for yourself.
That's why I've chosen my profession, and I'm not living between France and New York, engaged or married to a wealthy socialite, I answered her and reminded myself.
And you seem rather happy to me, she said.
Because I am very happy.
Then you have Skinny Santa's riddle all figured out.
She tossed her empty beer bottles into a trash can.
You define your wants and needs by whatever brings you the most happiness.
Right, I answered.
Good night, handsome. Sleep well.
She hit me with a wink that let me know exactly what my wants were at the moment. I wanted to fuck that woman senseless. That would make me an extremely happy camper. But I knew I didn't need it. I knew this was all coming up because she was truly off limits. She wasn't someone I needed to get involved with, but I wanted to. Damn that guy for his wise words. I only wished Mickey hadn't gone to bed so early, because I had the urge to talk to her about everything and nothing all night long. Fuck it, I thought as I stood. What women out there didn't love a little pillow talk?
Chapter 18. Mickey. The beer was getting to my head, and John looked too damn hot for me to deal with in combination with the crackling campfire and twinkling stars. After hearing what I did about his family, I admit I was intimidated by the guy. He was a half step away from being a prince, for crying out loud. Talk about worlds apart. I needed to let it go, though, because if I saw John as anything other than the goofy guy I got along so well with, it would interfere with my work.
I'd knock, but the tent doesn't have the appropriate surface for that,
I heard John say. His shadow was present by the light he held, standing in front of the zipper of my 5-person tent. "What's up?" I asked, standing and unzipping the tent to allow him inside. "Did your campfire stories scare you so badly that you need company?"
I figured you needed company,
he said. "Yeah, no," I said, closing the tent to prevent further chill from getting inside. "A little Astor family history lesson is not enough to frighten me, especially when it reminds me why I won't be dating you." "Sorry," I immediately apologized because it came out harsher than I imagined. "That was a shitty shot." He merely smiled in return.
No, it wasn't,
he said confidently.
It's a profound way of telling me you're afraid to date me.
Huh? I said, knowing this guy was way too confident for his own damn good sometimes. "I'm not afraid of anything. Last I recall, I was almost sound asleep in the comfortable bed you made up for me earlier without a care in the world." His eyes studied mine, only the fluorescent glow from his battery-operated lantern lighting the tent.
"No,"
he whispered.
"You weren't even close to falling asleep."
"Let's get off the psychic train, trying to act like you know what's going on in my mind, and get back to why you are here."
"I was lonely,"
he said, factually.
"In fact, I feel sort of dumb."
"Well, you're not," I said, my eyes following where he sat on the side of the air mattress. "You're wildly intelligent, and I'm thankful to work with such an
Let's cut the bullshit for once,"
Mr. Direct said, cutting me off.
"The only reason you're still saying things like I'm such an amazing doctor to work with,"
he mocked my words with a silly voice,
"is because we've hardly talked about anything real."
"We talked about your insanely awesome yet intimidating family life," I answered, getting back into bed. My sweats weren't warm enough to stand in a cold tent while dealing with whatever John wanted from me tonight.
"That's it. I only have one night alone with you to get to know you better. And that's all we talk about? My fucking family?"
"I thought it was fascinating." I shrugged. "The beer made me sleepy, and it seemed like you had a lot to work out internally with Skinny Santa's wisdom, so I just left you to that."
"No way," he said. "I didn't buy that Forerunner and all this camping gear just to reveal a little about my family's history. Then have you go to bed because you think I need to unpack some emotional bullshit from my life because Huckleberry Joe hit me with the secrets of life this afternoon."
I covered up and piled 2 of the 4 pillows on my bed on the others to create something I could lean against. "Well, I hoped you didn't buy all this shit to get a piece of ass, because that isn't happening either."
"My, oh my," he grinned. "Perhaps for the first time in my life, I don't want to get laid by a beautiful woman. And all I want to do is talk."
Here we go again. I'm left trying to determine if he meant that or not. "What would you like to talk about, then?" I said, sitting cross-legged and fanning my hands over the goose-down comforter. "Jobs? Job-related shit?"
"I want to get to know you better, and I mean it. I opened up to you about my family bullshit, so it's only fair you open up some to me."
He said it so sincerely that I had no other option but to believe John wasn't teasing me. There's not much to know, but let's see, I said. Being up here reminds me of camping with my parents in the Smoky Mountains as a kid. It was beautiful, and I loved getting out and roughing it a bit.
So that's why we cooked hot dogs over the fire?
Well, yeah, but it's hardly a family secret because everyone does it. They taste better that way, and that's how you're supposed to do it while camping, big shot. I teased.
Fair enough,
he said.
You know, when I saw you eating dinner with your family, I may be wrong, but I think I noticed you're a daddy's girl.
This guy and his wild assumptions. What would make you think that? I asked, truly curious.
I just saw how he made you laugh, and I don't know. You seemed so delighted by whatever he was saying.
Dear God. Sometimes I wonder if this poor guy's parents hugged him when he was a child. Of course, I love my dad, and I suppose I was closer to him than my mother, so I guess you could say I'm a daddy's girl. But I was closer to him because I was an athlete, and sports are his life.
What about your mother?
He questioned.
You look a lot like her.
The energy certainly took a wild shift between us, and I liked this side of John. He reminded me of a curious little boy who was enamored with me for some reason. I had no idea what it was, but the cocky, arrogant, silly, goofy side of him wasn't present. He seemed highly intrigued with me, which was funny because no one had ever been quite so interested in my relationship with my parents before. My mother and I butted heads a lot. She has a strong personality and expects nothing less than 100% from her girls. If you messed that up, there was always hell to pay.
Sounds a lot like my mom.
Strict? I questioned.
You have no idea. How did you deal with the way your mom...
He paused, searching for words as he scooted up to lounge on the other side of the mattress, propping up on his elbow and turning to face me. Disciplined me?
Yeah.
Like any other kid would when their parent busted them for being out of line. I got pissed, didn't talk to her for a while to prove some point, then got over it.
Well, you're wrong about all kids dealing with discipline like that. I sure as fuck didn't deal with my mother's wrath in that manner.
I assume you wouldn't, I said, remembering he told me he was the baby in his family. Let me guess, you never really got in trouble and the other siblings took the blame for you?
Bingo,
he chuckled.
But it was all in good humor.
I think everything with you is all in good humor, I laughed. Either way, I love my family. We're simple, unlike you, I laughed. Dad's a football coach, and Mom's the grumpy school principal that even the teachers are afraid of.
What made you try out for the Olympics?
I loved swimming, and I was the best at it. It was the next logical step, you know? I said, recalling how much I truly loved competing in swim. Nothing compared to being in the swim lane and gliding through the water with flawless strides, moving through so fast that nothing mattered but beating every person who dared to race me.
How you talk about it. I have no doubt you would have won the gold medal.
That was the plan, I said. Let's get off the subject of swimming. I don't like talking about those days. Feeling like your passion got snatched away from you has a way of leaving a sore spot. It honestly gets depressing. I knew my issues were unhealthy, but they were mine to work through. I hated that I couldn't get back in the water and turn up the heat. It was incredibly defeating to know that I was cut short, and anything that put me in a shitty mood was something I wanted to avoid.
She dodges the subject of what seems to be her greatest love,
he said, while the silence filled the tent. She just doesn't like to talk about things that upset her, and since I'm starting to have a great time on our little camping trip, I'm not about to ruin it over rotten things that ruin my mood, I said with a smile. So, what about you? Did you play any sports?
Not really.
He shrugged it off.
I liked doing outdoor sports, if that counts. I mean, I played ball, but nothing amazing enough to get my ass onto an Olympic team or anything.
He chuckled. Hilarious, I said.
If I could say I loved anything, it would have been downhill skiing. My parents vacationed in Aspen often, and sometimes Tahoe, but mostly in the Swiss Alps.
Swiss Alps? Damn, I said. You guys didn't mess around.
No, he chuckled. My old man is one of the most boring men you'd ever meet. But something changed when he clicked into a pair of skis and raced me and my brothers down the mountain. Some good times came out of those vacations.
Do they still go on ski trips?
They do, he answered. Mostly with my brothers. I'm usually stacked with work during ski season, so I have no playtime.
And your brothers, are they like lawyers or stockbrokers?
No, he said, amused. Why would you assume that?
I don't know. After you told me about your family, I would expect your parents to want their children doing some big-shot jobs.
Quite the contrary, he said. As I said, my parents are waiting for me to tire of this job, so I will move back and focus on our family businesses.
That's strange.
Not really, he answered. It's how we were raised, to keep our wealth expanding for future generations. So, I'm the black sheep in my family for abandoning my post.
Wait, I said. So you're really telling me that your parents are not proud of you? I just can't believe that.
They're proud I work for a hospital they've chosen to donate vast sums of money to, he said.
That makes me so sad for you, I answered truthfully.
Why? You have no idea how happy I am to be free of all that. It's just a way to control us with money. I'm not here to keep some legacy alive that my ancestors began hundreds of years ago. I'm here to keep people healthy and happy. To hell with being disgustingly rich. It's not what happiness is about.
Do you believe that? I asked.
Believe what?
That money can't buy you happiness?
Fuck yes. I most certainly do. He laughed. Although everything I bought for our trip would prove that otherwise.
You don't say, I laughed.
Really, though? We could have loaded up a cooler of beer, some hot dogs, buns, and chips, one tent, and some sleeping bags, and I guarantee you we'd be just as happy as we are now.
You're sure about that?
Yup, he said. We'd still be sitting here talking about the same shit, just in a different setting. I've grown up in and around wealth, and it's rare to see a smile on someone's face. They all walk around like they haven't taken a healthy shit in years.
They probably haven't, I laughed.
I know they haven't because my healthy shit didn't occur until I got away from all that.
You're too much sometimes.
I'm really not. Everyone is so wound up, and their lives revolve around rules one must follow to worship their money.
Rules?
Yeah. No flaunting things is rule number 1. I think their sorrow and lack of happiness come from being chained to their wealth. Whether they make more money, lose money, or maintain it, everything revolves around it.
Sounds like a prison.
It is a mental lockdown, and I've never been happier to be away from it and live a real life that doesn't revolve around it.
Well, you're one of the happiest guys I know, I said truthfully. So, whether your family is proud of you, you made the right choice.
Well, of course I did. I chose myself and my own happiness.
I guess you've got it all figured out then, don't you? I teased.
Just the important parts. He chuckled. I must ask you, though, why won't you date?
I haven't said I won't date. I just said I won't date you.
Yeah, and that's saying you won't date anyone because, last I checked, the only way anyone turns me down is if they're into other women or not into dating at all.
You are so damn cocky, I said.
Well, it's true.
So you're telling me that no one has ever turned you down unless they're not into men?
Never. Just you. So, unless you're into women, you're not dating.
I honestly don't know why you care unless it's killing your ego.
Pretty much. He laughed. Seriously, though, did that dick from the night we met fuck you up that bad?
That's a hell of a conclusion to jump to. But you seem to love guessing and jumping to conclusions when it comes to getting inside my mind.
This is true. So spill it. You asked me to be a stand-in boyfriend that night. I want to know what that dick did to screw up the best thing he ever had.
Well, he did do that, I said, folding my hands in my lap, more comfortable and relaxed on the air mattress. But I don't know. He and I just grew apart. He said he was all in when we met, and then I buried myself in medical school, and we just sort of existed as roommates together.
Fuck,
he answered.
There was no getting it back?
What was there to get? I answered truthfully. The guy showed his true colors. He wasn't as supportive of my career as he said he would be. When I think about it, he just needed a lot of attention. He was extremely moody when I wasn't there to wait on his every emotional need.
Sounds like a little bitch,
he teased. He could be a real asshole. I guess I wasn't too surprised to catch him out with another woman while he said he was working on himself.
Damn, that does suck.
Oh well. I just don't want to dive headfirst into another relationship, and no, I couldn't resist touching my finger to the tip of his nose. I'm not just turning your handsome ass down. I stared at his attractive face. You, however, seem to be the type to love them and leave them. A player, to be sure. Why is that?
I'm not really a player, he said. I'm upfront about not wanting a serious relationship with anyone. So anyone who dates me knows it won't be much more than good company and maybe great sex if they want more and I'm willing.
I shook my head. I'd never known a man this arrogant and bold. What a dangerous man to accidentally fall for. Why are you afraid of a relationship?
I never said I was afraid.
Bullshit. I thought I'd go straight at him like he did me when he entered this tent. Why are you a big chicken shit when it comes to allowing yourself to love? He shrugged.
I've seen the struggle,
he finally admitted.
And I've watched the heartbreak. Why the fuck would I want to go through that shit?
Not all relationships end in heartache, though.
That's true,
he answered.
My parents have been married for 53 years. But the thing is, they don't act like they're married. I don't want that. If I'm afraid of anything in a relationship, it would be the falling out of love part.
The spark fading?
Exactly,
he answered.
Like, I guess how I'm feeling right now. Or really, since I've known you. I'm excited to be around you. I love it, actually. It's like a breath of fresh air. What if you did give me a shot with you, and all this faded away?
Jesus Christ, I answered, shocked at his words. You've actually thought about a relationship with me?
No,
he answered, as if I'd just caught him. Oh, yes, you have, I teased. Dr. John Astor actually has thought of being boyfriend-girlfriend with the new resident.
In my defense, he said, clearing his throat, I've only been able to think about it because you keep turning my ass down. So, of course, I'm going to fantasize about what could be if you'd allow it.
Well, some sparks don't fade. My parents are married 49 years, and those two can make people uncomfortable if they're not careful.
Still young and in love.
Soulmate love, I said. Some people are just meant to be together. Their souls fall in love before their hearts do. And it works.
What if you and I have...
Don't. I stopped him, holding on to that word. Be a jackass and ruin my cute moment. It's a real thing, and no, you and I aren't destined to be together. Or we'd both know it. Right?
You don't know that, he said. I'm being truthful when I say that I've been drawn to you since the first moment you turned me down.
That's not destiny, that's rejection. Before we could go deeper into a subject bound to get us both into trouble, a loud crash sounded outside the tent. What the hell was that? I said, jumping toward John.
Oh shit, I think it's a fucking bear.
Oh no, I said, looking back at him. Did you put the hot dogs in the bear locker?
No, I put them in the fridge, he whispered.
Jesus! I eyed him. You're supposed to put it in the bear locker. There's a reason they're at the campsites.
I figured the fridge would work.
A bear will destroy your cute little camping fridge in a hot second to get a taste of food.
Let's just call this what it is, he said, calmer than I believed he would be while a bear scavenged through the campsite.
And what's that? We're both going to die single and lonely tonight?
Ha, never, he chuckled. We're both sleeping together in this tent, because there's no way I'm going out there unless the bear comes in here.
It's almost like you couldn't have planned this any better.
Oh, you know you love the idea,
he answered, pulling me into him. He felt amazing, but I could not enjoy the firmness of the man's chest and abs. I couldn't find comfort and happiness in this, or I was fucked. Falling for John Astor was more dangerous than walking outside this tent to scare off the bear he'd baited with his negligence. I knew it was dangerous, but as the silence of the tent enveloped us, I felt my body melt into the safety of this man's body, securely holding on to me as we silently listened to the bear pillage through the campsite.
Chapter 19. John. I would have loved to enjoy that the woman who was somehow stealing my heart without my permission was falling asleep in my arms. However, the goddamn bear moving around this campsite was keeping me from enjoying that. And since I was sitting in this tent, wide awake and alone with my thoughts, I had to ask the question, since motherfucking when had I ever been comfortable with a woman falling asleep in my arms? The answer to that question, my friends, was never. This was certainly not my style or my game, yet I was finding myself in love with this sensation. It was almost euphoric for a man like me, who only had one purpose for having a woman in my bed, and falling asleep in my arms did not serve that purpose. Even so, I felt as comforted as that bear out there eating hot dogs under the stars. God damn it. I couldn't be alone in my thoughts like this. If I remained all cozy and comfortable like this, who knows where Mickey and I would be by morning? Me proposing marriage over bacon and eggs cooked on my propane skillet? Mick! I whispered loudly to rouse her awake, startled that I'd allowed my thoughts to entertain the idea of marriage even for a second. Mickey! I felt a combination of panic over the bear that had just let out a low growl, the fact I could feel its paws walking next to the tent, and the marriage shit that entered my damn mind. What? She mumbled. The stupid bear isn't leaving, I said. You said you did a lot of camping back in the day, right? So? I rolled my eyes. So wake up and help me figure out how to run the goddamn thing out of here. It's a bear, John, she said, seemingly annoyed that I was ruining her precious sleep over the carnivorous predator who was only separated from us by a flimsy canvas. You don't chase a bear off. Well, what the hell do you do with it? You go to sleep. Shut the hell up and go to sleep. Mick, I shook her, knowing she was half asleep still. Wake up! Seriously, John, she grumbled. We'll be fine. I've watched movies, I said, recalling a film where a bear was hunting Anthony Hopkins and not wanting that to happen to us next. And the bear hunts them through the woods. A man-killer or something? I felt her laughing. The Edge? She questioned, turning to lie flat on her back next to me. That movie? Yes, I said, remembering the movie's name. That fucker hunted those poor souls. It was unpleasant. John, she said, in a tone my mother would have used to calm me down in a crappy situation. The bear outside our tent is not a grizzly bear. That's wildly reassuring, I answered her. It's a black bear native to California. Unless it's starving to death, it's not coming into this tent to eat us like in the movie.
Now, shut up before it senses your fear and busts in here just to teach you a lesson."
"That's the thing," I said, smiling and finding comfort in her calm demeanor while I was being a huge chicken shit. "My fear is enhanced by the fact that there is basically nothing standing between it and us."
"That bear isn't coming in here unless you brought food in here."
She stopped abruptly and shot up.
"Please, God, tell me you didn't bring food or water in this tent."
"Who's the chicken shit now?" I teased.
"Did you?"
I stayed quiet. Of course I didn't bring anything in here, but I was enjoying that Mickey was finally as scared as I was.
"I will grab your balls and twist them off if you don't answer me," she said.
"If that's what it's going to take for my balls to get a little action with you, then I'm down, Mick."
"Very funny," she relaxed some. "From your smart-ass comment, at least I know you didn't bring anything that bear would want."
"And if I did?"
"The bear would be making this tent its next stop to get a drink of water."
"How are you so fucking relaxed?" I asked, not understanding how the woman could be so calm with some 1,000-pound bear outside our tent looking for a free meal.
"I'm not completely relaxed," she said. "I just know that we're fucked either way. We don't have a bear horn, because that would have been a smart purchase for you on this trip."
"We do," I immediately answered her.
"Then why are we talking and not using it?"
"Because it's in the truck," I said, clenching my teeth. We both got quiet when we heard a noise that sounded like the bear was walking alongside the tent.
"Oh, God," she said. "Either this bear is going to finish off your hot dogs and beer and get out of here, or we're going to listen to this shit all night."
"You don't think it will come in here?"
"How should I know? I'm not the fucking bear," she said, annoyed. "I'm the idiot human in here with the other idiot human who baited the goddamn thing. So I have no idea what's on his wildlife mind right now."
"Fuck," I said in defeat.
"Fuck is right. Just be quiet. Hopefully it will just leave, or a ranger will drive by and scare it out of here."
"What if we yelled?" I questioned. It was becoming clear that when I was scared shitless, I was the jackass who couldn't keep his mouth shut. It would seem that I was a nervous talker. Who knew?
"And risk pissing it off? I'll pass," she answered.
"You're a little badass, you know that?" I said, feeling better if we kept talking so I didn't have to think about Yogi.
"I'm not a badass. A badass would risk making noises to scare the thing out of here. I'm not willing to take chances like that."
"You're taking a risk just sitting here and letting it decide if it wants to come in and fuck with us."
"No," she said. "You're taking a risk by not shutting your mouth and letting the thing leave."
"Well, obviously it's fine with me talking," I stated. "It hasn't come in here yet, and that's all I've been doing."
"I'm going to be too dead to hike anywhere tomorrow," she said,
more irritated by that than the bear in our camp. "Because you're not sleeping?"
"Yes, Einstein. The fucking bear won't leave, and you won't shut up."
"Well, forgive me if I'm acting like a little bitch. It's my first bear encounter. I prefer the Winnie the Pooh variety over this guy."
"I'm glad you admitted that," she laughed.
"Everyone loves Winnie the Pooh. Don't even," I defended myself.
"Of course they do," she nodded teasingly. "But that wasn't what I was talking about."
"What then? That I'm acting like a bitch?"
"Yeah," she chuckled again. "I get it. It's a bear, and they're insanely unpredictable and scary. But listening to your nervous chatter and all the stupid shit you keep saying, it's just... Honestly, never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would be scared of anything."
"Yeah, well, I'm surprising myself with many firsts tonight," I said. "First and foremost, my enjoyment of cuddling."
"Like what?" she said.
I stayed quiet, not knowing what kind of lie I could come up with to answer her. "Nothing," I said.
"No," she pried. "Come on, Mr. Nervous Chatter. What the hell else has your mind been reeling over?"
"I think the bear took off," I said.
"Nice try," she answered. "Tell me."
Her interest was so cute that I didn't want to keep the warm thoughts to myself. "I'm enjoying our time together," I said. running my hand over her arm stretched out next to her and between us. I've never liked having a woman fall asleep in my arms, but I think I really liked it. Until the asshole bear ruined everything. "You're a mystery to me," she said. "How so? I just revealed something to you that I never would have had I not had this brush with death tonight." She laughed. "No, everything seems like a joke or some crazy John prank, and I can't figure out if you're being honest or sincere." "You can rest assured that I'm being sincere," I said, knowing that talking like this could potentially fuck me. "I liked this." "Well, I'm happy that you liked this." Enter the awkward silence. This was the part in romantic movies where the music comes on and they start making out. Except there was no music, just awkward silence. That's when Mick's hand came up to my face, my dick jumped, and I fell into a trance that shut off every rational part of my brain. This never happened to me. My mind never shut down, and you know what? I loved this more than I loved cuddling. Without another thought, I acted on my impulses of what I desperately wanted with this woman. To feel her body beneath me and her lips against mine. I gently brought my hand to her face, seeing only the dark shadow of it from the lantern that was on the floor next to the mattress. This was fucking intoxicating. The soft moan that escaped her as I positioned myself over her, my lips tugging at her bottom lip, made me go wild in that second. I maintained my smooth caress of her lips, running my tongue over her bottom one and into her mouth, searching for more. Her tongue met mine with a fervent desire that told me we wouldn't stop at this kiss. Her moans made me come undone while I moved a searching hand up and under her pajama shirt, finding one perfectly round breast to explore. Her hard nipple greeted the tip of my thumb, and her back arched her body into me while her hands gripped my lower back, pressing my hard cock into her. "Oh, fuck," I seethed, knowing this shit was going down, and in the best way possible. "Honk! Honk! Honk! Honk!" "What the fuck?" I growled. Mickey started laughing while I jumped up, trying to figure out why there was suddenly a cacophony of cars honking their horns and destroying a moment that I never wanted to fucking end. "The bear is in their camp, I'm guessing?" I had never been so cock-blocked in all my life as we heard pots and pans banging and people yelling. The bear was most likely running back toward our site, and I knew I wouldn't be able to enjoy what I didn't realize I'd been craving so long from this woman. Holy shit, this bear was pissing me off.
Chapter 20. Mickey. I followed close on John's heels as we hiked through a narrow dirt trail, through the dense forest, and over rock formations to reach the highest point of this climb. We were supposed to hike out toward the lake, but I didn't argue with John's sudden change of plans. He'd met some camping crew while waiting in line for the bathroom this morning, and after they got off the talk of the bear that kept everyone up all night, the men told him about a beautiful vista hike that overlooked everything, including the lake. They promised it would be well worth the trek if we were up for it. It sounded good to me, even though I was sleep-deprived from horns blasting all night long. Oh, who am I kidding? It was that damn kiss that kept me awake, and the fact that I almost let things get wildly, amazingly out of control with John.
"How are you doing back there?"
John asked from above me. "Great. I'm just wondering if we'll ever get to the point where we see the view of the valley, because all I've been looking at is your ass for the last hour or so," I said, following him through this never-ending trail. He stopped, and I grinned when he put his hand on his hip and stared down at me, eyes peering over his sexy aviators.
"Do not tell me you're not enjoying the view of my sexy ass in these jeans either."
"Oh, I'm enjoying it," I teased. I chewed on my bottom lip while I watched him swallow hard with a reaction I knew he wasn't expecting.
I can and will take you right here and now.
He glanced around at the surrounding trees.
Without a damn care in the world.
Really? I taunted, walking closer to him. Not a care in the world?
Not one,
he said, as I inched closer to where he stood, most likely waiting to see if I would resume our kiss from last night. What if a bear came while you were, you know? I teased, but felt a jolt of energy powerhouse itself through me at the thought of what it would feel like to have John inside me, thrusting, and fuck.
Your sudden heavy breathing tells me that you'd like to find out how I would react,
he said. I could tell he was in control of the teasing now, and I was falling victim. I needed to pull my shit together. My sudden heavy breathing comes from the fact that we've been hiking uphill for the last hour, I answered with a grin.
Interesting. I'm not breathing heavy.
That's because your ass probably works out 3 times a day and you're in shape for this shit. I don't, and my stamina isn't exactly up to Olympic standards anymore. He softly laughed as I walked past him, cheeks flushing that I was suddenly scrambling to escape this situation I'd walked into with the world's biggest player.
You're as adorable as you are a little fucking liar. You know what?
What? He didn't hesitate to pull me into his strong embrace, and his lips covered mine with more power than they had the night before, when the bear saved me from making a dangerous mistake with a man I knew would hurt me. This time, I couldn't pull away. This man tasted delicious. My aching female parts had been internally screaming for this since last night. I molded into him and, once again, couldn't resist moaning against his zealous kiss. My tongue met his with as much power as his as it searched my mouth for more. John's hand went down to my ass, firmly pressing me into his hardness. I was becoming more wet, wanting him inside me, and I knew if I let this go on for another second, it would take more than a bear to keep me from stopping him. I didn't realize I was so damn horny. I also had never believed I would want a man to fuck me if I wasn't in a relationship with him. This was a side of me I didn't know existed, and that sudden discomfort kept my brain from overruling my better judgment. I instinctively pulled away from the consuming kiss, John's perfectly firm body, and all superficial desire of wanting him to fuck me out here in the woods. "Shit," I said, breathlessly. "You're a good kisser. I'll give you that." I made that stupid comment, leaving John to stare after me. I wished I could talk things out with myself for a second to get my head straight. I did want this man, but I swear it wasn't just sexual. There was no good reason I should like to be more than friends, or friends with benefits if that was my sort of thing. I ran my hands over my face, trying to figure out how I would untangle my brain from this sudden desire for him. I knew better than this, yet somehow I'd allowed this to move out of the friend zone and into the I want more zone. Why the hell did this shit always happen to me? I was doing just fine, keeping us as friends. Why couldn't I be like my aunt and sister, learning to play the player and just enjoy this?
"Mick,"
John said, his voice sterner than usual.
"What is it?"
I glanced over at him, and all I could do was shrug. There was no way I would admit to having some feelings for the man, and I was suddenly terrified of them and him. "We're going to miss the view," I said, looking away and scanning the brush scattered around this dusty spot.
"Well, we wouldn't want to miss the fucking views of all the dirt, would we?"
"I'm not the one who decided to take this route," I snapped back. "You and your new friends from the showers said the views up here were amazing."
"So that's why you're running away from me?"
He was clearly pissed, which irritated me. And that was a good thing. If I were annoyed, I wouldn't be horny and make stupid mistakes that I would have to blame on the altitude later. I'm not running away from you, dipshit, I said. I'm trying to do what we came up here to do. He planted both hands on his hips while I fumbled to get my bearings. Then the bastard smiled at me.
You're scared.
He said that truth like he was the big bad wolf and proud of it. You're goddamn right I am, I said, still trying to act confident and mad, but failing. The gorgeous man in front of me knew it, too.
Why?
He questioned curiously, diffusing all the defense mechanisms I used to withstand the man's charms. There's a little something I like to call, dignity?
Dignity,
he flatly returned as if I'd used the wrong word. You heard me. You know, like self-respect, self-worth, pride.
I know what the fucking word means.
Well, good, I said, maintaining my composure. Then we won't need a vocabulary lesson and we can resume our hike.
I won't hurt you,
he said, paralyzing me immediately. The sincerity in his voice shut down my brain, diffusing all the retaliation bombs I had lined up to stop any further advances from him. I was truly frozen. John, I stammered.
Mick,
he said, mirroring my soft tone. He pulled his sunglasses off, hung them on the collar of his shirt, and brought his hands up to cradle my face gently.
I know I'm probably the last man on the planet you would trust with your heart, but I swear to God, I won't hurt it.
My adrenaline spiked, and I was scared shitless. I'd never found myself in a position like this. What if these were the words of a man who only wanted one thing? What if this was how John turned up the charm just to get laid and then move on the next day? What if I wanted this no matter how bad it all sounded, and then he switched gears and changed his mind after he got to know me better? How did we find ourselves in this position? I softly asked.
I have no fucking idea,
he said humorously. We can't do this, John.
Yes, we can,
he answered, his thumbs caressing my cheeks. I stepped back from him. This was too overwhelming.
Jesus, Mick,
he said, frustrated.
Just give me a chance to prove that I'm just as blown away as you must be about this.
I shook my head. Honestly, I think you're high on this fresh mountain air. I don't understand where any of this is coming from, if I'm being honest.
Well, since you used the word honest twice now, I can trust you are. However, I'm not high on anything. I want to give us a try.
I didn't know how to respond. Why don't we just finish our hike and go?
No,
he said, standing there and practically staring into my soul.
I'm not asking for anything more than for you and me to be exclusive.
I laughed. Exclusive? As in, I better not date anyone or else?
Precisely.
He chuckled. Well, there's nothing to worry about there, I said, needing to get out of this somehow. My only dates these days are due dates.
You know what?
He said, lifting his chin like he'd conjured another plan.
I'll back off. For now, at least. But I will make you mine. In fact,
he reached for my face and cocked his head to the side.
I'll make you beg for me. Crave me.
I sucked in a breath at the way he said those words. It was mysteriously beautiful, and my desire for more of him was already terrifying.
That's right, gorgeous,
he said, most likely reading me like a book.
I get what I want, and I want you.
I didn't know if I should take that as a challenge to be on guard and protect my heart, or if I should have been flattered. So, instead of getting swept away in the fantasy of a gorgeous player suddenly wanting me as his one and only, I kept a level head. John and I were here to hike and get to know each other better as friends, and so far, I loved the chemistry between us. He was so fun and easy to get along with. However, the man had women practically begging to have their hearts ripped out by him, just for a night of passion, with or without regrets. I wasn't that girl. If I was headed down the relationship road again, I wanted to be with a man I enjoyed. And John ticked off that box easily. The red flag was his impulsive decision to want a relationship with me. I wasn't a trial relationship kind of girl. Coming out of a tough breakup, I understood that relationships take work. You don't just give them trial runs. I had no idea what John had cooking in that wild brain of his, but something told me I was about to find out.
Chapter 21. John. Once I'd gotten home and unpacked, organized all the camping gear into color-coded bins, and stored them on the shelves of my 3-car garage, I studied the immaculately clean area and smiled. This house made me happy as hell. It was a beautiful home, and I wondered if Mickey would like it. My place was about 19 miles from hers off Sunset Drive in Bel Air. I was slumming it with the rest of the fresh princes over here, and it was lovely because we all hid behind our privacy fences and gates. It was funny that we all loved living in the city, yet we chose our homes to keep us far away from what the big city boasted: people. Either way, it was private, and I enjoyed my little hiding spot. I say little, even though the damn thing sat on nearly an acre of land full of massive shade trees and manicured lawns, all surrounded by sizable, ivy-covered privacy fencing. Anyone who came to my home saw me in the place. When pulling up to the contemporary home, you were greeted by a place that screamed douchebag billionaire bachelor pad. I didn't mind, though. The sleek architectural lines, black concrete steps leading to my front doors, and the massive wall of glass doors that opened to the pool area were welcoming, and they were sexy as fuck. I'd always loved this place, but as I walked into the house, greeted by high vaulted ceilings and a backlit bar along the side of the entryway that led toward the living area, it felt cold and uninviting. I could never bring Mick here, I said to myself, looking around. She would hate this. I walked up the polished mahogany steps that led to the second floor, where my master suite and a shower the size of a room greeted me. What was happening to me? There was no way I would change my life just to please a woman. However, I wondered if something had to change to get her. For the first time, I felt lost. I had no idea where to start, but I knew exactly what I wanted. I wanted this woman in my life. I wanted the feeling I got when I was near her. Being close to her was like taking a breath of fresh air, and being without her now made me feel starved for oxygen. Jesus Christ, I growled, once these thoughts entered my mind and consumed me. I need a shower. I can't even think right. And now I'm starting to talk to myself. I needed to get things straightened out in my head. Everything had been spinning since I first kissed her, and my dick wanted more. Maybe that's what was wrong with me. Perhaps I just had to release this pent-up energy, and then I could process what was happening to me. Washing up from the camping trip was exactly what I needed to get my ass straightened out. After I dried off, changed, and went downstairs, I walked over to my bar and poured myself a scotch. I opened a medical journal article on my phone, and after reading the same paragraph repeatedly for the last 10 minutes, I knew I was fucked. "Call Mick," I ordered my phone. The phone rang while my eyes drifted to the relaxing fountain that fed into my indigo blue pool. "Hey?" "What are you doing tonight?" I asked. "I'm in bed, getting ready to catch up on sleep after last night." "Cute." Silence. "John?" "Sorry about that," I said. "Do you like the opera?" I heard her laugh. "I do," she said through her stifled chuckle. "How about I fly us to San Francisco and we catch a performance?" I heard her sigh, and it made me smile. "When do you plan on squeezing this in? Before or after our on-call shifts?" "I'll find a way," I promised her. We work a lot, but we don't work that much. I just needed to know whether you were an opera girl."
"And I'm guessing you're an opera guy, then?"
"Not really, but I'll do anything to romance you and let you know that I'm not fucking around when it comes to dating you."
"Can I ask you a question about this, since I was wrong in my assumption that altitude sickness was causing your relationship to termination?"
"Ask me anything," I said, kicking my feet up on the gas fire pit before me.
"Do you think you just want this because I keep turning you down?"
"Why would you ask that?"
"You've made it very clear after more than one rejection that you've never been turned down. I'm just curious if I'm suddenly some crazy challenge of yours."
"Nothing like being straightforward," I laughed. "But no, I don't think it's that."
"The fact that you don't think it's that is what concerns me," she said. "You should probably understand now that I'm not some toy for you to play with."
"I'm not either," I said, somewhat irritated she would feel that way. Silence. Awkward silence this time. "I promise, no games." I decided to break the silence. "And I'm saying that because we might have started this like a game. So I understand your reservations."
"I was serious when I told you I'm not looking for a relationship," she said. "So if we're not playing games, you may be wasting your time."
I smiled. She may have thought she didn't want a relationship now, but I did. I knew that. And I always got what I wanted. "I'll let you know when I can arrange for us to go to the bay, and I promise you won't be disappointed."
"You are one persistent man," she said. "Also, I have no idea what my schedule is going to be like, and
I'll work out the schedules. Trust me. They'll work with whatever I want."
"Whatever you want?"
I heard the smile on her beautiful lips.
"Did Skinny Santa teach you nothing about wants versus needs?"
"We're out of the mountains and back down at sea level. Skinny Santa can't play games with my mind down here. I've got it all figured out now that I'm back in my arena."
"Nothing like being a cocky dick again. I'll keep all of this at the front of my mind while we—"
"Mick," I cut her off, knowing she was putting up imaginary walls. "It was a joke. Relax, and allow me to prove how much I really do need to spend some time with you."
"You don't have to prove anything to me. I already told you I'm not going back down the relationship road."
"Yeah, you're saying that now," I thought with a smile. I loved a good challenge, and she was certainly giving me one. "All right," I said, dropping both feet to the ground and standing with newfound excitement and determination to be with Mickey away from work. "I've got to be up early to make rounds in the morning. See you there." With that, we said goodnight, and I glanced around at my house. Are you kidding me? She's going to dig this place just like she dug that Forerunner. She was also going to love flying to San Francisco in a helicopter. I had this in the bag and was excited to go out of my way to impress this Amazonian goddess. Now I had to figure out our schedules, make arrangements for dinner and chopper rides, and a hotel room if I played all my cards right.
Chapter 22. Mickey. I practically tripped over my feet, stumbling up the stairs while rushing to get to the hospital's entrance. I was late after my car broke down on the freeway. The damn thing overheated 3 lanes in and gave up the ghost. The commuting traffic was thrilled to see my car was the reason there was 1 lane less to use, causing a lot of people to be late today and many bosses to be pissed off at their employees. "You missed out on all the action," Yashi, one of the maternity ward nurses, said as I rushed through the maternity ward, heading to the lockers. "Great," I answered, pulling my hair into a ponytail while holding my badge between my teeth. I pulled the thing out, clipped it on my scrubs, and looked at her. "John will give me shit for this. I already know that." "Never," she chuckled. "I think the doctor might have a little bit of a crush on you." "Let's not get crazy." I eyed her as I planted my foot on the locker room bench, prepping to change my shoes. Dr. Astor and I had fun camping, but that's as far as it went. No, you don't understand, she insisted. That man does not date anyone at this hospital. He may flirt and take us out for drinks or dinner, but it's all good fun. He's different with you, though. I glanced at the adorable young nurse fresh out of college and working here with her brand new degree. How long have you been working here? I questioned. I was remarkably late, but I didn't want to walk out and start my day, which was already off to a hellish start, with a bunch of side glances from the staff, as if I'd snatched the gorgeous doctor and was the only woman who could do so. Almost a year, she smiled. She grabbed stuff from her locker, looking like a nurse who hadn't slept a wink after a 24-hour shift. That's not long enough to form such an assumption, I said, not wanting to make her feel low, but I didn't need everyone's speculation. He and I are just friends. We're both dead set on not having a relationship. She chuckled. You might want to tell that to him. She gave me a funny look as she closed the locker and virtually skipped out the door. What the hell? The guy was arrogant, as had been proven repeatedly. But if he was running around, intentionally fueling the gossip brigade, I had to find a way to stop it. Sure, I enjoyed the flattery, but I knew that everyone reacting to this information would have just as much to say when things between us went south. And let's get real for a minute. It was hard enough to get some goddamn respect as a woman in the workplace. Only one of us would have a sullied reputation if things fell apart, and it wouldn't be John. I had to get out on the floor and get caught up to speed before finding the singing canary, shutting him up, and throwing him back in his cage. Certain things about John cracked me up, and just as many things irritated the shit out of me. My mood was edgy at best, and I didn't want to say something I would regret, so I forced my irritation into the floor through my feet. I would not be a bitch, but I was feeling like one, and I didn't know how I would handle this. Fucking John Astor. If only he could keep things under wraps now and then. Hey, Jan, I said, walking up to the charge nurse, seeing she was the only one around who could catch me up. Sorry I'm late. Car problems, we know. She grinned, giving me a sly look after she glanced over her half-moon reading glasses from her iPad. Dr. Astor was quite upset about that happening to you this morning. Well, of course, and I completely understand why, since he's the one getting everything dropped in his lap. She clicked off the iPad, tucked it against her broad chest, and grinned. Oh no, sweetheart. She arched an eyebrow at me. He was upset that it happened to you. He wasn't worried about himself. Oh? I questioned. He is quite smitten with you, she smiled. And everyone knows he's not one to look around St. John's for a lady. In fact, he's made it clear that he's not in the market. I understand, I said, not knowing how to react. I was doing my best to put a cap on the bitchy responses, but I was in no mood for this. Don't be upset, sweetie, she said. It's not his fault. I don't know what he's telling all of you, but... Oh, no, she said with a knowing grin. He doesn't have to say a word. All he did was vocalize, more than once, his concern about you breaking down today. And when I finally called him out for it, his cheeks turned bright red. As God is my witness, I've never seen that boy embarrassed before. How has everyone jumped to the same conclusion, then? I'm not the only one noticing his new behavior. He's one happy and spirited individual, but this is a side of him none of us have seen. I understand, I said, suddenly confused by how I felt. I had a mixture of emotions. I was uncomfortable at the confrontation of these facts, and I was embarrassed that everyone had pieced things together so easily. I was also excited and flattered, but the main feeling I had was fear. My left brain knew I did not want to date this man. No relationship, nothing. But my right brain was singing a much different tune. giving me butterflies inside and making my heart race with excitement. I didn't know how to reconcile the two, and I didn't know which instinct to trust.
"Oh, honey," she chuckled. "You look like he did when Dr. Albertson called him out on this, and he immediately denied it. You two would make an adorable couple, you know?"
I couldn't process this.
There's just no way I could be having a day like this. No way. This was either the Twilight Zone or a dream I couldn't wait to wake up from.
Just then, John walked out of patient room 3 and headed toward me. Nothing seemed different about the guy. He wore the same smile today as he did every time he brought a new life into the world. I had to shrug it off and call it what it was. The strangest morning from hell. That's it. I had to get out of my head and back into the real world. "Sorry about being late," I told John, focused and ready to roll.
"Not a problem,"
John answered, distracted by signing paperwork that had been handed to him.
"Your patient, Olivia Johnson, is in room 4. She's still only 3 centimeters dilated, and I feel some drama coming from that one. Otherwise, everything is caught up."
He finished and handed his paperwork to the nurse, turning back to me and crossing his arms.
"Oh, and your patient, Brandy Hightower, delivered a healthy little girl just a few moments ago."
"Okay. You're acting a bit strange," I said. "I'm still waiting for you to tell me that I owe you lunch or dinner for this, or even that you're a little bit pissed." He frowned.
"Why would I be upset? Your car broke down, gorgeous."
He smiled. "I know, but you give us hell any time you're put out. All good humor, of course, but you don't let us off that easy."
"Well, I won't be putting any sugar in the salt container at lunch today,"
he teased, referencing a silly prank he'd pulled on an intern a few weeks ago. I stared into his eyes, trying to analyze why he was so calm, and I quickly realized I shouldn't have. His hazel eyes had an electric effect on me these days, and now I was feeling my adrenaline spike, wanting to feel his lips on mine again. God, he was so beautiful.
"Perhaps I should fill you in on the drama going down in room 4 with Mrs. Johnson and her family."
"Yes, thank you," I said. "Is everything caught up so we can—"
"Everything is caught up, except your brain, apparently," he said with a humorous voice. "Seriously, let's get a coffee and I'll catch you up."
"Get a coffee? I just got here 3 hours late."
"You can thank me and my amazing skill for staying 10 steps ahead, and Mrs. Johnson for only being 3 centimeters dilated."
He guided me away from the nurse's station.
"We're heading to the cafe. I'll catch Dr. Smith up to speed there, and we'll be back in 30 unless otherwise paged for an emergency,"
he said to the staff before we made our way to the small cafe just outside the maternity ward. "You know, you're going to get yourself busted for this shit, and I'll be right behind you," I said. "We can't just walk out when I'm so late and use the excuse that you're catching me up."
"We can when there is no emergency, and when doctors on our floor do it all the time when they need their breaks,"
he said. "That's the thing. I'm late. I haven't been here."
"Relax, Mick," he said, walking up to the counter. "Coffee or pumpkin spice and everything nice latte?"
"Well, you're in a fantastic mood," I laughed. "Pumpkin spice sounds festive." "I'll have that," I said. I loved when it was fall, and my favorite flavor was back in the seasonal coffee lineup.
"What is it with everyone in pumpkin spice?"
he questioned me, then the barista, who grinned. "It's just the time of year," she answered. "Everyone loves it."
"Pumpkin and spices should be far from anything coffee-related, but hey, you do you."
"Then you'll be having regular coffee?"
"Yes," he answered, "as black as my soul."
"Stop trying to ruin our fun," I said so the barista could finish the order.
"You ladies can drink your pumpkin drinks and dream of sugar plum fairies. I'll take a knee on that nonsense and continue taking my coffee black."
He led me to a small round table near the counter, where we waited for our drinks. "So, what's going on with my patient? Is she the only one in?" I asked.
"All of the others apparently didn't want you delivering, so I handled that. And they're off in recovery with their little precious ones.
Okay. I rolled my eyes. What's going on with Olivia? She's a sweetheart, I said, remembering the vibrant young woman and how excited she was to have her first child. I hope she is comfortable in the suite she and her husband requested.
That's the thing,
he said, grabbing our coffees as soon as the barista held them up in our direction and returning to the table.
The suite is perfect, as they always are for those fortunate enough to afford it.
Is she struggling with the pain? She was induced at 7 this morning, correct?
Yes, 3 hours ago, and the contractions kicked in after that. She's a bit stalled out right now, and I think her water could be broken around 3 or so if you want to deliver for her by 10 tonight.
You always have this stuff figured out like clockwork, but sometimes the baby comes when the baby comes.
Pitocin says different.
He chuckled.
That should kick it up as well.
So that's the issue? Her laboring is just lagging a bit? He shrugged and rolled his eyes, then leaned forward toward me.
The husband is a tremendous dick, he said.
The husband has a what? I said, confused by what he'd said.
Not has, you perv. Is. He is a dick,
he said, his tone alerting me that I'd misheard him and responded loudly.
You've met him, right?
He never came to her appointments because he was at work. That's not abnormal, though, I said.
Well, he pranced into her room like a peacock.
What does that have to do with anything?
I just like to see these mothers get as much love and support as they deserve during labor and delivery,
he said, looking put off.
This guy has all but abandoned her since his parents arrived.
He's leaving her to do what?
The dude left his mom with Olivia and her mom, then took off with his dad to go outside because his dad was irritated the delivery was taking too long. I guess I wouldn't care, but Olivia keeps asking for him and seems pretty crushed he's not around. His mom keeps informing her that men don't need to be in the delivery room anyway.
One of those, I said, rolling my eyes. That sucks because she is so excited for her first baby. It's a shame her husband seems more concerned with impressing his dad.
Exactly,
John said, as if I'd finally gotten the hint.
I think it's messed up. It's their first child, and whenever homeboy gets called back to the room because his wife needs him, he acts like she's interrupting a visit with the president, and then his mom gets all panicked, worried about her unattended husband.
Is the guy's father disabled or something? I asked, confused by this unnecessary family drama.
No, he just seems like as big an asshole as his son,
John responded. God, I hope this isn't going to be a problem.
Like his parents fighting with her parents about whose grandchild the baby really is kind of problem?
Sounds like that's coming next, I said, worried about Olivia in this situation and what it could mean for her baby. Well, they'll have to work out their issues in the recovery unit. What is important to me is that Olivia is laboring comfortably. After hearing this, I know why her contractions slowed down.
Stress.
Every time, I answered. She needs to be relaxed and stress-free. If she worries about her husband, she will be upset and fight contractions. That is aside from the consequences of elevated blood pressure at this juncture. I'm not pleased to hear this.
I'm glad you identified the same issues I did. And if it were my wife,
he eyed me in a playful and teasing way.
I wouldn't leave your side unless you demanded it.
I arched an eyebrow at him. You need to calm down with all this stuff between you and me, I said with a laugh. I walked head-on into a barrage of gossip this morning. The staff are on to you.
I really couldn't care less.
Well, I could, I answered.
Bullshit.
He sat back and sipped his coffee.
I can see the smile in your big, beautiful eyes.
John, I said, trying to be stern. What did we talk about last night?
That I'm taking you to the opera?
He reached for his phone.
Oh, by the way, one of the ladies in scheduling owed me a favor, and I cashed it in. This Friday and Saturday, we'll have off together.
This Friday and Saturday? We just had 2 back-to-back days off together. We can't do this again.
Why not? That's why we're not the only doctors here.
It's going to irritate the other doctors. He smiled and took another sip of coffee. "What are you smiling about?" I questioned.
"You know," he said casually, "I can't stand being around uptight doctors and—"
"I'm not uptight."
"Oh, you most certainly are uptight," he said.
"I'm just saying I don't want to piss everyone off because you're on some crazy mission to date me."
"Uptight," he confirmed, and I was trying to state how it usually irritates me to be around this nonsense, but I find it charming and quite adorable with you.
"Well, then you're staring through rose-colored glasses."
"Nope. I'm staring at one of the most beautiful women I've ever known. The fact that I find even your annoying behaviors charming is saying something."
"It's saying that we need to return to work." I smiled. I couldn't help but inwardly love that John found me attractive even when I was not at my best. I'd been a raging bitch from the time I woke up, yet John found it adorable. It felt foreign not to have someone argue with me for having a shitty day like Jesse used to love to do. I was probably taking it too far, but I had to admit it was nice. Just like that, my foul mood was gone, and I was looking forward to the opera. Maybe I would give Casanova a bit of a chance, but I could only allow a sliver of hope to exist between us. I was damn serious about not being ready for a relationship at this point in my life, and a relationship with a man who was all over the place was a recipe for heartbreak.
Chapter 23. John. I don't think the word excited was big enough to describe how I felt. Since I'd gotten back from camping, I couldn't stop thinking about Mickey and what could be between us. This was far more than me merely wanting a piece of ass. I really, really wanted this woman in my life. I wanted her eyes gazing into mine. I wanted her lips on mine whenever I had a chance to capture them. And I wanted her. I went to bed, aching to have her in my arms and my body wrapped around hers. I was fucked, and I knew that. The best part was that I didn't care, even though my brain was trying its hardest to intervene and put an end to what my heart and soul were longing for. I knew this was crazy, considering what my family expected of me. But when hadn't I done crazy shit? My career was initially more than my family could handle, but look at them now. They were fine and focused on my brothers being the good, submissive Astor children, doing everything required of them. I had to thank God I was the youngest, because I knew very well that my parents would never approve of Mickey because of her background. But for me, they'd let it slide, and I knew it. I always managed to get my way with whatever I wanted, and right now, all I wanted was Mick. As the Uber driver pulled into her driveway, I nearly bounced in my seat. I got out of the car and hurried to ring the doorbell. "Good evening, gorgeous," I said, when she opened the front door. "Good evening, handsome," she said, our eyes locking for long enough for me to want to scrap this whole opera idea and take her here and now in her aunt's lavish home. Ever since we got back from our camping trip, Mickey joined me in the heavy flirting at work. The locked eyes and the way neither of us seemed to be able to resist whatever the hell was developing between us was electrifying. "I love that you call me that, and not just because it's true either," I said, following her into the house and heading to where her bags were packed and ready to go. When I turned to acknowledge her response, my breath was taken away. "God, you're beyond stunning," I said, my eyes drinking in the essence of her beauty inside and out. She wore a long black gown that draped over her every perfect curve. Curves I'd never had the privilege of even being close to seeing. Her skin was beautifully tanned, accentuating her naturally toned and flawless figure that this dress highlighted in the best ways. Her tall, striking figure was always enough to make me dream of her on my arm these days. But now? Holy shit. What the hell did I do to deserve the attention of this woman? "You like it?" she questioned with an excited smile and a quick twirl. You're positively the most beautiful woman I've ever known, and I mean that. I finished with that truth. You don't look so bad yourself, she said. Her voice made her even more appealing, and I had to put some sass into this conversation, or we wouldn't make the helicopter sunset flight I'd arranged to bring us up to the Bay Area. I could take you right here and now and not be upset that I had to cancel our trip to San Francisco, I teased. She chuckled, snatching her clutch off the end table next to the foyer entrance. Sadly, I love the opera more than you taking me right here and now. Besides, she glanced over her shoulder, leaving me to salivate over the sultry arch of her brow and her long, cascading auburn locks flowing softly down her bare back, thanks to the low cut of her gown. I dressed for the opera, not for you to just take me. After the last few days at work, I said, walking up to her and whispering next to her ear, letting my lips gently brush the side of her cheek. You know you want me as badly as I want you, gorgeous. I felt her body shudder next to mine as I pulled back and kept my face so close to hers that she wouldn't be able to resist my lips on hers. She didn't flinch or step away, and that's how I knew this would be going in the right direction for the next 2 days. I brought my hand up to caress the side of her face, my thumb gently brushing over her perfect, full lips that I so eagerly needed to taste. Her eyes never once left mine, our souls somehow locked in, working together to bring this relationship to another level. If there was one thing I knew for sure, I wouldn't be the only one suffering and longing for this night together. I would ensure this woman wanted me as desperately as I wanted her throughout the night. My lips gently brushed over hers, and although I wanted so much more than this right now, I had to pull back. I needed her to want me as badly as I wanted her. Trust me, I whispered, my lips moving toward her jawline after she parted her lips to welcome more of my kiss. By the time we arrive at the hotel, my fingertips ran down the center of her back. And I remove this dress. I kissed along her collarbone. You'll be begging for all of me. I stepped back because my dick was so fucking hard that I thought it might start speaking too. And there will be no fucking bears to stop us. When my eyes returned to her hypnotic ones, I smiled in victory. This woman had no idea what I planned on doing to ravish and taste every part of her tonight. She said, licking her lips. Maybe it's best if we... I chuckled. Go? Yeah, that, she answered. I kissed her forehead. Let's do this, dollface. The helicopter banked toward the left, lending the perfect views of California's glorious coastline, lined with rugged cliffs and immaculate beaches. This was the ideal way to get to the opera, if I did say so myself. A flute of champagne, my darling, I teased, giving my best Cary Grant impression. Why, thank you, kind sir, she readily responded, prompting me to smile. So, I pointed toward the window on her side that lent views of the coast. Down there is Big Sur. The beaches here are reminiscent of certain parts of Greece and Italy, aren't they? I've never been, so I wouldn't know, she softly laughed, taking a sip from her flute. But it is much more beautiful here than farther south, in my opinion. Well, if you've never seen the beaches of Greece or Italy, I'm going to have to take you there next, I assured her with a smile. She looked at me and grinned. So with all of your romancing me, she said, do you think either of us will ever work again? Or are we just going to continue to go on all these fun dates? I chuckled and took a sip of my champagne. Well, if I resign my job at St. John's, marry you, and take on the family business, neither of us will ever work again. She rolled her eyes.
Sadly, I'm not resigning St. John's, and a sexy helicopter ride up the coast won't tempt me to marry you, Daddy Warbucks.
I grinned. You say that now, but I assure you that you will feel differently later tonight. You won't be able to put a price tag on me, ravishing your body in every good way imaginable.
You seem quite confident that you're getting something more than just an exciting partner at the opera tonight, she said, laughing.
The cute, bashful look you're giving me tells me that I'm getting some tonight, and baby, trust me, you won't be disappointed.
We'll just have to see about that. Sometimes the opera and stage have a way of setting a different mood for me, and if I go the opposite way of wanting sex, you'll be pissed you didn't opt for the 2-bedroom suite.
She challenges me, I said, studying her perfect lips that I desperately wanted to devour.
She does.
You have no idea what you're in for, gorgeous. You'll be begging me to marry you by the time I'm done. That's if I even allow myself to be done. The driver met us at the helicopter pad in a beautiful black Bentley, and even that exquisite and lavish car couldn't match the beauty of the woman who sat regally at my side. It was taking everything to keep my mind in the game and off of wanting to devour this woman in the suite I reserved at one of San Francisco's finest hotels. She smelled like a mixture of strawberries, jasmine, and vanilla. And who would have ever guessed that all those fragrance notes would shut my brain off and turn my dick on? I glanced over as the driver drove us away from the airport, heading toward downtown, where the ancient opera theater awaited us. The golden hue of the city sky lit her golden skin with a beautiful shimmer and polished effect. I had to play everything right, because my suddenly dry lips craved to kiss along her skin and taste each part of her body. The entire city scene spoke words that only the autumn season could inspire. The early sunsets, the crisp air filled with salty ocean breezes wafting in from the San Francisco Bay, and the trees already trading their green leaves for vibrant yellow, orange, and red hues were awe-inspiring. And all of that paled in comparison to Mickey. Aside from this goddess's beauty, I was drawn to so much more. Her ability to be so down-to-earth was delightfully intriguing. I'd never met any woman who stood firm in keeping things real for herself, staying firmly planted instead of flitting around, worrying about what everyone thought of her. My mother was also a strong woman, whom I admired greatly, but her goal was to defend the family name and fortune, which had everything to do with her outside image. It didn't matter. No matter how much I admired both women's strength, Mickey was nothing like my mother. It was apples and oranges when it came to comparing the two. I loved being pulled farther away from the life I grew up in. I loved being with Mickey. She felt real, normal, and genuine. She led the life I wanted and craved when I was dead set on leaving for college and going after a life that, in my mind, real people lived. "Oh my gosh," Mickey said, as the driver pulled up to the front steps of the War Museum Opera House. "This speaks to my soul." She covered her hand over her heart. I smiled. I feel the same. Its architecture speaks for its history. She smiled at me. "Looks like we might have a few things in common." It only took a trip to the opera to find out. Once we were seated in our lavish box seats with a fantastic view of the stage, the lights began to dim, and the room's atmosphere vastly changed in that instant. I watched, mesmerized, as Mickey grew silent, her eyes taking in the imposing room. I loved how beautiful she looked underneath the incandescent lighting. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and her posture was perfectly erect, like the Olympic-caliber athlete she was. She looked like she belonged in this beautiful place, and it was just as fulfilling to my soul to look at her as it was to absorb this ambiance. I had to find a way to pull my eyes away from her and allow the opera to perform their show, The Elixir of Love, and try to remain focused. Only my family knew that I had loved the opera since I was a kid. My family frequented operas and ballets, and when we showed up, we did so with gusto. The number of tuxedos, gowns, gloves, and golden binoculars in my family home was probably unrivaled. This time, though, it was different. I'd brought a woman to a performance, hoping we could move in a relationship direction. I liked how natural this was. I loved that I could envision enjoying more than one visit to the opera with Mickey, seeing how much she seemed to appreciate it. As the opera began, I didn't stop my mind from drifting or embracing how enchanting this was for me. After numerous glances at Mickey, seeing she was utterly lost in this performance, I realized that perhaps I had found a woman who could enjoy the lifestyle I'd grown up in, and maybe she could even embrace time with my family. It's almost as if she was tailor-made for me. These thoughts should have frightened me, but they didn't. They excited me. This was more than right. This was my destiny. I knew that now. Mickey didn't just come to St. John's on a fluke. She came to St. John's to meet me and for me to meet her. I was not going to mess this up, and the idea of not wanting a relationship with someone was a thing of the past.
Chapter 24. Mickey. As the final notes of the opera lingered in the air, I sat in my seat with tears streaming down my face. I didn't give a second thought to anyone around me or their opinion of my emotional reaction. I was absorbing the music that had unraveled every thread of emotion I had, weaving a tapestry of joy and sorrow. It was a visceral feeling that had always drawn me to the opera since Aunt Bev took me as a little girl. The resonance of the soprano's voice echoed in the depths of my heart, awakening feelings I hadn't known were lodged within me. The applause of the audience surrounded where I sat, staring at the closed curtain, lost in the poignant beauty of the performance and the cathartic release of feelings that had overtaken me. I wanted to stay in this moment forever, absorbing the emotions it seemed I'd buried as a defense mechanism, always scared to feel them until now. I couldn't put into words how moved I was by the performance and how cracked open to the core I felt.
"Are you okay?"
John asked, his hand massaging gently over the bare skin of my back. The tingling sensations of his warm and sturdy hand grazing over the cool skin of my back jolted me out of my emotional state. I sniffed and took the handkerchief he offered me. I couldn't resist the urge to smile at him. His expression reminded me that some people are moved by the opera, and some just endure it. It seemed we were both moved by it. "You definitely know what you're doing," I sniffed while blotting my wet cheeks.
"Oh? How so?"
he said, smiling at the elderly couple exiting our shared box. "I assumed this was all part of your plan to get laid tonight?" He chuckled as his face returned to its natural, mischievous expression.
"Well, if I'm honest, that's been my plan since the first night I met you. However," he paused and shrugged, "I think it's obvious that's what I want, given that I have an amazing hotel room waiting for us once you're ready to leave this place."
I stared at his flirty and cocky grin. I wanted this man more than ever, with or without a relationship. I didn't care anymore. My hormones were raging, replacing those intense feelings the opera had stirred moments ago. "That's interesting," I started with a smile, standing with him, "because I'm not horny. I'm inspired." He took my hand and placed it in the bend of his arm, leading us out of the area.
"Inspired? That might be a good thing for a little late-night hotel room fun. I like it."
I think what had me falling for John was his cocky but playful personality. It's like he was a big kid who wanted to play and live life at full throttle all the time. yet he was serious when the situation called for it. I loved the way he weaved all of that together. However, right now, this was the playful side of him, the excited side that believed he was about to get something. And I loved that I could play around a bit and watch his expressions as I deflated his balloon. I responded thoughtfully. That's not the inspiration I'm talking about. I glanced up at him as he walked regally through the theater hall.
No?
No, I responded with a smile. He covered my hand that rested on his forearm with his own.
Then what exactly, my dear, are you inspired to do after that performance, which seemed to make you quite emotional?
Draw, I said, biting my lip to keep from smiling. Yeah, that's what I'd like to do.
Draw?
He stopped while people moved around us to exit the theater. Yeah, I used to draw and paint when I was little. I just feel inspired to do that right now.
You're fucking with me, right?
No, I said with a confident grin, knowing this man was most likely getting laid, but having fun seeing his reaction. His confused, youthful, and sexy-as-sin expression changed as he took my hands into his.
Well,
he said, his eyes staring intently and challenging into mine.
If you want to draw, then I'm down for that.
I was confused, but I knew what he was doing. Since our camping trip, I could tell that John was picking up on when I was fucking with him, and when he did, he would give it right back. I had to be careful, or I wouldn't be getting laid tonight, and he would intentionally play this out to the very end just to call me on my bullshit. Something inside me wanted to enjoy this, though. I wanted to see how far John would take this little game. Really? His eyes glistened under the fancy chandeliers where we stood.
Absolutely.
What if I want to draw right now at the hotel?
Then we'll stop at the next art shop and pick up whatever supplies you need to make that happen.
There's no way he would do that. Wow, that's very generous of you, I offered.
I'm a generous man,
he said with a challenging smile. Okay, so now he and I were in a standoff. We both knew we were bullshitting each other, but neither of us was going to give it up. That you are. But what are you going to do while I draw?
Depends,
he said, taking my hand and calling for the valet.
What do you want to draw?
He pulled out his phone and started to Google places to purchase art supplies. Damn it. Should I let this play out or just let him win? I couldn't draw a fucking stick figure, much less know what to buy from an art supply place. I'm not sure, I answered.
Well, it's rather simple. You want to draw either objects, scenery, or people, right?
I met his challenging gaze with one of my own. And if I wanted to draw people? He chuckled, turning to the valet who had just pulled up in the luxury car John had rented when we arrived at the helicopter pad.
This night promises to exceed your expectations.
I sat in the car as he held the door open for me. Something tells me that it will be more enjoyable for you than me. He bent to kiss my forehead, and my heart nearly flipped in my chest as energy jolted through me over the simple gesture.
Trust me.
His lips went to my ear while I inhaled his rich cologne, immediately intoxicated by it.
You'll be extremely happy with the person you'll be drawing.
I knew John was playing along, and he was stepping it up to the next level. I felt suddenly lighthearted, almost like I had a buzz. I'm only kidding, I finally said, after we drove away from the theater, turning onto a one-way street. He glanced at me, shifting gears.
Nah, you're not. Now you're just being polite.
Well, I'm not going to make you take me to an art supply store to let me paint in a hotel room all night. Besides, you're probably as hungry as I am.
Not a problem. I'll order in food while you draw,
he taunted. My lips twisted in thought, trying to figure out why he was hanging on to this. You don't need to do that, I said with a laugh. My drawing desires have faded since walking out of the theater. The moment is gone.
Bullshit,
he pressed, turning onto another one-way street as I became distracted by staring up at the old buildings that were all around.
Moments of inspiration don't just come and go for artists.
Well, they do if you're not an artist. I laughed.
Nope,
He said.
you're being modest.
He reached for my hand and kissed the back of it.
And if you're not really an artist, and you're just fucking with me, like I know you are,
He paused, glanced over at me, and smiled.
then you're about to find out why you will want to be.
I grinned in response to all this nonsense. It was so silly that I'd drag this on for as long as I did, but it also gave me a feeling that I loved, not caring about the seriousness of anything, just playing things on the goofy side to see where it all went. I quickly discovered that this is what I truly enjoyed about this man. He could take anything and make it fun. Everything in my life had been so serious since starting medical school, and it was a breath of fresh air to be lighthearted for a change. Stepping out of my comfort zone and letting loose in a funny way now and then would prevent me from going gray by the time I turned 40. We walked into the most extravagant and beautiful suite, overlooking the entire San Francisco Bay. Without exchanging glances, I silently ended our banter, which started at the art supply store and continued until my eyes became fixed on the floor-to-ceiling windows that spanned the entire length of the room before me. I walked through the stunning entry, stepped down 3 steps into a living area, and walked directly to the walls that became the focal point of this hotel suite. If John hadn't told me about his family fortune, I'd wonder how he could afford this opulent room in one of the most expensive cities in California.
Gorgeous views,
I heard John say from behind me, in a tone that made me feel like being in a room like this was standard for him.
But screw that bridge. I'd rather take in the views of you enjoying it.
I smiled and folded my arms together. The Golden Gate Bridge has always been quite a sight to see, but from this vantage point, God, it's breathtaking. John's arms reached around my waist, and I eased into the feeling that this was completely normal. Except I knew it wasn't. We acted like a couple that had been together for years, enjoying these fun little getaways. I knew I could easily attach myself to this feeling and swim in the comfort of it all night long. That's why I knew I needed to be careful and avoid getting swept away. He'd made it clear he didn't want a relationship, and I'd made it clear that I didn't want one either. But suddenly, my feelings were dramatically and unexpectedly changing. I stepped forward, away from where I had relaxed into him, and glanced at the fire blazing in the fireplace. Damn, I sighed. You had them do everything, didn't you?
They even popped the cork on the wine bottle while we were in the elevator.
His voice was low and serious, and all the goofiness I'd become accustomed to instantly faded. I told myself not to look back at where he stood, but my heart and body refused to listen to my mind. The air was instantly stolen from my lungs as I absorbed the beauty of the tall figure, standing regally where I'd walked away from. He was so damn perfect, it was almost painful. Painful to know this perfect specimen of a man would not allow himself to get attached. Even though he said he wanted to give us a try, I knew the dangers of a man like John Astor. He probably thought he wanted a relationship with me and really would give it a try. But all that made me was an experiment. It could either work out and we'd both be remarkably happy, or he would do what most do when they have attachment issues. Run in the other direction without explanation.
That look on your face.
He finally spoke, sliding his hands into his trouser pockets.
You're either terrified of being here with me, or of using me as your model, fulfilling all your artist desires. Either way, you look terrified.
I am, I said softly, wondering if I should be the one to run from this unstable connection, preventing this from going somewhere that would crush me. He frowned.
The playful side of you is completely gone. I can see that. But if you're worried about spending the night in this hotel room with me,
he ran a hand through his hair.
I can assure you, I'm probably more frightened about that than you are.
I could feel my eyebrows tighten in response, realizing John had just admitted what I was afraid of. We shouldn't play around with our emotions like this, I said.
We definitely shouldn't,
he said, walking toward me. I'm serious, I answered. He took 3 quick strides and brought his hand to my face.
I am too, dollface,
he answered, his thumb tracing over my bottom lip. What happens when you wake up tomorrow and regret all of this?
It's a risk I'm willing to take. You're my greatest weakness,
he said with a tiny grin, his dark eyes searching mine.
I have never felt this way about anyone, and I'm unsure why I feel so drawn to you. I want more with you, Mickey, and if that says anything, I hope it is enough for you to take a chance on me.
All it says is that if you wake up tomorrow and run away from me, I'll be crushed. I studied him carefully for a moment. You seem like you care a lot about me, though. I just don't know.
I've never gone out of my way like this for any woman. I want you, Mick, and not just sexually. I want everything. I want it all, and I want to pursue more. I beg you to trust that I won't hurt you.
It's all founded on nothing, though, John. We've hardly gotten to know each other, yet we're acting like we could handle a relationship after what? A camping trip? He chuckled.
You're just as afraid of being hurt as I am.
You're afraid of being hurt? I asked in disbelief. If there was one thing I thought I had pinned on this man and his personality, it was that nothing and no one could hurt him. There was just no way. He was far too confident in himself and was a man who held some kind of record for breaking hearts.
Only of being hurt by you,
he answered in a husky voice.
If you don't give me a chance, I don't think I could stand it.
I have no idea what happened to move this man to kiss me, or me to accept his kiss. But without warning, his full lips covered mine firmly, his tongue forcing my lips to part. My sense of reason didn't want this, but the rest of me did. His kiss was powerful, demanding, and tasted better than the fragrance of his cologne. He was perfect in every way, and I desired more. An ache for more grew hard and fast in the pit of my belly, and all I had to do was reach up and run both hands through his hair to permit him to take this to the next level, and perhaps beyond that. I didn't care how we'd feel in the morning. I wanted John Astor to love and devour my body in the way his consuming kiss was forcing all my insecurities away. There would be no regrets. I knew that now. It was clear that John and I wanted this more than anything else, and there was no way I would fight it anymore.
Chapter 25. John. Walking down the long-ass hall of this too-large hotel suite, carrying Mickey in my arms while kissing her, desperate for more, made me think what a stupid idea it was to show off with a room like this. I'd give anything to be in a roadside motel just to have made it to the damn bed by now. Oh, fuck it, I thought, setting Mickey's feet on the ground, pressing her perfect body back against the wall of the never-ending luxurious hallway. The noises this woman made were half the reason I hadn't broken our kiss since that unexpected moment happened 2 miles back in the goddamn living room. And now, her soft whimpers, as if I were already thrusting myself into her, were making me come undone, and I stopped mid-stride in the hallway to fuck her right here and now. Her kiss tasted like honey and peppermint. And do not ask me how that combo worked out, but it was the most delicious flavor I'd ever tasted. I pulled her hands from where they clenched into my hair, spurring me on for more, and pressed them up into the wall above her head.
Ouch! John, wait,
she said, her wiggling free.
Stop! Wait!
Her words sobered my horny ass right up, ending my advances right then and there. Are you okay? I questioned, still in a daze, confused, and begging my mind to snap into the present moment. Did I hurt you? I swear, if this fucking estate-sized room were on fire, we'd probably burn because of how badly I wanted this woman.
I've never been better, but...
She looked down where she held one hand in the other, and my eyes widened at the sight of blood. Oh my God, how did the wall cut you? I said, pulling her delicate hand into mine. I studied the gash in disbelief. I swear to God, if she needed stitches, I would sue this hotel for cock-blocking me tonight. Not about you, John, I mentally scolded myself. Let's find the bathroom and let me get you cleaned up, I said, my dick shriveling in shame, knowing that my impulse to fuck right here had thrown me completely off my game.
Where's the bathroom?
Mickey asked, while my mind struggled to focus on her current inconvenience and not mine. Great fucking question, I answered, keeping her injured hand in mine while we turned down a hallway that led to another suite of rooms with more hallways attached to it, all leading in different directions. I swear it feels like we're in an escape room horror show right now, I said, choosing the hall to our left because it seemed like the right way to go.
What the hell is this place?
She questioned, as we walked into a room with a pool-like tub with pillars that were probably taken from what was left of the Colosseum in Rome. Check this shit out, I said, wholly distracted after opening the door to find a breathtaking shower that was surrounded by glass with a view of the Golden Gate Bridge.
I think I need stitches, she said with a laugh as I stepped into the shower.
I felt my stomach drop as I looked down at the city streets, buzzing with lights of cars and traffic at what felt like 5,000 feet below. You need to see this, Mick, I said, waving her over.
You need to see this,
Mickey answered, while my brain maintained the age of a 6-year-old boy in a dinosaur museum.
John,
she urged with a humored laugh. Oh my God, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, your hand, I answered, snapping back to the reality of why we were in Cleopatra's bathroom in the first place. What the hell caused this? Was there a fucking knife in the wall? I questioned, seeing the large gash that probably wouldn't stop bleeding unless we had some stitches to close the wound.
I think it was the glass-framed picture. My hand caught the edge, she answered.
Fuck, I'm so sorry, I said, grabbing a washcloth and wrapping it around her hand. The wound is deep enough that it's going to need at least one stitch to stop the bleeding.
How the fuck did we manage this? She chuckled.
I kissed her forehead. Sounds like a sick joke, doesn't it?
What, 2 doctors trying to screw in the Taj Mahal of hotel rooms, and 1 doctor needs stitches as a result?
I rolled my eyes and pulled her into my arms. The worst part is that we both can stitch people up, yet I'm getting ready to call an Uber to haul our asses down to the local emergency room.
Well, if they could get us a sewing kit, then...
Not a chance, I said, guiding her out of the bathroom and back through a large sitting room. As badly as I want you in my arms right now, proving my love to you, there's no way in hell we're going to act like we're on some reality television survivor show. We'll get you stitched up, and then, I said, eyeing the open space of the hotel room that I officially regretted booking, I'll be rebooking another hotel room somewhere else. She laughed.
I think it's a beautiful room, and I would love to see how comfy the beds are, since this place is fit for a king.
I picked up my phone and opened the Uber app. That's the thing, I said. I intentionally booked this hotel and room because I was going for that.
To be treated like the king you are?
She teased, her eyebrow arching in a way that made me second-guess ditching the sewing kit idea. No, gorgeous, I said, kissing her hand, the one that wasn't forcing us out the door and down to an Uber that would be here to collect us in 5 minutes. For a king and his queen.
Ah,
she said, stepping into the private elevator.
Well, maybe it is karma getting even before you could hurt me. You know, like after we've had sex, and then you realize that's all you wanted?
I smirked at her after we climbed into the back seat of the Uber, acknowledged the driver, and confirmed our destination to the closest emergency room. You see, I said, settling back into the seat, looking over at her, I've already hurt you. I reached for her right hand with the gash on the back of it. And karma is taking my ass to a local ER instead of a luxurious bed where I could prove all night that I want sex and breakfast in bed and a relationship to follow. The Uber driver's attention was caught, and his eyes drifted back to the rearview mirror more than once as Mickey and I decided to have this particular conversation in the back seat of his car. My night was fucked anyway, so we may as well have some fun with this poor bastard. But damn, I lowered my voice, sounding breathless. You do look so fucking hot right now. I said that truth with a smile, but Mickey's eyes looked as though she were embarrassed. Don't, she mouthed, with a playful expression that I found adorable. I can't resist. I paused, and the driver's eyes quickly darted back to the street from the mirror he watched us through. Omar? I called the name that was listed for his Uber services. Yes, sir, he answered after he cleared his throat. How long would you say it is until we arrive at the hospital? I'm sorry? His voice was strained with shock, as if I were about to commit a sexual act in the back seat of his Prius, which I wasn't, obviously, but it would be fun to see how long I could drag this out to keep my mind off the fact that I couldn't believe we were on our way to a goddamn hospital. The hospital? How long? I said, my eyes meeting his in the rearview mirror. GPS says arrival time is in 15 minutes. I smiled at Mickey. 15 minutes? I arched an eyebrow at her and reached for her thigh, which she abruptly pulled away. Have you lost your damn mind? Mickey questioned, nervously. If she thinks I'm going to do something in this car, then she must have lost more blood than I thought. Perhaps I have, I answered seriously. Omar? Yeah? He answered too quickly to allow me to believe he wasn't falling for this bullshit. If you had a hot woman up in your hotel room but got screwed out of getting lucky, wouldn't you take advantage of a situation where you were forced to do nothing but sit in the back seat of an Uber and think about it? I don't... It's okay, Omar, Mickey rolled her eyes. Nothing is going to happen in your car. This man is my brother. Your brother? I mouthed in disbelief that Mickey would come up with something that wild after it took her a minute to catch on that I was just fucking around. Brother-in-law. I settled into my seat, twisting some to face her and eye Omar's reaction through his mirror. A lovely family, I suppose, Omar said. It was, I answered dramatically, until my brother stole my girlfriend 15 years ago, and I decided to return the favor by stealing his wife. You didn't steal me, Mickey said, as if this were a true story. I decided that prick could kiss my ass after he told me that I didn't keep the house clean enough for him. I smirked, knowing she was trying to play along but failing miserably. Oh well, Omar was buying it, and that was the whole point. I told him to buy you that maid's outfit for your birthday because you'd look so sexy in it. Yeah, well, that's a hard pass from me, and he should have known I'd be pissed. That's why we're in San Francisco, Omar, I said, seeing the Uber driver's apparent amusement. The only way my brother appreciates anything is when he loses it. Your brother will not get mad if you have sexual intercourse with his wife? Omar questioned. Oh, he'll fucking kill both of us, I answered. Honk! Honk! Hold on, wrong way, Omar proclaimed in panic after I gripped the headrest in front of me to brace myself after Omar turned onto a one-way street. Holy shit, I yelled. I guess fucking around and distracting the Uber driver wasn't my best idea. All we needed was to have a head-on collision to seal the deal on how many times I could fuck myself over tonight. What the hell was going on here? Maybe it was just this particular date, and I was trying too hard, but I really wasn't when I thought about it. There was no way I would accept that the universe was trying to tell me that Mickey and I had no business doing this, and that we would both somehow end up hurt. There was no way in hell that happened in real life. If there was one thing I knew, everything about this felt right and was right. A couple of weird things to stop it wouldn't prevent me from pursuing the only woman I'd ever wanted. This was going to end well, and one way or another, Mickey would end up in my arms, and all this bullshit trying to stop us would be something we laughed about tomorrow. That's if Omar didn't get us killed first.
Chapter 26. Mickey. It was more of a blessing than a curse that my and John's intimate scene was cut short by my hand being rammed into that glass picture frame. Something told me we were going too fast for where we were in this relationship, and maybe we weren't ready for that level. I had plenty of time to think about how it could have absolutely wrecked me if we'd had sex, and the following day, he wasn't interested anymore. I knew how players played, and I'd watched my friends get crushed by emotionally unavailable men. That was not a road I wanted to haul my ass down. There was no closure when that happened. Nothing. It was just grief, and it was devastating to watch my girlfriends bounce out of that. I didn't know what to expect from all this, but the fact that I had all this doubt and confusion was enough to make me think I was in a better and safer place after arriving at this hospital for stitches than heading into rounds and rounds of glorious pleasure with John Astor.
"Thanks, man,"
John said humbly as we stepped out of the Uber. It was easy to see John felt like shit after his silly charade in the back seat of the Uber sent poor Omar up a one-way road and nearly into multiple head-on collisions.
"I promise. The tip will prove how sorry I am for messing around with you."
Omar nearly peeled out of the hospital, rightfully never wanting to see John again. "Well, that's awesome," I said, holding my aching and throbbing hand. "You've officially pissed off the Uber driver. Now he's going to tell all his friends, and we'll be walking back to the hotel." John placed an arm around me and gently guided me through the automatic doors of the emergency room.
"Once he sees his tip, he'll have no complaints. Besides, we're not going back to that cursed hotel room."
"Cursed hotel room?" I said, looking at him while we stood behind 4 people waiting to check themselves into this place. "Maybe it's us. Maybe we're the cursed ones."
"Don't get all superstitious on me,"
he said, eyeing the people in front of us, most likely trying to assess their needs compared to mine.
"All we did was suffer a mishap because we got a little too excited about where it was all going."
I smiled at him. "Well, I think it was a blessing in disguise."
"I agree,"
he answered, smiling at me.
"Because now you will get to know me better as I support you through a doctor's visit to the ER. It's like we're a real couple already."
"Don't get ahead of yourself," I answered, stepping up to the window to fill out the forms. "Well, perhaps."
"See?"
he said proudly.
"All we need are outings like this, without sex, for you to appreciate how deep my feelings are for you."
That could be very true, given that we'll both probably be sitting in this crowded ER all night, without sex, only to realize I might not need stitches after all. This will test your patience and your mood. He rolled his eyes as he led me through the jam-packed ER to stand against a wall, since there were no available seats.
"I'm the most patient man you'll ever meet, and my moods don't change based on getting a piece of ass."
"Oh, God." I rolled my eyes. "We'll see about that. In fact, I'm excited to watch you push down all those emotions when 3 a.m. rolls around and I still haven't been seen yet."
"Watch away, gorgeous,"
he taunted.
"Clock's ticking, and my mood is just fine. And you should know, if I were going to throw a temper tantrum about not getting laid tonight, that would have happened when you cut your cute little hand on the mirror, right before you climaxed."
My eyes widened, and I nearly choked on my own saliva. I had no idea he realized that the aggressive way he was kissing me, his hard cock pressing against me, and the low growl that kept erupting from his chest had nearly made me come without him even touching me there. My cheeks felt flushed, and I was starting to ache, in need of that feeling of pleasure that I craved from this man. And now I was back here again emotionally, not caring whether John and I formed any kind of a relationship. I just wanted him inside me. 2:30 a.m. Ms. Smith, my name was finally called after having my vitals checked 3 hours ago. That's me, I said, standing up from where I sat in this ER that continued to fill with more people. I had no idea where John went, but at around 2 in the morning, he said he was going to find out what the holdup was, as I could have bled to death by now. It made me laugh because his need to have things neat, tidy, and perfectly structured kicked in about an hour after we had gone through old pictures on his phone of his family at their various French estates. I didn't know if all this sitting around had put John in a bad mood, or if seeing his family was the reason he went out for fresh air, but he'd been gone for 30 minutes. And after seeing his perfect family and the dark eyes of his pretentious parents, I welcomed the break. That family wore wealth and wore it well. I couldn't imagine having them stare down their noses at me if I'd ever met them in person. I could easily say that if a woman didn't look like her family owned an entire country, she most certainly was not worthy of an Astor. John's brothers were as handsome as he was, and the women on their arms were beautiful, but I could sense a hint of sadness behind their smiles. I didn't get it. Overly wealthy people never seemed happy. They always looked serious and calculated, but John had a bright, beaming smile in those photos. He was different from them somehow. Who knew what the story really was? It was late, and my mood had gone to shit 2 hours ago, so I wasn't one to judge.
You seem too young to have graduated from medical school already,
the handsome ER doctor stated while he injected the anesthetic into my flesh. Well, Dr. Melvin, I'm not, and I'm quite—
It's Blake,
he said, his piercing blue eyes meeting mine in a flirty way.
Call me Blake. In fact, if you're comfortable with it, and single, I'll give you my phone number, and you can call me whatever. Good God.
I heard John's voice break through and cut off Blake's attempt to hit on me.
Don't they teach you ER folks any new tricks to hit on women? Or are you all that slow to catch on?
Blake frowned and stared darkly at John, entering the room unannounced and berating him immediately with back-to-back unnecessary insults.
I'm not sure I follow you,
he responded, looking at me for explanations for John's rudeness. Just ignore him, I said, not wanting the doctor who was about to stitch up the back of my hand to be pissed.
Well, of course you don't,
John taunted, a bit of humor crossing his expression.
Because if you did, you'd realize that you're trying to hit on my lady, your patient, and I'm not okay with it. So, why don't you do your job, stitch her up, and stop making your patients wait for hours in your filthy waiting room? Or maybe that's what you've been doing all night, hitting on patients and holding all of us up? I can assure you, I didn't think she was attached, and I'm not holding anyone up,
he said, turning to the needle to place a stitch in my hand.
Well, you wouldn't, would you?
John said, possessively standing at my side. It's because I'm not, I answered, looking up at John, astonished to see this side of him.
Oh, you are,
John insisted.
Looks like the beautiful lady isn't attached.
Blake's eyes went to me, his smirk mirroring John's cocky smirk from a second ago. John's expression grew dark, and I was shocked to see him get this upset. This was stupid, immature, and completely opposite of the man I'd grown to find quite attractive. I didn't like his behavior at all. It was totally unacceptable in a million different ways, and I didn't want to even look at him.
Just stitch her up, please, John ordered the doctor. You have plenty of other patients waiting to be seen.
After an hour and a half of silence between John and me being entirely uncomfortable with and repulsed by his behavior, we walked into the hotel room that had started all of this. My hand only needed one stupid stitch, and all the dramatic events of the night faded after that. John had grown quiet in the exam room as Blake quickly placed the stitch in my hand,
ordered antibiotics, and then disappeared, never to give me his phone number.
"I'm sorry I was an asshole earlier,"
John said, walking into the room I chose to sleep in. I was thankful for the size of this suite. It had 3 bedrooms, a dining room, and 2 living rooms. It felt like the damn place took up the entire top floor of this hotel. Either way, it seemed to stop the sex from happening before, and now it was making it easy for me to retreat to my own space and let this whole night and early morning shit end without another word to John. "Don't apologize to me. You were a dick to a doctor who was just trying to do his job," I said, walking into my room, trying to close the door behind me.
"He was hitting on you,"
John answered. "So what?" I answered, climbing onto the luxurious bed.
"I didn't like it."
"Good for you."
"Mick,"
he sighed, sitting on the bed where I'd turned away from him.
"I'm sorry I behaved that way."
"Like I said, you insulted him, not me."
"I think I did insult you,"
he said softly. "Trying to claim me?" I said through a yawn. "That's less of an insult and more of a nail in the coffin, because I don't do jealousy. But I suppose it shouldn't bother me because we're not a couple, and I don't have to worry about it when you throw temper tantrums out of jealousy."
"I swear to God, I think I'm falling in love with you."
"And that's an excuse?" I closed my eyes in annoyance. "You're not falling in love with me, John. You're just jealous."
"No,"
he said in a tone that caused me to turn and face him. He seemed to be upset about this, as he should have. Fucking ridiculous reaction.
"That's the thing. I don't get jealous. It's not who I am."
"Well, your red flag bullshit would lead me to believe otherwise," I said. "I'm not the woman who finds territorial men charming. Understand? Like, not even a little bit."
"You're 1,000% right. There is no excuse for it, and it'll never happen again,"
he answered genuinely, seemingly beating himself up about his unexpected behavior.
"I'm truly sorry for that."
"I hear you. I just want to go to sleep now. Our fun opera night turned into a fiasco, and
"There is no way in hell I can let you go to sleep with these opinions of me,"
he said, prompting me to sit up straight. If there was any time to address this behavior, it was now. I couldn't have him think I was the type of woman to find his behavior heroic. "The only opinion I have about you is that I think you're adorable sometimes. But I despise how you behaved toward that man tonight, and I hope to never see anything like that from you again," I said, as he nodded in agreement. "I can see that this whole thing has upset you, and I hope you mean what you say about it not happening again, because I'm dead serious when I say I won't tolerate it. It's embarrassing for you and for me, and it shows insecurity that is entirely unbecoming." He looked like the shame might eat him alive, so I figured I'd made my point. "And after seeing all those photos of your fancy family and their estate, I'm sure your mother would be very upset about your rude manners." That made him half smile.
"I was most certainly not raised to be as rude as I was tonight."
"Or your father would do what?"
"My mother, actually."
He chuckled, taking my hand from his face and into his. His eyes glistened in humor.
"My dad seems terrifying, but my mother runs the show in our family."
"Should I be afraid of her?"
"I love that you just asked me that question,"
he said, sighing in relief. "I'm confused," I chuckled. "I have no idea."
"It means there's still a chance, and I didn't blow all of this up by acting like a 14-year-old dickhead tonight."
"A chance at getting laid? I don't think so."
"No."
He shook his head and ran his fingers through my hair.
"A chance at maybe having a relationship with you. I couldn't care less about sex right now. I want you, not just your body. I swear to God that I'm in love with you, and I'm honestly trying to figure out what to do with that and all these emotions I've never felt before."
I smiled. "Why don't you kiss me and allow me to show you where you could start with these foreign emotions of yours?" That was all it took, and the fervent and powerful kiss that had landed us in the ER tonight had returned. My body nearly spasmed with pleasure as John maneuvered me to lay back and covered my body with his own.
Chapter 27. John. Every regret I had from moments earlier faded when Mickey accepted my kiss. She tasted like honey and strawberries blended to perfection. She was delicious and consuming every part of me as she ran her fingers through my hair. The woman's daring nature was delivered to me through this intoxicating kiss, drawing me in for more. Her long dress, which made her highly desirable to me while watching her grace the ER in it with her elegant presence, was now preventing me from accessing the one thing I wanted. While remaining locked in a passionate kiss that was pulling me deeper into this trance, I reached for the back of her dress, fighting the clasps to free her breasts for me to see for the first time. Fucking hell. This goddamn dress was the essence of beauty on her earlier, and now it was my Everest as I tried to peel it off her. Her moans kept me focused on pursuing more, but the dress was begging me to rip it to shreds and frustrating the hell out of me. I was smoother than this, and I knew it, but I'd also never wanted a woman so much in my entire life. Shit, I growled under my breath, hoping Mickey didn't hear my frustration. "Don't tell me you're already there," Mickey said, prompting me to stop and look at her for a second. She was so caught up in ecstasy that she thought I'd come before her. "Would you," I started, my lips moving under her jaw and along her throat, "hate me?" Fuck, I was breathless because I wanted this so bad, and my hands, which were pinned between her back and the bed, were still struggling to remove the gown. "Fuck it," I said, not giving a shit about the dress anymore. Her body thrusting against my aching cock had decided for me. I'd buy her a new one. "God, yes," she said, as I heard the dress tear and her full breasts were freed for my taking. In desperate pursuit of this woman's perfect, full, and hard nipples, my lips instantly covered one. I closed my eyes as my tongue licked and swirled around her hard nipple while I settled my cock between her legs. My hands drew her arms up and around her head. Releasing her arms from where I had them pinned, she unbuttoned my slacks. I thanked everything in life when she reached inside for my dick and went to work stroking me. "Fuck." "That's it, baby," I said, my eyes rolling back, while I brought my attention to her other breast. Feeling her firm hand using my pre-cum to massage up and down my cock was practically mind-altering. I exhaled, moved my hips to her hand, and groaned in satisfaction that Mick knew precisely how to massage the ache of wanting to immediately fuck from my cock. I wanted inside her warm pussy, and I would be there, but right now, this pleasure was beyond rewarding. "Like that," I said, guiding her hand to pull along the tip of my dick. I felt like I was on the best drug of my life, the sensations of bliss washing through me, even though I wasn't inside her yet. I'd never be able to explain it, but this felt like the most natural thing in the world. Mickey massaging my dick while she groaned in pleasure, and my lips and eyes drank in the perfection of her breasts. That's when I realized I was getting off on the most perfect woman I'd ever been with. There was no way I would selfishly take from her. As much as this turned me on and made me want more, it also forced me to give her everything. I gently moved her hand away from my dick and kissed her perfect lips and then her nose. "You're coming first, gorgeous. I'm going to watch you come and beg for me to be inside of you." Her mischievous smile told me that she approved. "I'm not using my hands, baby," I informed her. My voice was low, firm, and driven with need and desire. "I'm going to pull that out of you while tasting you and drinking all of your cum." I slid the last of her gown down her legs and tossed the garment to the side. I couldn't resist sitting up when she confidently stretched her arms above her head and allowed her legs to fall open, giving me access to anything I wanted. She was shaved and neatly groomed to make the one thing I desired look beyond appealing. This would be an all-night affair if I had it my way. She closed her eyes after my hand went straight to the moist heat between her legs. I wanted so badly to taste her, but I preferred to watch her move her sexy figure in ways to show me how her body ached for my cock to fill her. I gently slid my middle finger into her slick entrance and moved my thumb over her clit. "Jesus, yes," she moaned, her legs opening wider. Hell, she was craving this and longing for more. Just the simplest touch from me was forcing her body into pleasure that had her squirming and desiring for more. "You're dripping wet," I said, licking my lips, wanting to taste her but holding back. I slid 2 more fingers into her heat, stretching her just enough to make her moan beautifully in pleasure. Her entrance was dripping wet and slick, and I wasn't going to be able to stick around long enough to engage in this sensual foreplay if I wasn't careful. I became entranced, watching her beautiful figure writhing under the control of my fingers as they twisted and found the target spot that, if I worked it flawlessly, would make her come. Her perfect pussy would tighten in spasms to welcome my throbbing and soaking wet cock. "You're so beautiful," I said, unable to pull my eyes away from where she was clenching the pillows above her head. I had to taste her. With that thought in my head, I quickly shifted, maneuvering my pants and allowing more freedom for my legs to bend into place while I brought my mouth to devour her pussy. We both groaned in unison when my lips met the flesh of her entrance, massaging through her delicious, drenched pussy and up to her soft clit. I ran my tongue in circles around the ecstasy button of her pleasure, loving the soft moans she was panting out in approval. My fingers were still inside her, finding their rhythm again while I drank from the delicious body part I knew I would thirst for after this was all done. She tasted like dripping wet sweetness, with a hint of salt to make me thirst for more. My tongue went into a frenzy, moving along the inside of her lips, rolling around her clit and back where my hands continued to pull on her G-spot. "I want it all beautiful," I begged, my fingers pulling hard against the inside walls of her most sensitive spots. "You're going to be perfectly ready for me to come in you when I'm done." Her heels dug into the bed as her feet pushed against my upper thighs, pinning herself between the bed and my mouth, which was working hard to free her stubborn orgasm. "Fuck, I'm right there," she said, as if she were in pain. "Let it go, baby," I said, as my teeth nipped at her clit. Then a gush of fluid covered my hand, drawing her orgasm and cum from her. Fuck. This was the most beautiful thing ever. When a woman gave you her cum like this, she was fully releasing and letting it all go. There was no holding back, and I loved the confidence she was giving me from the moment she exposed her beautiful body to me. "Fuck yes, baby," I encouraged as she whined in pleasure. "Give me more of that." I felt her pussy clench in spasms around my fingers. I needed to be in her to feel this. If I wasn't, I was going to come all over this fucking bed. Breathless and dripping with desire, I lined myself up and positioned my dick to slide into her tight entrance. I gripped her shoulders as I braced myself to hold still while she continued to orgasm. This shit was beyond amazing. She was still going, and I was feeling the tightening of her pussy, drawing my cock in for more. "John," she said, slowing down, her hand snaking up behind my neck and bringing my lips down to meet hers. We met in a fervent kiss while I moved into her, gently pushing in while she softly whimpered as she accepted me moving deeper into her. I wanted so badly to ride her hard, and with every ounce of passion I'd felt while seeing her come so hard, but there was no way I was fucking up the pleasure I could feel she was experiencing in just this kiss. I eased myself in and out of her, and her moans and whimpers as she licked herself off my lips made it clear she was building up to release another orgasm of pleasure. I could only pray I could keep up with this if she went more than a couple of back-to-back rounds. I'd had some wild sex in the past, but I hadn't met a girl who'd rode the orgasm train back-to-back like this. She gently gripped and bit my shoulder, and I wanted to go deeper. I wanted to fuck her until she begged me to stop, and even then I wasn't sure if I could. I pinned her hands just above her head, her breasts rubbing along my chest, as I dug my knees into the bed and thrust deeply into her. Her devilish smile and daring eyes begged me for more, and I accepted the challenge with more power than the orgasm that was driving this out of me. "Fuck yes," I said. Mickey was good. She felt good and tasted good. It was all so fucking unbelievable, and I never wanted this sensation to fucking end. As I pinned her harder with both my hands and my dick, I heard the whimpers I was craving. "Are you okay?" I breathlessly questioned. "Fuck me harder," she growled. "Oh yeah?" I said, forcing my dick so deeply into her that she and I both yelled at the same time. My cock tightened in a spasm just before releasing and sending my cum deep into her. I continued to thrust and move in, staying deep while I delivered all of myself into her and wishing I had more to give. Fuck, this was the best. She was fucking good, and I wanted so much more, but I knew my dick would clock out after this intense orgasm. Mickey panted while I continued to move in and out of her warm flesh, feeling everything I wanted and more. "Damn, you're sexy," she chuckled. I smiled as my forehead rested against hers while trying to gather myself and pray that I'd been good enough that she'd want more from me later. I'd never been insecure after sex, but then again, I never gave a shit about how the other women felt either. This was entirely different. There was something more to this. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever known," I said, allowing my dick to slide out of her and lie next to her. I positioned her to curl on her side so I could wrap my body around her to hold her and kiss along the back of her neck. This was only the beginning. I teased my lips against her ear. "Promise," she said, running her fingertips over my forearm. "I'm never letting you go," I swore. And then I felt restless again, my hands sliding between her legs. She softly moaned, gently reopening her legs to give me access. At this rate, we'd extend this room for another night and call in sick for work. I had no idea the driving force behind this, but for the first time in my life, I was enjoying life and loving everything about being with a woman I loved.
Chapter 28. Mickey. I woke up from the nap I'd taken after John and I conquered another round of glorious sex, and I knew at this rate we wouldn't be making it to work tomorrow if we couldn't detach long enough to check out of this hotel room. But I couldn't move. This felt so safe and comfortable. I was in John's arms, with his strong hand pulling my ass against his abdomen, and I couldn't resist rousing him awake, as I'd done 4 other times since we attempted to rest. I shivered internally, longing for all the sensations I felt with John inside of me. I'd had great sex before. I came out of my shell whenever I was intimate, and John was quickly learning that about me. But sex with this man was off the charts in every way. It was like those hot, steamy sex scenes in movies that make you wish sex was really like that in real life. The stuff where the woman isn't even touching herself, and the man is just pulling an orgasm out of her with his dick. That was pretty much what was happening to me every time John was inside of me. I sighed, feeling my belly swarm with a warmth that reminded me of the sensations I'd been reveling in since we began.
I couldn't resist rubbing my clit as soon as that energy resurfaced and began throbbing for need and desire. To my greatest delight, John's lips were on my neck, and his cock started to harden under where it rested against my ass.
"You want more, gorgeous?"
he asked. I swear I had no idea what was happening. It's like we'd ignited some strange sexual appetite in me that I never knew I had. I lifted my chin to allow his lips more access as he situated himself to retake my body. The heat in my legs told me that I would be dripping wet and ready for him to go another round within seconds, and the electric energy resurging into my pussy told me that this would be as great as every time we'd done this since it all got started a few hours ago.
"I've never wanted sex this fucking much,"
he stated, his cock lining up and moving into me as if this was something we did all the time. My eyes rolled back into my head as John's bicep tightened where I laid on it like a pillow, and I groaned in pleasure and satisfaction when he stiffened and started putting more and more pressure moving in and out of me. I felt that feeling that I was learning fueled my appetite for John, and I started panting wildly as it began to overcome me again. "Fuck yes, I want you," I whined, practically begging him for it harder and faster from behind. I moved my ass in circles, feeling his length even better as he kept a steady in and out rhythm. I'd had plenty of G-spot orgasms in my life, but the orgasms I was having while John came with me were 100 times more intense. They were otherworldly. I swear we were connecting on some supernatural level that had us both feeling the same intense pleasure the other was feeling at the same time. This had to have been the reason all of this was happening. I mean, who wouldn't get addicted to this shit? I wanted it all to last longer, but it was too hot, intense, and too good to hold back. And guess what? Just like every time before, John was coming with me, and the explosive orgasms we were sharing on some crazy energy levels were igniting things throughout my entire being, making me cry out in pure ecstasy and delight. "Fuck," I said, growling the word, my hands twisting into the pillow I'd reached for to brace myself with while I rode out this intense pleasure. John cursed and growled, proving it was an experience on another crazy level. I smiled, knowing that I was in sexual heaven. I mean, was there such a thing as finding the only person on the planet who could bring out sexual sensations that you never knew existed? Because that was precisely what had been happening between the two of us since the wee hours of the morning when we jumped on this crazy sex train.
"We're never going to leave,"
John said with a laugh, giving me one last thrust before pulling out and rolling me onto my back.
"But we do have to at least come back into the land of the humans and eat something."
"This is intense," I said. It was the first words he and I had shared other than fuck, yes, and deeper since we started this.
"No shit,"
he chuckled, kissing my nose.
"Who knew that your sexy ass was my sexual soulmate?"
I smiled at him. That's one way to describe it. I've never felt anything like this before. I covered his confident smile with my fingers. Don't get a big head about it, but I'm serious. This is wild.
"I aim to please,"
he teased. We need to get up, I said, pulling myself from the mattress of love and running my hands through my tangled hair. I need a shower. I don't even know what time it is.
"The day that time stood still,"
John said, lying flat on his back as I climbed over him. Your jokes are officially cheesy and lame. I'm getting in the shower.
"And I'm joining you,"
he said, slapping my ass after getting out of bed behind me. Shower sex? I teased as he walked into the bathroom with his tight, dimpled ass looking ridiculously gorgeous. Might as well, I laughed, seeing the Golden Gate Bridge now that the fog had burned off it and moved out of the bay. The marine layer has lifted, so it's gotta be at least noon.
"Well, there's nothing wrong with an extra night's stay in this room." God knows the hotel was about to refund me my money for that bullshit picture cutting you. Either way, I love this room, this place, and I'm going to come out and say it whether it scares you or not. I love you, baby.
You just love the sex, I teased, stepping in front of him and cupping my hands to catch the warm water as my body acclimated to it.
No, gorgeous,
he said, encircling his arms around me.
I love you.
John and I had been back to work for 2 weeks, and we'd be lying if we tried to act like our entire worlds weren't flipped upside down during our trip to San Francisco. The first couple of days back at work, I struggled to get the man out of my mind. It is a hard enough thing to do when you work together, but this was so much more than that. His smile touched my heart and soul differently, igniting a passion and fire that I didn't know could exist between two people. Thankfully, I was able to focus on work, because if I couldn't do that, I'd need to quit my job and live on that damn vineyard in France with him and drink wine, staying drunk and in love for the rest of my life. Being consumed like this was out of character for me, and adjusting to these potent feelings took all my concentration. It felt like someone put a love spell on me, and it was potent as hell. And she drifts off in thought of the charming Dr. Astor once again, my RN friend Brenda said, as I scrolled through social media and tried to act like I was absorbed by it. I grinned and looked up at her as she started in on her 4th slice of pizza from the hospital buffet station. "How do you fit all that into your tiny body?" I questioned, perplexed by where the food this woman always ate went. She shrugged and laughed. "I think it's my magical Korean metabolism," she said, swallowing another bite and blotting the corners of her mouth. "But I'm pretty sure it'll catch up with me someday. The hamburger was delish, by the way. Thanks for giving it to me. You missed out." "No problem. I'm not too hungry these days, which is odd since I'm not one to skip a meal." "Ha!" Brenda chuckled as her partner, Victoria, walked up and joined us at our table in the corner of the beautiful restaurant. "You're newly in love, so your appetite is going to be toast for a while." "Hi, Victoria." I acknowledged the sweet and beautiful woman who always made time to meet Brenda on her lunch or dinner breaks. "Hey, Mickey," she said. "So, you finally landed the one doctor who—" "We're not doing that." I kindly interrupted her with a smile and a laugh. "Trust me, I've heard all about every GQ model doctor in this hospital, and the story seems to be the same with every single one of them." "And what's that?" Brenda said, moving her pizza platter over to Vicky. "Well, they're either in love with the one woman who finally settled them down, or they're still playing the field and leaving broken hearts in their wakes." "True," Brenda acknowledged, licking her fingertips. "However, Astor is different." I tried not to roll my eyes at that statement. "Why? Because I managed to land him?" "Not really," Brenda answered, picking at the pizza toppings she'd tried to stop eating moments ago. "John typically only dates outside of the hospital, and he makes it clear that he will never get married. He also makes the reason very clear to the people he's close to." "And that reason is?" "His family," she answered. "Have you met them yet?" Some weird, fearful feelings washed over me, and I didn't like them. I was suddenly afraid that John would keep me a secret from his family because of their obvious wealth, and when he was done playing around with me, he'd discard me. Fear stirred another feeling that was foreign to me, insecurity about the woman I was and that I wasn't good enough for John. What the fuck am I doing? I questioned myself aloud as if I were begging for advice on how naive I was behaving. I knew better. Until now, I'd never let a man dictate how I felt about myself, and I sure as hell didn't allow my feelings for a man or his feelings for me to dictate my self-worth. I had been in foreign territory since I trusted a relationship with John Astor. This tall, dark, and handsome man with soul-piercing eyes seemed to be changing the person I fundamentally was, putting me on a crash course to relationship hell. You're dating a man who is head over heels in love with you. Brenda's voice interrupted my panic. Nothing is wrong with that. There is something very wrong with that if the man won't so much as introduce you to his family, I responded like a spoiled child, or soon-to-be ex-girlfriend if I didn't get this nonsense under control. Okay, I stood up before my sudden insecurity created further damage. I need to review some charts with John.
And break up with him?
Brenda asked with a chuckle. Maybe? I was confused and, if I was honest, a bit terrified of being majorly hurt by this guy.
Listen, Mickey, she said, becoming serious. You two are just feeling each other out right now. There's no need to go off on him for not introducing you to the family yet.
You're not wrong at all, I answered her truthfully. And that's the thing. I'm way over my head with a coworker, and I'm not thinking clearly about this. Normally, I don't have feelings like this when dating guys. I never have, and I don't plan to start doing so now.
Okay, we'll see you later,
Brenda said as Vicky waved goodbye. I walked out of the cafeteria, heading to the medical office buildings in search of John. I passed through the hallways, nodding at everyone who greeted me with a look and a smile. Butterflies swarmed in my stomach, and my heart raced when I walked into the office buildings, knowing I was getting closer to John and closer to ending this before it could ever really get started. John? I questioned, walking up to where he stood, passing charts over to a nurse practitioner he was working with for one of his oncology patients.
Yeah, babe.
He paused, then smiled after turning to me, eyes roaming up and down the scrubs I was wearing since I was in the hospital on call all day.
I mean, Dr. Smith,
he said with a wink, placing his pen into the top left pocket of his medical coat. How are you on patients?
I have plenty of it when it comes to you, love, he said, smiling at me and ignoring that talking like this around everyone in the office still made them uncomfortable.
I liked that he didn't care what any of them thought of us being in a relationship. However, I wasn't sure his brain was functioning well in all of this because mine sure hadn't been. Patients? As in people you're seeing? Not your state of mind, jackass, I said, under my breath, turning him by his elbow to guide him across the hall and into his office.
Jesus, he said, with my abrupt actions. What's going on? You're acting like you need me to help you hide a body.
Not funny, I said, redoing my ponytail. John, this has to end.
Has to end?
Yes, all of it. Right now.
I'm perplexed. What has to end? Your panicked behavior?
Yes, exactly. His humored expression faded, and he reached for my face.
Mick, you don't look well at all. What happened?
I'm not well, I said in frustration and sadness. You and I can't do this.
We can't?
He responded, guiding me to sit in one of the oversized leather chairs where his patients sat in consultations.
What's wrong?
I don't know what's wrong with me, and that's the problem. I can't explain my feelings, but I can tell you that I don't like them. He smiled and ran his fingertips along my cheek. It felt so amazing, and instantly, as if he controlled this damn love spell himself, my entire being calmed. I exhaled.
Mick,
he said, leaning back against his desk and facing me, using his finger to lift my chin and bring my eyes to meet his.
I know what you're going through, and this panic of not being able to control my feelings for you is something that I've already gone through.
Good. Then you'll understand why we can't keep screwing around like this. You and I are just a fling. We think it's more, but in reality, it isn't.
Oh,
he crossed his arms and arched an eyebrow at me.
It's more. It's 1,000,000 times more than we think it is.
How can you say that? I questioned, confused.
Because there's strong feelings. We're both having them, and we're both terrified of it. The first night you and I were together, and the fact that it nearly took an act of God to pull us away from each other, was something otherworldly.
It was us being horny, I said.
No fucking way.
He chuckled, as if he'd gone through these challenges, cracked the code on them, and was going to coach me through this now.
There's no way it was us just being horny. I know what it's like to be horny. Fuck someone to get it out of my system, and then move on to the next. This is nothing like that. The best way I can put this is that I never believed a day would come when I'd meet a woman who'd make all other women non-existent.
Okay, if he wants to act like he's got this figured out and be cocky about it, I might as well scare him off. Well, I'm not feeling it that way, I said. I'm having thoughts that are unlike me.
To be expected when you're with the best man you've ever known.
John, be serious, please.
I am serious. I saw your ex, and he's not...
Please! I nearly growled in frustration. Just listen to me. I'm turning into some weirdo who is... Well, I couldn't even frame my thoughts correctly. John, I'm turning into some jealous and insecure woman because of you.
Oh, shit,
he said, covering his instant smile and most likely stopping an outburst of laughter.
Mickey, I think...
No, I said. I feel like an idiot admitting that to you, and I have no idea why I did. This is insanity, and I'm not comfortable with it.
I am,
he said, and his challenging and confident expression forced me to narrow my eyes at him, thinking this was all some funny little game. Oh, yeah? I challenged him back.
Yup,
he said, getting sexier by the second with the way he softly and deeply spoke to me. Well, how about this then? I said, thinking I'd call his bluff and spare us both the heartache of this insane love affair. Your family?
Right,
he answered, eyes searching mine. They don't know about me, do they?
No,
he answered, trying to maintain his serious expression. Well, what if I want them to know about me? What if I want to meet them? That should give him a scare.
You want to meet my family?
He questioned. Yes, and I know that scares you a little bit.
I'm not scared at all,
he said, acting bulletproof. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to figure out if we were doing one of the usual games that we played with each other. Then introduce me to them. I want to meet them. This would easily send any normal boyfriend screaming and running in the other direction. If this relationship wasn't meant to be, the best thing to do was to get the potential problem out of the way sooner rather than later. He remained silent, and I could tell the man was caught. Sadly, this was the one time I didn't want to beat John in one of our little banters or silly arguments with which we'd always been competitive.
Do you honestly want to take more time off work so soon?
He questioned, after a moment of uncomfortable silence. Why would this require taking more time off work? Why not just dinner?
Because when I introduce my family to the love of my life, I prefer to do it while visiting them, instead of them flying here to meet you over dinner.
Dear God, I answered. John, this isn't a game. I'm not a new toy of yours. That upset him, and rightfully so. It wasn't fair, but everything was a game to him. A challenge. A chase. And I didn't want to play games with the intense feelings plaguing me now.
I never said you were,
he said, his voice low and steely.
In fact, I'm going to prove you're not a game to me. I may make light of our relationship, Mick, but that's just my personality. The truth is that I am very much in love with you, and I won't let you walk away. If that means we'll travel this year and spend the holidays together, meeting our respective families to make us official, then that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, that's a bit much, I said. He smirked.
So, you pick. Do you want to spend Thanksgiving with my family? Or perhaps Christmas? Either way works for me. I'm not a huge fan of the holidays anyway.
I would need to talk to my parents about... I rubbed my forehead. What the hell are we doing? Really? I looked at him in confusion. The holidays? Can we try to dial this back a little bit?
Hey, this was your idea,
he said, tilting his head as he studied me. Well, being introduced for the first time and spending the holidays. I trailed off. I didn't know what the fuck I wanted, obviously. I was just scared, plain and simple. He shrugged.
The only way to make you believe that I'm in love with you and that I don't care what anyone else thinks about that is to have you along for the holidays. I think it's a fantastic idea.
I haven't even told my parents we're dating, I stammered. His eyebrows shot up in humor.
Oh, really?
He said with a grin.
So, wait. You were just scolding me for not telling my parents about you. Did I get that right?
Funny, I said, rolling my eyes.
It's hilarious.
He teased and then helped me stand so he could bring me into his arms.
Listen, this hesitation and resistance must finally be put to rest. So let's find a way to bring some joy into our lives this holiday season. Let's use the holidays to break the news to our families.
John, all I have to do is make a phone call. I don't need Thanksgiving dinner with you and my parents to announce you're my boyfriend. He laughed and kissed my forehead.
I forgot. You come from a normal family.
He pulled back and brought his eyes to meet mine.
Thanksgiving it is, then. That way, half of my family will be drunk and fighting over other bullshit. I would love to bring you to New York to meet them, if you're up for it.
What the hell did I just get myself into? I needed to stop being so goddamn fickle and let myself just enjoy this. But I also was desperate not to lose myself. I'd worked too hard to get where I was in life to let a man step on the scene and wash it all away. I'd always been strong and independent, but being with John made me feel like we were melting into each other, and that terrified me because I loved every second of it. I needed to keep my head about me without threatening to pull the plug every other minute, but how could I be confident and whole on my own when it was beginning to feel like I couldn't live without him?
Chapter 29. John. I couldn't fault Mickey for her sudden fear of this whirlwind relationship. Maybe it was because the chemistry in bed between us was off the charts, but as much as I'd like to think it was that, it wasn't. I knew what was happening with me and my strong feelings, and it was utterly unlike me to react to any woman like this. Mick consumed all my thoughts these days, and my feelings had grown so strong that it almost didn't feel normal. However, unlike Mickey, I wasn't one to panic. I loved the things that made my adrenaline spike and gave me a thrill, and being with Mickey did just that. I loved how longing for this woman made me feel. To see her eyes sparkle every time she looked into mine gave me a feeling of anticipation for when I could get her alone and ignite the flames of passion, lust, and ecstasy. Instead of panicking, I was thriving and excited about all of this. I just had to keep her calm because it was easy to see that she was terrified of getting hurt. Ring, ring. I glanced at the caller ID that came in through my car and saw it was my brother calling. "What's up, Mark?" I answered. "Hey, I just flew in on business and wanted to meet you for dinner." I frowned. Our oldest brother, Sebastian, always spoke like he was busy being in charge of the world, and Mark had always seemed just to play along. But not right now. I could hardly recognize my brother behind his stern voice. It sounded like he flew out here to bust my ass on behalf of my father. It was strange, but I wasn't one to ask questions. "I'm on my way home, but if you give me an hour to shower and change, I can clean the remnants of work off me and join you at, let's say, Harlow's? I've got reservations for the Harbor House in 2 hours. Meet me there." "Jesus, Mark, is everything okay?" I asked, not a fan of my brother's strange, clipped tone and demands. "Everything is fine." "Yeah?" I urged with irritation. "Well, you sound like a dick, and while I'm usually excited to meet family when they fly out for—" "John," he said, cutting me off abruptly, "just meet me at Harbor House at 8. He hung up the phone without another word, sending my mind in a million different directions. Who knew what his problem was? He was probably crumbling under pressure from my father, trying to prove his worth as the middle child in this family. All I knew was that I wouldn't let it kill my vibe. The guy sold his soul to be in the upper circles, remaining a dutiful son to the Astor family. And I didn't. The way my brother behaved was why I flew the coop in search of a life of my own, and why I was who I was. That life changed who you were. It was a life riddled with demands from a society that defined you, and no matter how rich and high up the chain you got, it seemed to strip away your soul, happiness, and freedom. That was never going to happen to me. I would never allow money or status in elite circles to define who I was. 30 minutes after I was set to meet Mark for dinner, I walked into Harbor House, an upscale restaurant that was frequented by those who danced in our family's circle of socialites. "At least order me a bourbon while you wait," I teased, sitting at the table in the far corner, away from the rest of the patrons. I'd love to say it was lovely to be in our little special corner of the room, but it wasn't. It reminded me of how my family held themselves when they visited Los Angeles. They believed they were a world above everyone who lived here. It was almost as if being in this city insulted them, so they only came when business demanded it. 32 minutes late?" Mark questioned, his green eyes looking at me reproachfully. "I'm so sorry I kept you waiting, Your Royal Majesty," I mocked, taking the bourbon I'd ordered from the waitress before I arrived at the table. "Actually, I'm not sorry," I corrected myself. "I won't apologize for being late to a last-minute demand after working all day and needing to change my plans." Mark's expression reminded me of my father after he'd had enough of our bullshit, and it was unnerving. "Listen, my wedding will be on the 9th of January, and I expect you'll be there," he said. "I had every intention until I met this new version of you," I said, opening my menu and finding more interest in that than the robot across the table from me. "For once in your life, grow the fuck up," Mark said, before he turned to the waiter who'd arrived at our table. "We'll both have the veal, medium, steamed vegetables, and roasted potatoes." "Actually," I said, eyeing the waiter, my brother, and then my menu, rapidly searching for something different than what Mark was trying to order for me, "I'll have the chicken." "The chicken, sir?" I felt the heat of Mark's gaze on me, which only made me smile and nod. "Yes, the chicken on a bed of rice." "Sir," the waiter nodded before taking our menus and walking away. "What the hell was that, John? You're not a dog. Chicken and rice?" "Okay, I've had enough of the lectures," I said, my patience thin. "I can order whatever I want, you know." "That's the problem with you," he answered. "You think you can do whatever you want, and all it does is fuck over the rest of us." "All right, what is going on with you?" I asked. This behavior was seriously unlike Mark. It wasn't in his nature to be so icy and cold about anything. Mark was the easygoing guy who made lame jokes while trying to fit in. He sighed, and I sipped my bourbon quietly, waiting for his response. "You're right. Something is bothering me," he conceded with a sigh. What if I didn't want to marry Pollyanna?" My mouth dropped open. The shock of that statement was more profound than the astonishment of how my brother was behaving. "Well, that's entirely up to you," I said, nearly stammering over my words. "No, it's not, and you know that." "Mother demands it, and your place in the family demands it," I continued. "And I understand why you feel as though you have no choice, but you do." "That's the thing." He sat back, sipping his drink. "You behave as though our family name does not own us, but it does. Only if you concern yourself with what the family name brings you. I don't care if I'm cut off from my trust or whatever else they could do to threaten my security if I don't follow the demands of the family, and that's why I live a life of freedom and happiness. I carved my way in this world, and you can too. That's an amusing statement, given how our parents paid for your schooling, housing, and all the little toys you play with here. That's true, I shrugged, but that only happened because they demanded it. They also donated a fortune to my hospital because that's what they do. Everything depends on the status quo, and you know that. Yeah, but what you didn't think of when they did all that was that they will eventually hang you on it one day. They own you, John. They just haven't called in their debts yet. And they won't so long as you and Seb are paying them for me. I winked, but that humor fell dead against the stone-faced expression my brother wore. Games are over. I can easily see our parents growing impatient with your life out here. If I decide not to marry this woman, whom I do not love— Let me stop you right there, I said, getting a little anxious about where this was headed, with Mark's suddenly cold feet. I need to know why you're frightened of this little— I paused, searching for the proper term for my brother's pending nuptials. Well, let's call it what it is. Your arranged marriage to Pollyanna. I watched as Mark tugged on his collar, most likely feeling his tie beginning to choke him. I can't go through with this, he said, and I understood. Then don't. You don't understand. I will send Mother into an early grave if I don't marry the heiress to the Melton fortune and unite our families. Mother will get over it, I assured him. She's also made it clear to Father that she intends to have you home within the next year, Mark added, eyebrows raised. I narrowed my eyes at him. She can intend all she wants. I love our mother, but I won't be in an arranged marriage like her other two sons. There's no fucking way. That's the thing, Mark said, shaking his head, obviously disturbed by this. Our parents are getting uneasy, and I guess I'm just buckling under the pressure. Are they dealing with any financial losses anywhere? I questioned, knowing that money always drove my family's moods. I have no idea. Seb seems to be working great under our father's iron fist, but I feel like I'm suffocating. It's the control and the demands, I said. You're just feeling the pressure of having someone else dictate your life. It's funny how people envy our lives, not knowing that they actually aren't ours. I just wish I could push out the date wedding, I said. Give yourself some time to step away from it all. I tried that already, and Pollyanna nearly went into hysterics. She called our mother, and now I'm not to speak another— Wait, what? I questioned. She did what? She's not the woman I thought I was marrying. It's like a mask dropped when I told her I wanted to push the wedding date out to focus on work. I grinned. Well, I can tell you that most women would become monsters if their fiancés started to get cold feet. This was the most ridiculous and childish response I've ever encountered from a woman, Mark answered. Her fear of being embarrassed, her disdain for me, for even daring to request it. Jesus, it was like watching a spoiled little girl throw a tantrum for not getting a pony on her birthday. Well, I smirked and stared at him with sympathy. You know how all those socialites were raised. At least she's beautiful. I'm done with her, he said. And now I knew we were getting to the meat of his issues. Mark was cracking under the pressure of our parents and their social circle, and he had no idea how to handle it. When do you go back? I asked, knowing I wouldn't be able to help him overnight. I've arranged for the pilot to have the jet in the air by 6 tomorrow morning. Well, cancel that. Maybe you and I can— I just came here to prepare you, Mark said, dismissing my effort to save him from imploding under the pressure he was feeling. He rose, ignoring the food placed before him moments ago. Things are buckling down at home, and I have a feeling that life as you know it is about to change. It already has, I said, feeling anger radiate throughout my body. I've met someone extraordinary, and whether our family approves or not, I'm not moving to New York or France to do anything. Mark smiled grimly. You say that now, but I don't think you understand what is in motion. Once I'm married, all eyes will be on you as the family's next target. The pressure is thick, and I have no idea exactly why. I honestly couldn't give 2 fucks, I said, feeling my stomach churning in anger and a bit of fear. This was the most bizarre encounter I'd ever had with my brother. It was almost like the plot twist of my life, turning into some kind of horror story. I'm not obliging their demands. I never have, and I never will. I'll see you in January, brother, he said. Then Mark took his mental breakdown and walked purposefully out of the dining area, abandoning his food and any further explanation of how he expected my parents would set their sights on me after they sealed the deal of fucking over Mark. I pulled my napkin from my lap and picked up my cell, dialing out. "Hey, John," Mick answered with a small laugh. It was so good to hear her voice. "I need to see you," I said. "Are you busy?" "I'm at work," she said. "On call, what do you think?" "I think I need to see you," I said, with more urgency in my voice. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm not sure," I answered. "Well, come stop by and see me at work and tell me all about it," she said. I stood from the table and nodded toward the waiter for the check my brother left me to pay. I didn't know my parents' expectations of me, but it didn't sound good. Something told me there was a possibility that I could lose Mickey, my happiness, and my life, and it was my brother's grim warning. I saw the fear and desperation in his eyes, and I knew he wasn't being dramatic. My parents had turned the pressure on, and for the first time since I left home, I felt the fear of them trying to control me and my life. I couldn't and wouldn't let that happen.
Chapter 30. Mickey. "There you are, you stubborn, beautiful baby girl," I said, after Mrs. Jackson collapsed back onto the birthing bed, her labor long and tiresome, after 13 hours of waiting for this sweet baby to come into the world. I quickly suctioned all fluids from the baby and turned to a thrilled dad, waiting to cut their daughter's umbilical cord. "She's so beautiful," Mrs. Jackson said, sitting up to watch the treasured event that was taking place for their 4th child. "She was worth all the work," I smiled, carefully turning to the RN waiting to retrieve the baby and prepare her for Mommy to hold her for the first time. "All right," I said, massaging her belly to keep the contractions going and ease out the placenta. "A couple more easy pushes, and I'll have you ready to go. You'll be off to recovery shortly after." This had been a wonderful day, and I was thankful for it. It wasn't hectic or chaotic. It was normal, and with enough distractions to keep my mind focused on things other than the lightning-fast love and relationship I'd found myself in with John. I decided to let go of my misgivings and stop obsessing about feeling like I was losing myself. I figured the best course of action was to let things unfold naturally, as they'd done since the beginning. There was no point in ruining everything by trying to dissect and control it. That sounded like the opposite of a good time, and not a way I wanted to enter into a relationship in the first place.
"Hey, Mickey,"
Brandon, one of the RNs working on call tonight, said.
"John's here and looking for you. Not to pry, but are you two okay?"
"Last I checked, it was fine. He called a bit ago wanting to see me, but I didn't think anything was wrong." I smiled, realizing I was talking to an RN I hardly knew, and that was only because he floated up to this floor now and then when we were short-staffed. "I think the bigger question is, how did you know John and I are together?" The last thing I wanted was a hospital soap opera work environment. I guess more people were watching us than I had expected. Either that, or people were just really bored in their downtime.
"Well, word travels quickly at St. John's."
Brandon shrugged.
"Besides, everyone is surprised that Dr. Astor is actually interested in someone who works here, since he always goes on and on about never settling—"
"Brandon, I'm so sorry," I interjected. I didn't want to be rude, but I'd had enough of the general shock and awe that the uncatchable John Astor had been caught. "I don't mean to cut you off, but I have 2 patients who were 5 centimeters dilated about 30 minutes ago. I imagine I'll have to deliver back-to-back within the next hour, so I should probably catch John and see what he needs."
Yeah, of course. Go. He seems pretty upset.
Brandon confirmed. I rushed down the hall to find John and set my mind at ease. Ordinarily, I wouldn't think much about him showing up and wanting to see me, but the look on Brandon's face made me wonder if something bad had happened. I only hoped that maybe Brandon was just terrible at giving people news, and everything was fine. "John's waiting for you in the vending room," Allison said as she passed me, chewing on a Snickers bar she'd gotten from a vending machine. Why the hell is he in there? I thought, remembering all the rants he'd gone on about processed food. "Hey," I said, walking into the room. He sat on a bench, staring at the paper cup he held with crappy coffee from the day-old coffee pot sitting in the corner. "Good God, man. You look like I did a couple of days ago." John never looked up. He stared blankly into his cup of coffee, as if waiting for it to reveal answers to his lifelong questions. "John?" I questioned softly. Something was off. I could feel the weird vibe coming from him and his silence, as if it were a black, ominous cloud waiting to burst open and rain buckets of water onto the two of us.
"Do you ever fear your future?"
He finally questioned. "Fear my future?" I said, confused by the question and his grave tone. "I think everyone fears their future." I kept my distance because I honestly didn't know what to expect.
"I understand that,"
he answered, still staring into the cup.
"But do you ever really fear it?"
He looked up at me. His bright hazel eyes, usually filled with cheer and excitement, were clouded with bleakness. I try not to get too far ahead of myself in fearing anything, if I'm honest. When it comes to the future, or my future, I might get a little fearful if I don't see things turning out the way I expect them to, or that I worked hard for.
"That's the thing,"
he said, frowning and staring back into his coffee cup.
"I do fear my future."
"I would have never guessed that," I answered him honestly. "You always seem to take life by the balls and do whatever makes you happy." He flashed a smile of disgust.
"That's usually how I feel about things. But my future, what should be my life, is an entirely different story."
"Is this about us?" I thought I'd just come out and ask it instead of dancing around the topic.
"Yes,"
he answered, and I felt a pang of dread in my abdomen. I figured this would happen the moment I let myself get comfortable, I thought. I should have known better, but I wasn't going to crumble. "John, I understand—"
"Don't misunderstand me. I won't let you go,"
he said, interrupting me. He looked up at me, set his cup on the counter next to the microwave, and stood. His tall, commanding frame walked with purpose across the room in 3 strides, and before I could blink or question anything, his lips were on mine. I nearly melted at the delicious taste of bourbon notes coming from his kiss, and instead of trying to figure out what the hell was going on with this man, I embraced it wholly. Here and now, this was the most comfortable place on earth, being in his arms, feeling his lips on mine. All of it. And by the soft groan from him, I could tell that John was feeling the same comfort as I. How could I question John or this relationship because it didn't follow the unwritten book of relationship rules? I did, however, have to pull back and end this kiss because if I didn't, there would be no one to deliver the 2 babies that were on deck. "I have 2 deliveries in the next 45 minutes, and once you and I get started down this road," I eyed him with a smirk. "We can't seem to think about anything but that. And I'm still working." He smiled, and this time it finally reached his eyes.
"Let me take you down for dinner?"
"Like I said, I have 2 patients on the cusp of delivering." I chuckled. "I'm not going to be able to eat until after that." He took my hand and led me out of the vending room.
"Let's grab a decent coffee from Beans, then."
"Beans closed at 7. It's 8:30. I softly laughed, then ran my hand down his cheek. "Why don't I, for the first time since falling madly in love with your crazy ass, just head to your house tomorrow night after I've slept off my 24-hour shift
and you've gotten off work." He frowned.
"I can't wait that long."
"Aw," I smiled at him. "Look at you. You're like a high school boy in love."
"I just want to spend every minute possible with you."
"Well, if that's the case, it won't be possible until tomorrow night once you're off work." I couldn't ignore his expression. "John, what's going on? Something isn't right. And if we want to reassure each other that we're both okay, we should probably communicate. Perhaps that's why we're both having these weird freakouts. We're not communicating, and all we're doing is screwing and holding each other every time we're in each other's sights."
"You say that as if it were a bad thing."
He played back. "It's bad when that's all we ever do."
"Fine,"
he said, taking my hand and pulling me back into his arms.
"I need to get this off my chest, but I worry it might frighten you."
I shook my head. "The only thing that will frighten me is you keeping things from me. My mind will run in 100 directions if I'm left to come to conclusions on my own."
"Fair enough,"
he said.
"In that case, this is about my family. I saw my brother tonight. He was wearing the fear of the future expression, and it spazzed me out."
"I'll be honest," I said, feeling a bit calmer. "I'm pretty sure my dad will give you a hard time about dating me and whether or not you're good enough for his eldest daughter. So maybe both our families are weird." I finished with a laugh. John stopped and pulled me off to the side of the automatic doors that led into the OB unit.
"That's different,"
he said with an endearing smile, his eyes sparkling in a way that gave beautiful definition to the defined and sharp features of his face.
"Having your father question my intentions and feelings for you."
His face twisted in some concern.
"That's normal, and I'm prepared for it. However, what's not normal is my family in its entirety."
He seemed more annoyed than worried now. "That bad?" I questioned. John's expression grew darker while he slid his hands into his pockets and stared down the empty hall. He went to talk, then bit his bottom lip as if to hold something in that he was too afraid to speak about. "I have a feeling this is all my fault because of how I acted the other day when I was worried about you not introducing me to your family," I said, knowing that this had to do with John's fears. "Listen," I tugged on his stiff arm. "We're hardly a serious item. We're just enjoying each other in an exclusive relationship. We spent one weekend together, and then I flipped out, acting like a crazy woman and wanting to be introduced to your family." He chuckled and looked back at me.
"That is a bit of a fatal attraction red flag for me."
"When you think about it," I laughed. "It is extremely bizarre for me to insist that you prove your love for me by introducing me to your family. Let's just pause on that. You and I are getting to know each other. The sex is off the charts amazing. And yes, both of us think it might just be love. But we have so much more to explore before we go to the next level. So, all red flags aside, let's just relax and enjoy taking things slow." Saying that out loud made me feel better, but from the look on John's face, he was confused and struggling to come up with a response.
"You know what I'd like to do tomorrow night?"
he asked. I watched him turn back into the lively John again, and it made me smile. "What?"
"Have you over for old black and white movies. We can eat popcorn and then enjoy a lovely dinner."
"That sounds quite lovely, especially since I've never seen your house." I hugged him. I was a bit relieved he was somewhat calmer. His hands ran up my back while his lips went to my forehead.
"Let's do that. And bring your work clothes so we can have a sleepover and go to work together the next morning."
I laughed and stared into his youthful eyes. "A sleepover?" I teased his adorable, excited expression. "I'll bring my PJs and—" His expression smoldered as his gaze went straight through me.
"There will be no need for PJs,"
he said, in a voice that perked my body right up.
"I'll decide what you wear in my home."
"Oh, so you're dominant too?" I questioned.
"Hardly,"
he chuckled.
"However, I plan to spoil the shit out of you and kick off our relationship in a way that'll make you never want to look at another man again."
"I never said I would," I played back.
"Doesn't matter,"
he responded.
"I'm the type of guy who doesn't take his woman for granted, leaving her vulnerable to predators who would steal her from me. Starting now, and as long as you'll have me, I plan to ensure your eyes stay on me and no one else."
"I think I need to get back to work," I said, leaning up to give him a quick kiss on his lips. "So you go do your thing, and I'll see you tomorrow night."
"I do love you,"
he said, becoming serious again.
"I want you to know that."
"Thank you," I said, "and I love you too." He cradled my face and kissed my nose.
"I'll see you tomorrow, gorgeous. Have a good rest of your shift."
With that, John and I parted ways, and though it was a bizarre conversation for us, I was glad it happened. I knew our relationship would only improve if we got our heads straight, communicated, and took things slowly. One thing I was sure of was that I didn't need his parents' approval to make this relationship real. And deep down, I hoped he didn't either.
Chapter 31. John. "Okay, Mrs. Lofstrom," I said, turning away from my patient and ending my final exam for the day by peeling off my latex gloves and dropping them into the wastebasket. "I'll send everything off, and I'll see you next year for your next annual exam." I offered a kind and professional smile, then turned to leave the exam room. Ping! I glanced down to see Dr. Mitchell from the cardiac lab had texted. Instead of immediately checking to see what he wanted, I finished the last of my work before I allowed my mind to free itself up, ready to enjoy the rest of the evening with Mickey. After yesterday's strange emotional moment, I wanted to somehow redeem myself with this woman. It wasn't like me to feel a loss of control in my life, but something about Mark's bizarre behavior had me tripping about my situation. In that moment of weakness, I came howling up to the hospital, disrupting Mick's night at work, and railed on and on about my fears of the unknown. Not exactly comforting behavior coming from the person who is constantly reassuring her that everything is going to be okay. I'd hardly slept last night, pondering the situation and what had gotten into me. Ultimately, I think Mick was right. We were moving at light speed in this relationship, and it was setting off alarms for us right and left. It was to be expected, right? We'd blasted off too fast with our emotions. I could only compare it to a runaway train relationship that would eventually meet its endpoint if we didn't get control and direct it onto a safer route. It was all trial and error for both of us, but neither of us liked errors. I wasn't so much afraid of getting hurt as I was terrified of losing my grip on the life that I'd carved out for myself. The way I'd been behaving lately, embracing this new and foreign emotion of love, was silly and childish. Even though I didn't live on the stiff and structured side of life, I didn't live on the foolish side either, which meant that I needed to grow up and start taking things more seriously regarding where I wanted to be with Mick and keep my target set on that. I would not get blindsided again, especially concerning my parents and their guaranteed disapproval of Mickey. I knew they would rather eat glass than accept some random woman with no societal class who I worked with in California. The fight they would put up in protest of me being in a relationship with someone who wasn't a socialite would be nearly unbearable. And I wasn't going to head down that road of surprise either. What I needed to focus on was me and what I wanted. And I wanted Mick. That was the end of that. I signed off on charts, handed them to the receptionist, and headed to my office to return Jake's call. He and I were friendly outside of work, but honestly, the time I spent with Mickey was the most I'd ever spent with anyone here. I didn't have a tight group of friends in California, and when I thought about it, it was mainly due to the circles I was raised in. In New York, being around the ultra-wealthy all my life, it was deemed ridiculous if you had friendships for, well, the sake of just having a friend. In my family, everyone we befriended was strategic or just a long-standing relationship. My childhood best friend was the great-grandson of my grandfather's attorney, so basically, everyone in our circle was carefully chosen. I'd given up bringing home new friends because the average rich kid from Manhattan wasn't prepared to face the invasive background checks that my parents' security detail put them through. And if a bunch of prep school rich kids were put off by it, imagine what a blue-collar person would think. Needless to say, I stopped putting myself out there a long time ago. But at this point in my life, I regretted not forming a tighter bond with Jake and Colin and their crazy fun group of friends. I could probably use their guidance on this relationship I was trying to navigate. I guess it was never too late to extend myself, though. Jake was cool enough that if I wanted to grab a burger and talk about anything, including chick problems, he'd do so happily if it meant he got to give me a hard time. Jake was a great guy, and forging a friendship would be effortless, but right now he had a wife fighting cancer, and I wasn't about to interfere with that. They needed a solid support group and not a doctor who needed relationship advice trying to befriend them. "Hey, Jake," I said, finally planting my ass in my office chair for the first time since 7 this morning. "How's Ashley been feeling?" I questioned, since his wife had started chemotherapy last week. "Her spirits are great, but the chemo has a way of fucking up everything while doing its job." "I get that," I said. I hated that anyone had to go through chemo, but I was so impressed by the courage most people mustered in the face of such a monster. Ashley was no different. Her fighting spirit would make all the difference in her health and recovery. "So what's up?" "Well, Ash wants to have a Christmas party at our house. I know she's trying to keep a sense of normalcy in her life, but I think we're at the point of arguing in circles that it's not a good idea. So I need her doctor to come in and put her ass on bed rest or some shit." I smiled. "Bed rest, huh?" "Yeah, exactly. Just lock her ass down or something. I swear to God, if she doesn't get through this because she's being stubborn—" "Jake, listen," I said, my voice filled with sympathy for the man. "Patients handle this situation in so many different ways. Tell me that throwing parties and having gatherings is just a fleeting thought, then?" "Not really. She's doing something we recommend for all our patients, and that is to live her life and not allow her illness to defeat her. So long as her mind is positive and in a healthy place, she could beat this with her eyes closed. And if she gets sicker because of it?" The fear in Jake's voice was palpable, and it saddened me to hear it. He was rightfully terrified of losing his wife, and all I could do was try to keep him focused on the positive. "The mind is an extremely powerful thing, and being in the medical field, I know you can agree with me," I said, trying to redirect his thoughts and put them in a place where he could see his wife as a champion more than anything else. "I know that." Jake seemed irritated. "So if she's not feeling fatigued, weak, or sick, why would you lock her in her room and put up a bubble to protect her?" "I can't lose her, John," he nearly scolded. I met his low, stern tone with one of my own. "If you hide her away from life, afraid that she will be taken from you, you can selfishly kill her fighting spirit. Let her live her life, man. Ash is a strong woman, and after getting to know her, I'm not surprised that you're making this chicken shit phone call, trying to bust her for not being a chicken shit like you." "True," I heard him laugh. "Then let her do what is comfortable for her. Her body and her mental state will give her the guidelines and set the limits she needs. So long as she's getting plenty of rest and following the dietary recommendations, she will be fine to have a fun little Christmas party with her family." "That's just it, though," he said. "It's not just some small family get-together. She wants to take a ski trip to Aspen, and she wants to invite you and your +1 since word has spread that you're dating your coworker." "Yeah, not happening." I immediately shut down that idea. "It's the weekend before Christmas, so you and your lady can enjoy your first holiday filled with spiked eggnog under your—" "Jake," I interrupted him with a laugh. There's no way we're going to get the time off together to head to Aspen for Ashley's private Christmas ski trip. Even though the thought of a ski trip sounded fantastic, there was no way I was going anywhere with this group of men. Jake and Colin were tough enough to trade insults with, but I don't know about the rest of their billionaires' boy band. "You know what?" Jake said, and I could almost hear him smiling through the phone. "What?" "You'll go," he said, with a hint of humor. "And you have no one to thank